Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Elisa Invitational, where we'll be carrying on the continuation here, Snods, to see who is going to be contending for one of those top 2 spots to attempt to make it through, of course, to the upcoming Blast Showdown. Now, getting into our second game of the day, all best of ones the whole way through here tonight, and it is going to be GODSENT versus ENCE. This actually could be quite a spicy affair. This looks to be a damn good game.
It is. It's a very important game for a number of reasons. If you're GODSENT, this game's important because you want to be proving yourself versus the likes of a team that was former at its glory in the top 10. And then if you're ENCE, it's almost like a proof of concept with the debut of the new 6-man roster here for ENCE, bringing in Yampi, as we all know his current situation regarding the majors. So it does make sense to have that 6-man roster. Obviously, we've seen from Astralis now with that attack as well, to fill in almost like a major roster and then everything else roster with Yampi inside it to see if they can have more success than they've had recently since the departure of their IGL Elixir B. So yeah, basically lots to prove and lots to look out for in this game, Jack.
There is. I think it's going to be a good question, right? Obviously, first few games he's actually been able to play with the squad that publicly everyone is going to be able to see. So what's the performance going to be like? How's he going to immediately fit into the team? Obviously, a lot of it does come down to as well to like actually molding him into different roles to be applicable. So it could be quite interesting. Meanwhile, over on the GODSENT side, a lot of players everyone will be familiar with. Of course, Makelele can still pack a punch when he's on form. Madden, another man that actually is quite naughty at times. This could be a roster that, in terms of individual brilliance, they could be punched. No?
I haven't seen Madden play. No, where have you seen him?
There's a couple of various online events that I've seen past. Like, he actually seems to be pretty damn good.
Well, I'm excited to see that. And obviously, they picked him up for this roster to see what they could do. Crystal as well. It feels like that Crystal Makelele synergy from before on the from the former Penta roster as well, which had Thomas on it. Think of the UK Glory who's now with Endpoint. I know, I was thinking of that. Stiko as well joining this roster. Going to be excited to see how this does fare. And of course, now Jack, they are versus the reinvigorated ENCE that have Yampi playing with them. And it is going to be on Dust 2. The game does go live very, very shortly, so I can mention that. Actually, on HTV, you can see it's on Dust 2, so I'm not going to be revealing any secrets saying that it is that map. But why is Dust 2 important? Well, you see, Jack, if you've got a new, you're hoping Star Orpa on your roster, Dust 2 is definitely a map which you can really show off your caliber of skill with that weapon.
I think Dust 2 is the best possible map we could have had for this game, actually. Looking at how this is going to go, when you put these two teams together, right, and we take it for what it is, an online qualifier like this, where if you want to, you can just absolutely bang it out, play some aggressive CS, right? You've got players in there that literally can just go in, full robot aim, clear their angles on a map like Dust 2's Nods, and have a field day. So for us, I think we've done very well. And for the viewers at home, of course. I think this will actually be quite a splendid game.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it indeed. I mean, many more players to look out for as well on that ENCE roster. Sunny coming in for the replacement of Elixir B many moons ago. Haven't really seen the effect of him on the roster just yet. Although I believe having another star player on the team, which they're hoping to be Yampi, that would hopefully raise the motivation for the squad and push them forward to regain that high spot they had on the HTV World Rankings. And then for GODSENT, as we said before, they are currently the highest rated team in this qualifier at the world ranking of 18. So for them, this is about qualifying one of those 2 spots all the way to the showdown and proving that they deserve to be at that tier 1 level.
That's the issue, though, is obviously no matter what the HLTV ranking says, it's still going to be a rough ride from, as in reality, we've actually got quite a few good rosters in this event. It is pretty packed. There's at least like 4 teams that I feel like could contend against each other to really shake things up. Obviously, with the new addition of Yampi, ENCE, can they be one of them? That is going to be the question for me out of this. I feel like, obviously, GODSENT, a little bit more of a known quantity in what we've seen in the past. It hasn't been too volatile. But Yampi is definitely someone that has been feeding himself nitro, because normally he looks explosive on the service node. You can bring that forward today on Dust 2. And you've got to give a lot of stock to ENCE, right? The core of the team is still good. It just felt like they went through some turmoil after Elixir B and never really found that same structure.
Yeah, it's true. It felt like, as you said before, the structure. And actually, when I was listening to an interview that Elixir B did at Blast Pro Series London, he mentioned that when he watches the ENCE demos, a lot of the strats that they were running were his old strats just called by someone else. And at that point, well, if Elixir B has made the strats, he knows the signals, he knows the cues of when to use those strategies versus whatever setup the CT side's running, who they're playing versus, against whatever onslaught they're facing against them. If they are playing the defense side versus the terrorists, he knows what to call and when because he made them up. And I think recycling some of those calls was one of the reasons why they maybe didn't look as fresh and hot as they did prior. with their former in-game leader. Now with Yampi, the whole system's going to change here, Jack. With a new system change and a new reboot on their strategy, I think it should give them a new lease of life, and I'm excited to see them play. And I have just been given word, actually, Jack, so I don't think you can see it, that we are going to be 9 minutes delayed on the game, so we are expecting to go live in about 5 minutes, which is good time, actually, because we didn't really get that much time itself to talk about the event overall and all the teams inside it from the last one, did we? So I'll reel off the 8 teams, and then there's a few in here. I mean, there's Native Sapphics' team that we're looking out for. There's North, who really have to prove a point now with MSL on their roster. So yeah, there's a lot of teams that we're looking out for, but it'd be interesting to hear what your take is. So the 8 teams, I'll start with Group A. Dignitas, ENCE, GODSENT, and Apeks. We've obviously seen Dignitas and Apeks play earlier. Apeks losing 60-8 on Nuke versus Dig. And then over in Group B, Heroic, Kova, Nordavind, and then North as well. Which teams are you looking out for, Jack, as we finally have a few minutes now to talk off camera?
Obviously for Nordavind as well, that would be an interesting one because you've got Native Sapphics and the boys. Obviously we know them formally from our time at the Elite Series. Nods, got to know him very well.
Yeah, we got to know him pretty well.
Yeah. Quite a damaging player still as well, and obviously one that has been invested this entire time, still on his upward grind, still trying to get that trajectory further and further for him. North.
He's a grinder, he's a grafter.
Oh, he is. He puts in the graft, mate. He does not stop. His dad's obviously a fantastic man as well. One of the best I've ever met.
Native Sapphics' dad is a living legend. Mate. I don't know if you want to tell us some of those stories.
Goodness. Me and him had a dance-off, me and Native Sapphics' dad in Katowice. And it was incredible. He was popping moves like I had never seen before. It was absolutely ridiculous. I don't know, man. Native Sapphics' dad, what a guy. It's a shame he's not the coach.
Actually, speaking of that after party as well, Native Sapphics, I was telling him, I was like, big respect for you, because it was so easy for him to take the YouTube route. It felt like he was destined for it almost, where he could have easily kept his YouTube. He even tried his hand at commentating as well and got some really big gigs. And I think for him, it was the choice of passion, really. Does he want to be a pro player or does he want to be an on-camera presence? And I think for him, the feeling inside was, I want to be a pro player. I'm going to give it everything I have. And he did. And so far, it's been paying off. Obviously, he won the summit with Mouse Sports. We stood in with Karrigan, both being Danish. That synergy there definitely did help. And he walked away from that event with a lot of confidence, knowing that he could be in a roster that wins, quote unquote, tier 1 or high tier events. It's definitely something which he can go home from and bring into a new team. Hopefully, that team being Nordavind here, as he is going to be playing alongside some other familiar faces. Tensky, haven't seen him around for a while.
Yes. Obviously a former Dignitas man himself.
Yeah, I know. HS for the past few years definitely went on that lower trajectory. Let's see if he can bring it back into form for when he was on Penta. Native Sapphics, and then Croman as well, who ironically used to be on Dignitas as well, and then Rubino. So lots of, I hate to use the word recycled talent, but lots of players who were onto the scene, they fell out. They're always, it felt like a lot of these players as well, when we're looking at Croman, Tensky, HS, they were always that +1 that never made the shuffles. If there were shuffles between two teams, they were always the players that were left out.
Yeah.
And actually, there's some good experienced players on this roster, so they could definitely do some damage here in the qualifier.
Yeah, I'm actually excited to see how they do, because obviously, you know, in terms of the amount of players they have with skill on that team that have had this time to now sort of further push themselves a little bit, there's a lot there. It will be damn good. I mean, Group B and Group A both have a couple of stacked teams thrown into the mix. Obviously, the more known names, rather, as well, with North and Heroic. It's already started, and I can't speak. One game in.
Mate, it's because we're casting at 12 o'clock, that's why.
It's too early for us. We used those uber late nights where it gets to like 6 a.m. going to bed. Madness. But no, there is a lot of good talent here, Snods. I'm excited. I think the next couple of days are really going to show the cream of the crop. Obviously, once we get onto the weekend as well, that's where these games are going to be damn slobber knockers. So Saturday and Sunday, if you can only choose a couple of games to watch, those are definitely going to be the big boys once we get into the best of threes.
It's a good point you mentioned there, Jack. Sorry to interrupt you. You mentioned the fact of things being locked in, right? When we think about all of the exclusive leagues that there are right now in the world, Pro League, Flashpoint, etc., a few of these teams aren't a part of those exclusive leagues. And for those teams, your Apexes, Kova, Nordavind, etc., this is so important for experience versus tier 1 teams, because as the exclusivity increases throughout Counter-Strike, the opportunity for those newer teams to play versus tier 1 and tier 2 teams in official matches with high stakes is harder to find. So this Elisa Invitational, as the qualifier for Blast Showdown, is so important for a lot of these inexperienced players and inexperienced teams. I'm really excited to see if they can hang, if they can actually do well in the trial by fire.
Well, it's also the exposure you get from it, right? In terms of like the actual playing just throughout it, being on HLTV amongst these games, the potential for the actual rating growth you can get from it to try and creep a little bit further up to help you out in the long run is fantastic. Especially for a lot of the teams we actually have in here, it's a good way to come back through and be like, okay, this is the squad now, this is what we can do. For anyone that is waiting for a bit of an update of what's going on with the second game as well, seems like we're running about 5 minutes behind. Once we are ready, don't worry, we'll jump into the game. We'll kick this one off as soon as possible. Do not worry, your sweet little heads. Now, Snods, obviously the upcoming game is going to be GODSENT versus ENCE. So before we expand too far, let's reel it back in a little bit and talk about that one.
I was going to say, we're off on a tangent right now, aren't we?
I know, we've been expanding into the universe.
Let's love Counter-Strike.
We do. It's good to be back, mate. It's been a little while since me and you have casted together, so quite nice.
Went off to the PUBG Mobile, had a fantastic time there. Back doing Counter-Strike, really enjoying it. So life's good, mate. How about you?
Yeah, good indeed. It's fun to be able to commentate this qualifier. So our upcoming game, for everyone that is just joining us, is going to be GODSENT versus ENCE. We touched on the fact that Jampy could be a very explosive member of the squad. The map is going to be Dust 2 as well, so that provides even bigger opportunities for him to really pop off getting into the game.
Yeah, I think the exciting thing, or the narrative for us as the commentators to bring into this matchup here, Jack, has to be Jampy for the side of ENCE, and then as well on their T sides. How different is the structure of the terrorist side from ENCE going to be now that they have a new player on the roster? Now that they're not going to be recycling our tactics, now that things are going to be new, fresh, and, well, exciting for this Finnish team. And then obviously for GODSENT, it's Madden is a big question mark for me. You mentioned before in other online games that you've casted that he's been very impressive. So for me, he's the player that I'm going to be looking out for because I haven't seen him before in a match that I've casted. And then what is the form of Stiko following the departure from Mouse Sports? And then players such as Michael Ailey, what's his current form as well now on this GODSENT roster? And can they perform at the highest level? As right now they are 18th in the world on HLTV. And I might actually take a look as well at GODSENT just to see the form that they're in.
That's the interesting thing. Obviously, Madden right now, 1.1 rating.
They beat North only yesterday, Jack.
They've had quite a few good wins in recent history. Like, it's actually been going rather nicely for this team. It's been a slow and steady power creep through the HLTV ratings, right? It's not been sort of one random burst. It has been consistent growth over time. There's been a few blips thrown in there still, but they happen. It's online CS. You can't win them all.
It's true. It's true. I mean, even in Pro League as well, they beat ENCE 2-1, losing out to Vitality and Astralis 2-0 in both of those matches. But then again, Vitality, Astralis, a different caliber of team to what we're playing right now, which is going to be ENCE, who they did beat in Pro League only, 8 days ago. So who's their favorite, Jack? That's the next question, right? If this matchup's only happened, well, just over a week ago in a best of 3.
Yeah.
Well, if ENCE lost that best of 3 and they now have the damage to go over, that's going to be helping them in this matchup here. They have stuff to go off. But at the same time, they are completely different roster. And also, Jack, in that last game they played a week ago, the ENCE players would have known that ENCE was signing Jampy. Obviously, it wasn't known to the public at that time. There were a few rumors going around.
Yeah.
So the motivation in the team already would have been dipped anyway, knowing that you've got to have a roster change coming in very shortly. So, yeah, this is a completely different game to what we saw last time. And I think ENCE are going to be the favorites here. You know, it's the honeymoon phase. We know about it.
It does work out. Like, a lot of the time, obviously, when we see those big changes coming in, especially a player like this that is basically going to be walking into the squad hoping to show his worth straight away and really make a name for himself, that's where you get those big explosive moments, sort of, you know, the cinematic opening for him joining your team. One interesting tidbit to take away from that, though, as you were touching on with a game they actually played last time in the best of 3 versus ENCE, last map of that series was Dust 2. Now, that ended 16-4 in favor of GODSENT. That's an absolute blowout, Snot. Obviously, that was after an overtime game that was won by GODSENT. So, you know, quite a demoralizing game to lose it out in the end there. Very tight halves on Nuke. 16-4 on Dust 2 does not bode well. Obviously, different rosters, so there is still that caveat to take into account. But it could be interesting. You look at something like that, it does get you pondering.
So, Jack, I believe the match is now live. Should be going into it very shortly. What's your prediction for this one on Dust 2? You mentioned before 16-4 last time they played. How about this time they're playing?
You know what? I'm going to go on the gamble play. I'm going to say that I think ENCE do win it. I think we're actually going to have quite a tight game here, like 16-12, 16-11, that sort of region. But I think ENCE take it. I think this is going to be a field day for Jampy. You've gone to a map like Dust 2. Ideally, if they literally just play that aggressive style of CS, there's so much that can come from it, right? If you've got your opening game, essentially, with a new roster, Dust 2 is the just breeding ground for you to be able to pop off. And as you said, it does look like we are ready to get underway with this game. So we can slip on inside for this one. GODSENT versus ENCE. This should be a bit of a slobber knocker.
Excited for this one, Jack. Very excited for this one. And it's on Dust 2 as well. Doesn't get much better than that. ENCE going to be starting on the CT side here. Yampy going to be the first player that we are witnessing. Currently going towards B as well. So we may be playing that mid-B style of AWPing, which, well, ZywOo made very, very strong on the side of Vitality. But obviously, with the AWP and on Dust 2, you can be very mobile with that AWP.
Oh, you can. There's so many opportunities for it. I'm so glad it's on Dust 2 as well. This is just going to be a fantastic little affair. Yampy playing in the close corner as he sits waiting for the B run out. Supported, of course. They do decide to deviate from it initially. Going to be backing off, playing quite restricted on this one. It's a slow default that's come out from GODSENT. They're not trying to jump the gun. They're just taking a little bit of control, making their move slowly towards short. A site is pretty open at this point. Only Alu is in position to really contain them. He's playing from cards, that USP in hand, Snods. Let's see if the sniper can pack a punch with his pistol prowess if they do push him. Yeah.
Alu, not with an AWP though towards cards. He's going to be coming more towards A long, exactly where Aerial is residing. Michael Ailey and the boys here towards top mid going to be rekindling their efforts now towards the A long position, with the lurk play coming out from Zen as well towards short. See if that's going to be effective for him. As Aerial could have the bait as well from Alu if he decides to hide. Let's see what happens.
Aerial didn't quite get the punishing shots off early on. Flash as they try and clear towards pit. It's a little bit staggered, but it still works out. Stiko will pop him right in the brain. The rotation comes back over. Sunny, he's caught out, exposed in the open. Didn't expect him to push up that quickly, Snods. Honed in towards short, and it is all going wrong. Everyone has fallen in a matter of seconds. GODSENT, as soon as they had long control, that was basically the round in the bag. They charged up, took A site. It looked a little bit all over the shop from ENCE in the last few moments of that one, Snods. It's a little bit worrying.
Yeah, it felt like as soon as Alu got one-tapped by the P250 of Madden there, it all just fell apart piece by piece. There was no trade frag for Aerial. There was no one there to bait for Aerial as well to try and have that 2 versus 1 duel towards long versus the side of ENCE. Instead, easily taken care of. And at that point, if the players who are towards CT, it's a 2 versus 5, Jack. There's nothing really you can do. Then you factor in the flank coming in from Zen, and it was all GG. But let's see then, into the live round now. It's going to be the flood in towards the B side. It's completely vacant, Jack. And yeah, it's going to be the save call now coming out from NCMP. This can be falling back now towards Carl.
Yeah, you do just save this one. There's no point going for it. They've got the investment to the scouts as well. They were hoping they'd just get the tags and bags off. Obviously, if you get a couple of tags out with the scouts, finish them off with the CZs or the Deagles, but that was not going to come to fruition this time around. At the very least, they should be able to get the full save. There's no real hunt from GODSENT. They're playing it smart. Also means they can keep on to all of these Mac 10s, take them through into the next round, try and get a little bit of bonus cash accumulated. So, going to be having a field day early on in this one.
Indeed, all 5 players staying alive for both of these teams, which means the MAC-10s haven't had their chance yet to farm the cash. And for ENCE, they keep all of their forced weaponry into round 3. The only thing they did concede was the round itself, as now it goes to 2-0 in favor of them on their T side. And for them, Jack, this would be a big win to beat ENCE, to beat their new roster with Yampy as well. Definitely going to be something they're proud of going forward, and a big test here for Yampy as well in his first game. Doesn't get to play those easier matches in his first HOTV game. So for ENCE, Michael Ailey making sweet work of the team here. As Yampy goes down 2. That scout on its lonesome, taking out 2 from ENCE.
Michael Ailey absolutely demolishing them there early on. Michael Ailey the bulldozer as he came through. Now, this should be an easy 3rd round picked up. If you can try and farm some of that cash towards those max spends and get a bit of a Biggie Smalls playoff, that would be the ideal scenario. And that is what they're going to do. They're going to charge through. SMG start to rack up a little bit of extra cash. They now go 3-0. GODSENT looking good into the early rounds, but here is where the game is actually going to begin. They might as well hold on to the weapons they have anyway, though. Obviously, they can build up a cash from this. You're not going to throw them away just for the sake of it. You are going up against a double AWP setup. Yampy and Alu, both with an AWP apiece. Now, this is going to be the true test.
Ooh, manages to dodge the shot there from the scout. Crystal coming out towards long. Chucks out the Molotov. Has the Mac-10 as well up close. Oh, aerial fully blind. Eventually going to be dispatched off by Madden. As down to Sunny. Good enough for one, but eventually traded out. And this is the issue here for ENCE. They haven't got those trade frags towards long, which means they're going to be giving up that portion of the map. Alu currently completely exposed to short, but it seems like he doesn't really care as GODSENT start to flee away from the A side of the map. Zen playing again towards the mid side of the map. This time not going to be lurking towards short, just holding for the rotations here from ENCE if they were lurking outside B. But as no one has cross-checked, they're going to be expecting only one player in this B side.
The issue is, bombs on Zen. Zen's just stuck at mid right now. Yampy, with a little flick, tags him through the door as well. Doesn't frag him, but he does at least tag him up, making this a little bit easier for Alu to try and strike like the wild viper that he is. They push out, he finds the first, goes back in for a little bit more because he's a hungry man, and he'll start to bite down upon them. They are all crumbling as Alu, from the car, make this one a drive-by, Snods. That was a very clean round.
Very clean indeed. Big balls on there for Alu, as he stayed at the car position the whole entire round. He didn't actually know that they had fallen back from long. And as soon as Yampy as well saw that player towards mid, maybe he was expecting a mid to be split. That's why he stayed car. Ooh, poor smoke there from Yampy, but luckily for him, Mike clearly is out of the angle.
Ooh.
Back 10 though for Zen, and he's going to be leading the charge, and that's exactly why. Here it comes then, Jack. The B rush is going to be annihilated here by Sergey. 3 kills for him. 5 versus 2. Minute 35 seconds left in the round.
Yeah, they've all been gunned down. Falling to their knees. But the mighty Sergey, as he absolutely annihilates them on the push in. Just 2 players surviving with Battle and Michaelele. Let's see if the M brothers can get up to much madness into this one. Nice little boost angle coming up for Michaelele, hoping that he could get ahead above the competition. But Sergey is just bouncing around like a rabbit. He was hungry for the ace. And of course, they're going to let him have it as he charges in. Shuts them all down. A fantastic round. Big opening spray down as well. I was confident.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, Sergey being the former star player of this ENCE roster, now with Yampy coming in trying to claim that spot, touted to be the next big talent with the AWP, that's going to be riling up your current star player. There's going to be some competition. We hope friendly and healthy competition inside this Finnish team. Although known to not be too animated while they play. Let's see them pushing towards lower tunnel. That's 2 AKs out the equation already, Jack. Yeah. Oh, and the third as well.
I mean, that's the thing. You talk about Yampy, right? He's already just taken down more than half the team in a matter of seconds with a classic lower push. A standard play to go for, but he made it look so elegant. I don't even know how he was able to pull off that final frag. Surely he should have gone down, but just wasn't punished. He can now save that AK. Happy days for him. The rest of the squad's now set up to win it, but he's actually gone for the smart play as well. Drop the AK back up towards short, so they do get that on Sunny. And then just pick up the AWP yourself. Zico and Michaelele both coming out towards long. They're going to go for the run boost peek across. It's bold, it's brash, but it might not be too brilliant. It's no one's peeking them. Yampy's just going to be holding the close angles. He watches from CT, waiting like a hawk, prepared to strike. They do double smoke it. There's a massive gap in the middle. They've got to jump over, and luckily they get their knees up just high enough to make it to the site.
Let's see then. A site is clear. 2 versus 4. Yampy surviving against the Molotov. Back now towards short as well. Going to be rejoining the remaining members here. As the spray, not going to work out though. Sergey takes them down in area as well. Going to be finishing off. As it is now going to go 3 for 3 into round 7. 4 players staying alive as well for ENCE, which means Jack they can start to bolster up their economy on their CT side. Oh, and this is exactly why an MP9 finding 2 kills, picks up the AK, gets the third as well onto Zen. And those are really important frags, not just for the economy, but for the confidence as well in your first game here for Yampy.
I don't think he needs any extra confidence, mate. He's already had far too much. Some of the bold plays he's been going for are fantastic. If he keeps that up, but help him, Stunts. Could be worrying.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
A classic quote.
Just wants to go for that same Freiburg-esque spray. The Dignitas are playing in the next game, it seems.
They're already warmed up. Now, tied up, 3-3 apiece. Minute and 25 into the round. Short control being slowly established by GODSENT as they start to make their move. Sunny. Working towards mid, listening out for that audio cue, seeing if he can actually spot them and get a read on what is afoot. It's just the one weapon in play as well, so they don't really have too much range to play with. Ideally a burst, but they can get into close range angles would be the best potential. Zen does have the Tech 9. It has been buffed slightly, obviously a little bit more of a run and gun machine again. They're going for another run boost, but this one's been denied by the Molotov. It was not meant to be. Crystal's Deagle, so does a bit of denying as these 50 cal bullets of pain start to rain down straight into the now corpse of Sergey.
It's a big kill to take. Cuts the map in half, but it seems like they are still going to be committing towards the A site. Alu with one with the off, Sunny as well with the AK. Turning the tide now back in favor, it seemed, for a second for ENCE. Alu now with so much to do. It's the last remaining player here. Michael Ailey as well, the D-Eagle. Alu there, perfect shot through the box. Going to be taken out by Stiko. 2 versus 1 now for Yampi. 1 versus 1 for him. Let's see then, as he is versus Madden. 22 seconds remaining. The bomb is now going towards short, and Madden takes him down. You mentioned it in the preface before the game started, Jack, that you were anticipating Madden to be the star player here for GODSENT, and he's showing us why.
He can pop off, mate, and he's done so already. Big round to clutch out. Alu did a lot of damage. Quite a cheeky frag he was able to find straight through the wall, but even those celebratory moments were in vain. It was not enough to be able to pick up the win. Straight back into round 8. Let's see if GODSENT can try and fly high. The extra momentum they're going to have off the back of winning that.
So, Alu now no longer playing towards Car, going to get more aggressive here and change his tempo with the AWP. Sign of a very experienced AWPer to change the pace that you play at. Catching your terrorist opposition off guard is so important. On this T side of Dust 2, there's so much going through your mind right now. There's the rotations through mid, what's happening along, short, so many plays that could happen, so many areas of the map to be taking control of. So just trying to see if he can catch a few of these players from GODSENT off guard. But so far, playing very passive on the T side as they're slowly, methodically taking control of Dust
2. Okay. Up towards mid. It's been this classic default that's come out from GODSENT. Essentially, we've seen their trump card. It's been revealed. They like to make this play up towards short and gain a split push on towards the A side to gain control. It's worked out quite a few times for them. It's only been if Alu or Yampi can actually play aggressively enough to quell it before it begins. Big utility usage early on, though. Sunny doing a ton of damage, strips a lot of HP off Crystal and Makelele, dropping them both towards 50. We're into the final 25 seconds of the game now. Seems like they've turned how they want to play this one. Instead, going for a mid to be split. Smoke goes down. Jampy's still got aggressive Cardinals control. Sergey's the one that's made the ultimate play, potentially. He's got in through the back line, walked around through the smoke, but Crystal spots him, Snods, shuts it down. It could have been so pivotal to the success of the round. Instead, it's a 4-on-3 retake. It's up to ENCE to decide how they want to approach this one. If they even want to go for it, it could be too risky as the cash is awful.
It's going to be the same. Has to be the safe here. Yeah, it's going to be called. Jack, miscommunication there. Sergey spots the players going through window, flooding in towards that B bomb site. He's obviously given the call over to Yampi that they are in B. He pushes tunnel to try and take a 1 versus 1 and not get swarmed on that site. I just don't think Yampi was expecting Madden to charge into B, instantly rush towards tunnel and catch him off guard. Once again though, Jack, Madden being almost the MVP of that round, getting an entry once again here for the T side of GODSENT. Going into round number 9, and Madden 8 kills. Next to him is Stiko on 6. Michael Ailey had a very hot start with the scout, getting 2 in that second round. He's now on 4. And then on the side of ENCE, it's Sergey at 7 kills, but apart from that, things are rather stalemate here, early doors.
Round 9. GODSENT. A lot of their default has essentially just been early mid control, setting themselves up towards short. Let's see if things deviate. Or if they're going to start to actually adapt that plan. Potentially just going for a contact play straight through mid. They're going to be flashed out, but Yampi, unfazed by this. He was playing the anti-flash angle, had support, peeks out and takes down Madden. That's a big opening frag to find. He's been such an explosive member of GODSENT. He's been the one finding the nooks and crannies to burrow into. There is a trade back at the very least, meaning this is still a 4-on-4, and this round is going to be in tight contention going forward.
Big kill there from Ariel. Finding the entry early on. As he does go down long. Sunny there clearing out the long position. Bull throughout that smoke as well. So Sergey now holding towards mid, 52 seconds left on the clock. It seems like GODSENT are going to be retaking control now towards a long. But there's so much time that they have to use now to clear out all of these angles that Sunny could be. All because he threw that one smoke. However, quickly going to be dealt with now as they start to make their onslaught towards this A site. Question is, though, can the Finns hold them off?
Oh, Michael, he's going to be walking into two men, ready to wildly swing. They do push him at the same time, but he still gets one of them. That was actually almost a double. And this is where instantly there is a resurgence from the CT side, though. Down to Crystal and Stiko, the last two remaining teams. They've got bomb site control. Bomb is going to be planted, and they need to quickly adjust themselves into post-plant. Yampy, lucky there. Spotted him out. He dived off the site, trying to make his move over towards Gandalf. Once that smoke fades, he's already a little bit paranoid, but he misses the shot. That was the easy one. Instead, Stiko gets away with 2 frags as he's starting to absolutely annihilate them. Snods, a hat-trick of headshots.
Wow.
Oh, all off of the one misflick from Yampy. He's going to be kicking himself.
It's windy out there on Dust 2. Whew.
It does look
It's
windy.
an easy shot. Yeah, it gives space for Stiko. Stiko being such a cool, calm, and collected player. As soon as you give him an inch, he'll take a mile off you. And just like that, the pause is going to be coming out from GODSENT. They're probably going to be elated from the 1 versus 3 clutch there from Stiko. But more than just the 6th round, Jack. That's also going to be breaking the economy here of ENCE, as they are now down to $3,000, well, actually sub $3,000 a piece beside and Yampy. And now the tough decision as to what to do. Seems likely that they shall save this round, buy up into the next one, into round 11. However, though, Jack, that would concede a 7th round potentially for GODSENT already, just 11 rounds in, if it goes that far for Dust 2.
That is a monstrous round for him to be able to pick up like that. Huge impact as well. And that is demoralizing. That's one of those rounds that not only affects you individually, but really slows down the momentum of the squad. It's quite worrying. They've gone for the short burst. But instead, it's just going to be 3 players that will swing wide at mid, attempt to establish early mid control, build off the back of it, if possible. GODSENT, if they gamble correctly here, it could work out very well for them. Long is open. You've only got the 3 players that will be up on short. Alu has a nade and a single flash. That's pretty much all the utility they have to play with. But they've readjusted. Snods, this is going to be on 5-on-5 brawl at the A side.
Let's see then. ENCE have made the correct stack here towards the A site. Stiko going to be going in first, seemingly confident from his prior round play. Push coming in. Let's see what he can find. Molotov out towards elevator. The rest of his team are here as well. The flashbang's perfect. He is blind, but it seems like a team flash as well as the second one, though, is going to work. But with no armor and just USPs, they are going to be easy work here for the AKs and Glocks from the T side. Only losing 1 player. I'll make it a second. Actually, Stiko goes down for Sergey. As he tries to make it yet another one, but he can't. It's going to be 7-3 and 3 players surviving here for GODSENT as their money is continuously going to swerve.
And this is where things do get a little bit worrying, right? Bear in mind, the last time these 2 teams fought on Dust 2, it was a 16-4 victory for GODSENT. And they've got 1 round of leeway still to play with, so you never know. But for GODSENT, they're already making quick work on this T side. They look so mobile, the aggression's been there. They have had the skeleton key to any bomb site they want to go into. Now ENCE have money again. This double up setup was pretty impactful. When they actually had the cash to get it out, it worked out nicely. Alu did a lot of damage. He had a free K from Car. Yampy was playing quite aggressively with his and finding openings. Will that be the same story this time around? That is going to be the bigger question. Alu is back over by Car once again. Yampy playing aggressive towards front B tunnels. Same setup we saw them run.
It is indeed. Alu now once again at Car. Molotov is good. It will leave them at bay for a few more seconds. They do have Stiko as well lurking towards long. He's going to have to take that 1 versus 1 duel eventually versus Aerial. Or he may actually decide to lurk and play much slower, depending on how effective his 4 remaining teammates are at executing towards this A site. And here come the smokes. Here come the flashbangs. Let's see what happens.
Find out, Snods, will this execution work out for them? Is this sniper with a hell of a scope going to be able to take out a cop or two? Finds the first as Madden will hit the DECK. Flashbang comes over. He's trying to push in as Sunny as well looks to establish very early control. They're not willing to give this site up and they want to stop that bomb plant if possible. But Mikelele is the only real line of defense. He fires back with his sniper rifle and sends them off to bed. But the response with the M4s is to just bring the ruckus even louder, charging in towards the site and kicking up a massive fuss. They're all falling to pieces. It comes down to Stiko, but he's got to be quick. Sunny's jumped on the bomb. He's tapped it, come off to try and go for the bold play, but he doesn't have a head. So I don't think he's going to be able to defuse that one. AWP is safe for Stiko, and that is now an 8-3 scoreline. GODSENT thriving in the chaos, Nods.
Stiko now on 17 kills. He's had 10 kills in the past, 3 rounds at that. Performance here from him, as they are going to be going for the double flashbang, which probably means they're going to be flooding out long, and yes, they are. Here it comes then. There's 2 players here. Once again, Yampi and Aerial, but down to just a Deagle and a CZ to try and, as you say, quell off this aggression here from GODSENT, but going to be falling back now to a more defensive position at the A site, and Aerial going to be taking that CZ away from long and into close quarters proximity here towards A short. Although, seems like GODSENT have caught wind of this, as now they start to trickle out of the long doors.
Didn't fancy taking the startling fight from a frightening height up on top of the site. Instead, drop down, playing from the corner with a scout in hand, looking to see if anyone's going to push up towards long. Does spot out the head, but can't quite give him a free haircut just yet, Snods. Quarantine and all that. I know everyone's gagging for a haircut.
Oh, mate, my trim is dead, as we say over here.
And that's exactly how GODSENT are going to want to be leaving the ENCE players.
I was waiting to see how you're going to transition that.
Sergey, though, might actually have other ideas in mind, Snods. He's got the Deagle. He's playing the close angle in front tons. Actually lucky to even get back towards the site as well. If he got one, maybe there was a potential to try and slow it down. Ideally, the sweet spot would have been 2. But they've taken site control, and they're just picking them off one by one. They're just charging in. Obviously, it's a bit of a throwaway round as well. They don't have much to play with, but this is the worst possible outcome, Snods. It's just target practice for GODSENT.
Yeah, they're making this look scarily easy versus ENCE in their debut matchup. It was an eco, though, or a quasi-buy coming out from ENCE. They had a scout and they had a few CZs and Deagles, but only one player, and that being Stiko, going down, but not before Stiko gained 2 kills, so now he's on 19. Nearly at 20 kills before we even concluded the first half here on Dust 2. Mikelele trying to finish off Aerial, as he does manage to scamper away, but look who's behind him. It's going to be Zen to finish him off. 9-3, Jack, as we are now going to be entering into round 13. And this is where it's do or die for ENCE. If they bring this one back and make it 9-6 or 10-5, it is salvageable on that T half for them. Although, if it does end 11-4, 12-3, you have to be favouring GODSENT here.
You really do. Like, if past results are anything to go by just to give us an inkling of how this game's going to develop, this is a worrying first half, right? Although, yeah, as we said, the star power from Yampi has had its times where it shined. That's not going to save your entire CT side setup. So we better hope over on T side they've got a little bit more fuel really start to burn a bit brighter. Meanwhile, into round 13, minute and 25 seconds on the clock. Aerial lurking by the pit, waiting for the push to come out. Let's see if he's going to be on top of the world with this one. Finds the first head as Stiko will fall down to the ground immediately. A good way to try and at least slow down the push. And Sergey's rotating back in as well to support. Molotov could be huge in this scenario to, if not do damage, at least keep some crowd control in play.
Let's see then. 5 versus 3. 1 minute on the clock now for GODSENT, and how do they best utilize that? Going to be both staying as a 3-man wolf pack here towards middle. Maybe they can try and gang up here, go towards short. Maybe they can have 2 short, 1 lurk mid. I know that Zen likes to lurk there. And it seems like they are going to be going, oh no, they're not going to be going for that call. That smoke middle actually going to be deterring them from having a lurk. Instead, going to be joining forces here towards short. But Sunny, he's ready for it. Going to be leaving middle, comes out towards car, in the exact position he needs to be.
Madden Taking the head off Alu, no lurking today. However, the shenanigans get much worse when Aerial strikes. That's the bomb drop down, Snods. You've left yourself with your pants around your ankles. Luckily for Michaelele, very proficient at this subject, pushes you in with the AWP and does frag against Aerial, leaving it all in the capable hands of Madden. Although when you give him a 1v3 to go up against, it's a tall order at the best of times. He does crumble under the pressure, falling to Sunny. Bit too bright on that one.
Nice. Round 14 then. Big round win there for ENCE. Let's see if they can start to get some going in a row. Make it 9-6 at best here. As they have the single op set up once again. Going to be Yampy on the rifle this time. That was the big question before coming into this matchup as well, was who is going to be the primary AWPer for the ENCE team? Will it be Alu or will it be Yampy? Seems like it is going to be Alu for now. Reminding me of that Kenny S and Kaylee situation on the former Titan before obviously we know what happened there. But that same situation where it's like the passing of the torch from one AWPer to another. And there you have it. Alu can be taken out clearly with ease. Yankee asking for the boost as well, and it's going to work perfectly.
Ooh, Madden. Confident stuff. Pushes out. Takes a lot of utility damage, but just stands his ground when he's given the opportunity to strike. He scalps the first, and then falls back through middle. Unfortunately, though, this split push is now just left on an individual push as the teammates have started to crumble towards long. Alu with a bit of a whiff. That could have been the round secured. Instead, it still falls into a bit of disarray, and you've given Madden an opportunity. AWP in hand, pushes out, secures the bomb site. Nades going off all around him. The peek from Aerial. It's a little bit of a struggle, but he brings it back and does take down Madden, at least giving them a 5th round and a half.
Madden with the 2K. Couldn't quite dunk it though, could he? For the clutch, but it gets to the final round of the first half. 9-5 here. It's now ENCE looking much stronger once they realize what's at stake. Didn't opt to go for the double AWP setup though, Jack. They could have actually saved that final AWP from Madden, so they are going to be sticking to their guns, quite literally. 4 rifles, and then the single AWP setup here for Alu. That may mean they might expect a mid to be split here coming out from GODSENT, because time and time again, Sunny and co have been so strong at turning their A execute into disarray. And yeah, as I say that, the bomb is now making its way towards B. Let's see though, Alu now playing towards CT, not playing towards short, allowing for him to hold off for that mid to B split if GODSENT were to go for that play. So very good read here coming out from the side of ENCE.
Lele gets the opening pick onto Jampy. Stiko gets dinked by Circuit as he's gliding through the air. That's certainly one way to drop their HP. He is able to finish him off as well. So it is a 3-on-4 retake. Entirely possible. If not, going to be a bit of a rough ride. They don't really have much utility to play with. They can group up and try and make this work, but it's all off the back of one flash and one smoke. At least they have the kits.
The kits are almost a saving grace here as the bomb is ticking almost a third of the way ticked through. Now at the halfway point, they have to get it moving on. The problem is the AWP here for Alu towards the double doors isn't really the most effective weapon at close range. But as I say that, he gets to the AWP and the Deagle. Now down to Madden. And he's not going to manage it. It's going to go 6-9 in favor of GODSENT as ENCE do take the final 3 rounds. However, GODSENT still have their pause on this matchup, and I think actually if the pistol goes in favor of GODSENT, we could be witnessing a very, very fast second half for GODSENT's T side. 19 kills there for Stiko, 13 as well for Madden. Those two being the 1-2 punch combo for GODSENT so far on the T side of Dust 2.
Yeah, they've been doing work into this game, Snods. It's no surprise how powerful both of them have been. Now, 9-6, this actually does keep it darn close, so depending on the pistol round, we could have quite a spicy affair, which is hopefully what we get out of this, because these two teams are evenly matched in a lot of ways. Madden brought down to 52 HP early on. He was trying to go for the scout play towards mid, did get a bit of info, but his boldness won't really bring any rewards.
Smoke from Ali. Gonna be thrown out towards Xbox, I imagine. Yes, it is. So now they can go up towards short. Do they fake it, though? Go through mid. Do you ever play there if they wanted to? Sunny. It's going to be Flash. We can peek the angle. Spots no one out. Ooh. Ah, Stiko going to be peeking out with the flashbang from mid. Gets traded out. And now here comes the push towards A.
Trying to get that short control. It all depends on if they can converge at the same time. Alu with a P250 in hand, showing that he can definitely punish as Crystal will shatter. Switches it back out to a USP, so we can actually play from range towards long. And it's just on Zen and Michaelele. They're both really teetering on a knife's edge. They eventually do swing out, but Michaelele is gunned down by Sergey, but it all falls into the hands of Zen. Will he be calm enough to clutch this one? Jump spotting, suspects there could be a player towards Gandalf, paranoid about where Alu could be as well. Makes his move up on towards the site, trying to rapidly clear his angles, does spot him and land that bullet straight onto him, but the plant is designed specifically so that Alu can clutch this one and walk away with it. The spam's a bit awkward. He is getting the defuse off. Snots, he's run out of ammo. Oh no! That is the
This is the problem of when you play black bars, Jack. Those pixel shots are so difficult. I play black bars myself. I know how hard those shots are to land. It's like you're squinting with your eyes, just thinking, can I see his head? Is that his head? No, is that his shoulder? I don't know. This looks like a black almost blob from that far away, trying to land a headshot on his res, but runs up bullets, and the round is going to go in favor of GODSENT. And maybe, just maybe, that is enough here to get things started here for the international squad of GODSENT, who, as we mentioned in the preface before the game started, have a lot to prove here with their new roster up against a newly formed 6-man roster of ENCE.
That is one of the roughest ways to lose one of those rounds. Like, that stuff stays with you. It's like if you had cheese too close before going to bed, right? And you get bad dreams. You just be dreaming about that round over and over again. That is going to be a bit of a tilter. Hopefully, they can shake it off going into round 17 as they need to. 4 rounds difference between ENCE and GODSENT right now. Michaelele is the first to take a bit of damage. Vizier's dropped down to 62 HP. Alu will receive some of his own. It's just a slow default from ENCE as well. Essentially just playing 2-1-2 as they were spread out early on. They've now begun to regroup, button up a little bit better, and it seems to be a B split, Snods.
Let's see then. Towards that B site, it's going to be Crystal and Michaelele, but these are the 2 players that have the extra round weaponry, and that being the MP9 and the Scout. I don't know if they have the firepower here to really fight back versus the 5 players, especially as they lose them instantly. As Zen is good enough for 1, but look at this coming out from Yampe. Going to be traded out though by the MP9 of Madden. And he is low HP. It's all 2 versus 3 with the low HP of Madden and the AK being so easy to just pick up and escort away. They are going to be throwing in the towel here and saving. It's going to go 7-10. ENCE win the force.
Yeah, that's a save on that one, Chief. Nothing that you can really do with it, right? Back off, keep onto those weapons. You've got an AK on Madden, M4 and Stiko. They both have a little bit of armor still remaining as well. Stiko, not so much. It's been shot up a couple of times. And a Molotov, clutch onto those. Happy days, you've still got away with it. Otherwise, their cash would have been a little bit awful going into the next round, Snuds. And much like a rundown fairground, there just wouldn't have been a lot to go on.
Well, there's been quite a lot to go on so far. We are now, what, 17 rounds in? Well, 18th round is going to be live now, but we have seen 17 so far. And the surprise for me have been T-side from GODSENT, Madden and Stiko. The only issue that I would have with that, Jack, is a lot of the rounds that GODSENT have been winning have been off the back of individual plays. When we think of the clutches from Stiko, the entries from Madden on that terrorist side, and the only issue that I may have on the CT side is if they have to start playing more as a team and more structural CS, is that where ENCE start to pick them apart slowly in these slower rounds on their T side?
It could be. It could be the case. I mean, GODSENT's default essentially was just short control a lot of the rounds in and there. They found a big weakness towards the A site, right? There was a leak, and unfortunately for ENCE, they never called the plumbers in time before the kitchen sink fell through. So it was a bit worrying. It's not. They were wading around in water. Is that going to be the case here, though, for GODSENT? Are they going to have a massive leak on their CT side? Alu, striking with a Scout, takes down Stiko early on. Madden just going to jump spot it, at least get a bit of a read. But this is rough. They're taking so much damage and dropping so many players in the battle of attrition that this is going awfully.
2 versus 5 now. The bomb site is completely vacant here. Zen with 1 onto Yampi, but I don't think it's enough. Bomb has made its way now into the site, and they've got the lurk as well coming up from Sergey. Easily finding the head of Zen. We're down to Madden now towards CT, and he shall be saving. Question is, though, will they let him? And no, they won't. 8 to 10, Jack. As we enter round number 19. And it's looking like a well-oiled machine now on their T side.
Yeah, things have got slowly better for them as the game's developed. It seems like they're starting to hit that full speed. Alu gets the early tag off with a scout. That'll be beneficial as this one goes on. But for Sunny, he's just playing it like a gangster snot. He goes for the flash straight out, swings wide with the MAC-10, takes down Michaelele, leaving him dead in the alley. It's worked out very well initially on the T side, and they get a little bit more as well. ENCE are just smashing their way through the defenses, and GODSENT don't even know what's hit them. There's still 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the round.
Oh, I'm a big fan of that knife that Crystal's got. Woof! Wonder how much that's worth now. Although that might be the consolation prize that he has, just to stare at his expensive knife, as their economy isn't really worth that much right now. With the round loss bonus coming in, Michaelele may be forced onto an AWP no Kevlar. As if we remember, they won the pistol, then got instantly reset. Yeah, he's going to have $5,100, so that does mean a glass cannon AWP if he does wish to buy it. Instead, he's going to buy the AUG. And what that tells me, Jack, is he's going to be playing very passive towards B. He may even be playing back plat here, or he could be playing a position towards mid towards short.
Now, the interesting thing to keep in mind with this, Nods, is that the AUG scope accuracy is actually a bit worse than it used to be now, whereas its hip fire's improved. So it's not as effective for holding angles with the scope anymore. It was a really interesting change that came in, so I wonder how that could affect things.
That's an Ezio comment to make.
Get it in there, little.
Did he tell you?
No. Let's read the patch notes. Aerial, though, he's popping off stars with that MAC-10. Been able to gun down 2 of them early on. Everything's just crumbling right now for the CT side. It seems like there's no trade potential in a lot of the fights that's being taken. GODSENT on T, they look confident. They look like a lion just charging in there. Now they've moved over to their CT side, Snods. It's like a house cat.
Able to walk wherever they want to, it seems. As they have domesticated GODSENT on their CT side. And what's really interesting as well, the fact that we do have Yampy making his debut, you would actually expect that having a new player on the roster in their first official match to actually be better on their CT side, right? Yampy can play how he normally does in FPL. He can play his own positions all by his lonesome, if he's playing mid as he was prior. But actually it's easier to plug and play the T side because it's looser, it's freer. You can have more autonomy over what you want to do. You can be more relaxed. On the CT side, there's much higher level of communication required depending on where the T's are going, retakes, positioning, placement of, the CT players themselves. Whereas on the T side, it seems like once ENCE have found their footing now with this new roster, they can have their IGL, making the correct calls, as long as they're all following it, they can run like a well-oiled machine from the get-go. And they're just doing contact plays with his team, Jack. As you said before, Sunny is just running around the map, and here we have it again. Aerial this time towards long, takes the scalp off of Michaelele, and once again, we're into a favorable position. Yeah, now it's 2. 5 versus 3, Jack.
Yeah, it's so easy. They're literally just playing individual aim duels and winning the majority of them. Obviously, this round you can take with a grain of salt because in reality, it's just pistols that GODSENT have. They're not really there packing a punch with their M4s in play. The same theory does apply. There hasn't really been many opportunities for them to actually trade for each other. It just looks a little bit fragmented on their CT side, and in reality it gets worrying now, because finally ENCE have taken the lead here. After this round, if for some reason it doesn't go completely south, this should be an 11-10.
Yep. And I think once ENCE do get the grasp on the lead in this matchup, I don't think they're going to be letting go of it, Jack. As all the momentum is currently favouring the Finns. As we are on the eco here from GODSENT. So yeah, it is going to go to 11. And with that as well, the majority, if not all of the players from ENCE, if they do have 5 alive, Jack, are going to go to $10,000 in their bank accounts. Which means they can essentially buy up for 2, 3, 4 rounds going forward, depending on the round loss bonus as well, if they do lose consecutive rounds. So really dire situation here from GODSENT, and it makes sense to go for the second time out.
You need it. You need to take it. You have to use them. We still see so many teams that struggle to actually make the most out of the timeouts that are given to them, right? Especially in a qualifier like this. This is where it turns into crunch time. You've lost a couple of rounds now. Normally the sweet spot is around 3 rounds on the trot. That's where you go, okay, even if we need just a moment to breathe, talk about it, and switch things up going forward, this is your opportunity to do so. Hopefully, it allows them to adjust things. And one of the potential factors that could do just that is the fact they've gone for a double up setup. One on Zen, one on Mikelele. Interested to see what the changes for the setup will actually be. 2 players deep towards long, and they've got 1 on site.
This, to me, is desperation here. Almost as if we've tried everything we have and it's not working. Let's bring out a double op setup and see if we can try and counter the aggressive plays, because in terms of skill, they can't quite match ENCE. And this is exactly why, because they can walk through. Although, this time, without the AUG, and the AWP instead, Mikelele makes quick work of Sunny. Smoke comes in towards mid to B. Zen as well, the second. It is working very well for them here so far. Stico can be dispatched off towards long.
Madden eliminating Sergey early on. Leaves this into a 2 versus 3. Only one of the AWPs remain in play, and potentially not for long. Mikelele just storming forward. Gets attacked by Aerial Jampy. That headshot is absolutely ridiculous. The snap reactions from this man as he breaks his neck. Left in the 1v1, teetering around the smoke. A little bit precautious, worrying about the potential angles that he could be pushed from. He doesn't want to make any incorrect moves. Crystal slowly starts to push up, while Jampy is just looking to raise hell like Smoking Joe Fraser, the Hellraiser. And there was definitely some flavor to those kills, Snods.
This is bad news for GODSENT. Jampy seems to be finding his footing here in his first official match for his new roster. 2 pixel-perfect headshots there with the AK, showing that his skill and his talent goes deeper than just the big green gun. 12 to 10, 2 advantage now as well here for ENCE. As Zen onto the 5-7. MP9 there for Crystal. Scout for Mikelele. Besides that, 2 M4s for Madden and Stico. And the CTs are trying to get aggressive here, but it's going to be smoked off towards the B site. There are 3 players from ENCE here with the bomb, waiting to potentially go for that mid to B split. And with that, Mikelele now going to be... Oh, I nearly said smoking towards mid to B, but actually going to be scoping towards mid to B with the scout. He's going to be smoking off, hasn't got one left anymore. And with that, a much weaker B defense, as he's playing a scout now instead of the AWP at that mid doors position.
Well, 10 Snods. 55 seconds left on the clock as we're starting to get quite close towards crunch time. A bit of damage done to 2 of the ENCE players. Jampy down to 53, Sunny on 28. Meanwhile, for GODSENT, they're just playing 2 a site. Only 4 players alive, and in reality, their arsenal is lackluster. Their weapons really aren't going to have too much stopping power to them. And the call appears to have been made to go for a split push on towards the A sites. They're going to be vastly outnumbered when they come a knocking.
It's true. Although the tag does land here, maybe that's the silver lining they were looking for.
Oh, there was so much potential. If Madden was actually able to get that second frag onto Jampy, the whole thing could have been changed. Instead, it's your boy Jampy, and you know he's not going to miss. And it falls into this, the chaos of a 2-man retake with Crystal and Zen. Zen burning to a crisp as he's been sent off to the Burns ward. He didn't even realize what was going down. And talking of going down, that's Crystal hitting the deck as he's been gunned down by Sergey.
Yeah, what's that now? I mean, I think it's 7 rounds in a row. Yeah, indeed it is. 7 rounds to be won in a row for the side of ENCE, and it reflects on their economy as well. They now have enough money to essentially buy for the rest of the half, because if GODSENT start winning, the round loss bonus starts to kick into effect. At that point, if you're GODSENT, you have to win 6 buy rounds. You don't get any freebies here versus Glocks, unfortunately. Let's see, though, if Jampy can find any freebies, Jack.
Jampy, the only thing he's getting for free is a bullet straight to the cranium, Snods. He's gone down like a sack of potatoes. Now we're left a 4-on-4 ENCE. They get this, they're going to be up 4 rounds. Be in a huge position to try and teeter over the edge to win this one. Madden doing his best Dragon Force impression as he's fighting through the fire and the flames. Luckily, they actually land either side of him. He's given a clean shot onto Sergey and now throws this back into the favor of GODSENT. This round's gone quite nicely so far. Unless Sunny can really throw a massive spanner into the works, Nods, this could be a GODSENT pickup.
This kill is so pivotal here. And actually, the delay that he's managed to do here, allowing for 2 more players to rotate in now towards the B side, but Jack is sort of ruse. It's sort of fake. real player going to be coming in towards the A site. There's only a sole player from GODSENT. And that's just going to be Madden, all on his lonesome here towards CT. The issue as well is he can't actually see them from short on towards the A site. The bomb shall go down. It's a 3 versus 4.
I thought they heard him. He ran. He actually ran up towards elevator, but he's gotten away with a peek on Alu as he charges towards long. Madden's picked up 2 frags. That's 4 in total. This could be an ace and a clutch for GODSENT if Sunny messes up. Although he gets the first, peeks out. He needs to try and take down the bomb diffuser. He's tapping at them one by one. He will get the headshot on Michaelele, and it's doable.
Oh no!
How has he won this round? Sunny, shining bright as you like.
That's a kick in the teeth for GODSENT. So 1 versus 4, Jack. That range as well. Look at the weaponry that they're working with. It's the Soul AK onto Madden. He couldn't quite land the shot. And besides that, it's an MP9 and Deagles at the range from pit all the way to the A-bomb site. Wasn't quite enough. And with that, ENCE are going to be fired up. Already aggressive into mid is Alu. 5 versus 4. This is looking like a field day here, although Zen brings it back into a 4 versus 4 before the B split can happen. But in a 4 versus 4, we know who that favors, Jack. It favors the T's because look how split up the CT side defense is.
This is a worrying position to be in for GODSENT. Although at least this round is still close. 3-on-3, B-bomb site control established, though it's been taken as the domain of the T's, and they've lost Deco. Zen does switch on Sergey and is able to pull that frag out of the bag. He was trying to retreat, though, getting into a better position to play with Madden. He couldn't do it. He was found and fragged, and it all falls onto that man. Madden, not fancying the AWP, instead switches out to an M4, prefers to be able to play up close and personal. Flashbang through the door, hoping that he can try and bring the pain. It was not meant to be. Again, another frag from Sunny. Another round for ENCE, and they're in a dominant position now.
Match point for the Finns, and they've got 5 of them to work with, Jack, and also a plethora and abundance of cash at their disposal. This should be easy footing here for the favourites in this matchup, although they didn't look like the favourites for the entirety of this game, did they? Michaelele now losing out that duel versus Alu. She once previously annihilated him and Yampi in. Stika this time could be getting aggressive towards long. Madden was successful, although it seems like Sergey is expecting it this time.
Short control. Ingdi. Play from ENCE in this round. Very well could be the final round of this best of 1 if it goes their way. Starting to make their move up towards the A site. The only player that could really have a massive impact against this is Michaelele, and he's only on 12 HP with a mere scout, not even an AWP to try and be a bit of a showstopper. This is worrying, Snots. They've already lost Zen. They're really in a dire position. There's only 50 seconds left on the round as well, so they do go for a burst play. Most likely be relatively soon.
Let's see then. Michaelele, 12 HP at the car. He isn't playing the headshot angle. I wouldn't be expecting him to be crouched behind the car. He may just be taking a shot and then falling back to the left, out of line of sight of the players who do come charging towards the A site. Although 1 bullet and he is dead. And look at the HP as well. All of the players above 79 from the side of ENCE. So yeah, the tag comes through, manages to fall back though. He doesn't. He misses, Jack.
He missed, and he didn't survive for long. And at this point, no one's surviving. The MP9's the only thing that's had impact into the round. Crystal's going to run out middle, but he didn't expect the lurk, and the lurk will be ready for him. Sergey finds the frag, 16-10. ENCE overthrow GODSENT. The last time they faced off on Dust 2, it was a 16-4 victory for GODSENT. Today, that was not meant to be, Snods. They've blundered there in quite a few rounds. Their T side was really quite perfect for the most part. The default was good, the actual trading was nice, but none of those things carried over to CT.
Yeah, and now seeing the highlights as well, we saw that early play from Yampi getting that 3K, and it really felt like the momentum shift for ENCE after Yampi did get that 3K aggressive push towards Miloa. And then many of the big clutches as well coming out from Stika here early on, as I think we may be witnessing one very, very shortly here on the replays. But yeah, as you said before, Jack, this is a game of 2 tales. The first being in favor of GODSENT, who thought they were almost destined to take this map with how well they played on their T side. It was towards those last 2 or so rounds of that terrorist side of GODSENT where they lost versus ENCE. They made it that 6-9 scoreline, and then suddenly everything went south.
It did. It really did. It all just started to fall to pieces from that point forward. I mean, 16-10. We actually take a look back at it as well. We can see in terms of impact, Yampi actually only had 16 frags to his name. Now, obviously, if you take a quick glance at that, it'd be like, okay, he didn't actually do that much throughout the course of the game. In terms of impact frags, he still actually did quite a bit. There was a lot of moments on the CT side where he won a couple of rounds individually. Individual brilliance was definitely shining through, but Alu and Sunny were by far the consistent key men from me, especially if you just even give it to one round. The fact that Sunny basically went, oh, you want to try and make the game a bit longer? No, I'm all right. And just gets a 4K. Madness. Sheer madness.
Amazing. And for me as well, one of the questions I had coming into this was the primary AWP position of Ali versus Yampi. And obviously, we're going to find that out very quickly on a map like Dust 2, with the AWP being brought into play. And we saw Ali was the primary AWP towards the A-long position, Yampi playing towards mid doors and that mid to B sort of area with a rifle. And obviously, he would have had the secondary AWP if they could have afforded it. Again, though, bringing up again, those Steco clutches just resetting the economy early on for ENCE, which really meant they couldn't get that double AWP running for their CT side. But on the T side, I mean, it was just so easy for them. Yampi with the AK, making quick work of many of the players from GODSENT. Alu's AWP being very concrete, always finding that one kill, and then allowing for the other players there from the ENCE roster to really shine, give them space in those 3 versus 3s and 2 versus 2 clutches, especially Sunny, as well as we saw before.
Man, there was a lot of great moments throughout that one. You know, we were hoping for a bit of a slobber knocker. It wasn't exactly a long game, but we definitely got some beautiful punches. None of them were thrown throughout that one, right? Like, as you said, that Steco clutch, really, that must have been such a tilter.
The 1 versus 4.
Oh, yeah, that was huge. No, that was lovely. And it is only our second game as well. There is definitely a whole lot more to come. If you have a look at the schedule that is up on screen now, as you can see, we've just closed out GODSENT versus ENCE. Moving on from this, Snods, we're going to be coming back in about 25, 26 minutes for our next game.
Dig versus ENCE.
That one actually should be quite fun. Any quick thoughts on that before we head to a brief break?
Gosh, how long have I got? 20 minutes? Yeah, 20 minutes to try and think about what I'm going to say about that one. Let me have a think off the bat. Dig versus ENCE, very, very interesting. I think it comes down to how much practice does ENCE have with Yampi on the 6-man roster, because we know that Dig now have had, what, 1.5 months so far as the roster. I remember actually watching their bootcamp videos as well. They've been taking this very seriously for many weeks now. And for ENCE, how much time have they had to practice with Yampi? Because remember, Jack, they're playing in Pro League, they're playing in other online leagues, which means they have to play with their former 5th. How much practice they have offline with Yampi, I don't know. I think Dig win this one. Although, if you'd ask this question in 2 months' time, maybe ENCE take it. Maybe ENCE take it in a month's time. But I think right now, Dig are the favorite.
No, I'd probably agree with you. Obviously, just on raw results and what we've seen in terms of a known quantity, Dignitas are probably a little bit more up there when it comes to our initial stock we'll give out. But after that display we just seen from ENCE, I think there's a lot of room for improvement. And I agree with you. I think obviously Yampi there, he's shown there was definitely some good initiative. Some of the plays he went for, quite bold, confident plays. Those are the sort of things you need once you've got the basics ironed out. Obviously that's something they can do as time goes on, but they really need to do the best they can tonight. Obviously that is going to be their second game of the group. We're covering Group A here on the Elisa Invitational for today. Tomorrow we'll move on to break down Group B before we start getting into those playoff games over the weekend with our best of 3s. All of this is culminating for the top 2 teams to try and secure a spot at the upcoming Blast Showdown. You will not want to miss it. There's going to be more games coming up live tonight. When we plug back in, me and Snods will be guiding you through the action of ENCE versus Dignitas, our third best of 1 of the day in around 24 minutes. For the meantime, go get yourself some water, rehydrate a little bit, and come back for our next game after the break. Put you back there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back as we are going to be continuing on with the broadcast here today. Of course, coming up next here on the Elisa Invitational should be something a little bit spicy.
ENCE versus Dignitas.
I know, mate.
I can see, because the thing is, you mentally prepare so much for the introduction, don't you? And then mostly you let the smaller things slip away, such as the match coming up.
I was just getting the HLTV page back up. I wanted to see if there was some spice thrown in on this one.
I know. Yes, as you said though, ENCE versus Dignitas. So we're actually been going to the exact same map we saw before, which is going to be Dust 2. Are we going to be seeing a similar CT side from ENCE where they got battered in the early portion of the game versus GODSENT? Or was that more GODSENT being good individually? Madden, obviously Stiko as well with his amazing clutches. Or was that ENCE performing poorly themselves? So was it a mixture of both? Was it GODSENT being great or was it ENCE being bad? The truth is though, Jack, the T side we saw from ENCE was stellar. It felt like Yampi was much more relaxed, calm on that terrace side as well with the AK instead of the M4, which was playing quite, I don't say poorly, but scared in some situations towards that mid portion of the map. Definitely not as comfortable as he was with an AWP, which is obviously understandable, as Ali took away that primary AWP position from him currently. Not sure how long that will last, though. Is that just a passing of the torch? Is that just for the first iteration of the team for the first few weeks? Because bringing in a new primary AWP to a roster does shake things up heavily. And is it also a position for Alu to be proving his position to stay on ENCE as well? You know, now that they have Yampi as an AWP, if Yampi is shining on this roster with the AWP, and Alu is forced to come off of it as the primary AWP, well then where does that leave him in the 6-man roster?
That's a very good question, Snods. But we are already in. The odds are up on screen as well, as it's a 1.5 for Dignitas to 2.3 of ENCE. Talking of ENCE, though, they have already popped off. Sergey straight out towards long. He's not content with just a couple of kills. He'll make a hat-trick to open up the game, as already he is doing damage. Continuing on with the hype they must be feeling after playing their last game in the group on Dust 2 versus GODSENT just mere moments ago, Snods.
Yeah, 5 players still alive here for ENCE, as you said, thanks to Sergey. Let's see then, Forest trying to see if he can do any portion of damage here up against them, but it's not going to work out for him. Yampi easily taking care of him, and now it's just going to be exist into a 1 versus 5. It has a minute to work with, but unfortunately versus 5 players, his chances of success are going to be dwindling by the second. And just like that, man of the hour, speaking about prior, Alu making his mark into the round, and actually just missed the shot during the introduction, so it's nice to see it quickly on the replay. Ooh,
it was crisp.
Fade away, so clean. PT50 dropped to him, so there you go. 1-0 for ENCE.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is about Sergey, right? Normally he's a little bit of a LAN animal, but when you can't go to LAN events, I guess you just got to become an online animal, because he is mauling his way through the opponents. And it's a nice way to start things off. Yampi looking for a first pick as well, as Freiburg is going to hit the deck early on. And already we're left into a 4 versus 3, Snods.
Yeah, 4 versus 3, as you said, although not quite as equal in terms of the discussion of weaponry. 2 scouts here for Dignitas, and then the Deagle as well for Forest. Up against the rifles from ENCE. That should mean a 2-0 here. Pretty confidently here for the Finnish side. Also want to mention as well, Jack, what have Dignitas been doing for the past hour? Did they go straight into a scrim? Did they have a lunch break before this match started? Because if they have taken a bit of a breather between their game earlier on Nuke, now on Dust 2, are they going to be quite ramped up and ready as ENCE, who just played almost 30 rounds on Dust 2?
That is a good question, right? Obviously, a lot of it does come down to how much time have you actually had to get yourself warm and ready again, whereas ENCE, they've come out the gate absolutely pumping. Forest, however, is looking to try and cut down the opposition slightly. Let's do a nice bit of damage with the Deagle on the push in towards the B-bomb site. Hauser just firing off pot shots with a scout as well. It is a 2-on-3, but it seems like the call has been made already for Dignitas to just go for a full commit on the save, keep those 2 scouts, and then see what you can make do into the next few rounds. Alu actually could be hunting, though. It's a smart read. Make him move towards T-spawn. He needs to get his gun out, though, Snods, and be primed and ready, as there is a man waiting right round the corner. If he can get these guns out of their hands, it's going to be even better for him. It gets a little bit awkward. Tagged down to 30 HP. He doesn't want the run the risk of losing his gun, so he will just back off.
Back off. He shall. Get right here towards Cart, trying to see if he can save the scout. Does give away his location there with the pop shot onto Yampi, but Yampi on 22 HP, just going to be staying safe and sound for now as we do enter into round 3. Thanks to the double scout save from the last round, at least there is some firepower here for Dignitas. But besides that, the full eco jack for the remaining players here of Dig.
Yeah, just get this one over with, essentially. They could go for a bit of a Moose strat. I thought that might have been the call. Obviously, with the 2 scouts, right? You send everyone up mid, see if you can pack a punch, but not today. Straight in towards the B site. And this is going to be a very pretty sight for Get Right. As he fires off the first with a deagle, beheads Yampy, and puts it back into a 5-on-4. Oh, Hauser!
Oh, my!
God damn, Snods. The Hail Mary plays. He turns the corner with the scout. Dignitas, they are not going quietly into the night on this one. They want to win this eco.
Let's see then. Sergey going to be tagged out by one of the scouts. It's Hozak again, as he makes it 2 kills so far for him into this matchup, and it's all 5 players surviving for Dignitas. 2 there from the scout of Hauserk. Another one as well as the tags as well from that one that was dropped over to Freiburg, which are pivotal in being finished off by those P250s, because if you land 1 tag with that scout, even though he's on 20 HP, he's 2 shots to the body with a P250. He's also 1 shot to the head with the USP as well. And with the aim that these professional players have, it's very easy for them to try and convert those kills over. Let's see then, as the push now coming out towards A long. It is going to be versus the full buy. Freiburg takes 1, but it's going to be the quick trade there by the Mac 10.
Ariel always reaching new heights. Doesn't matter what weapons in his hand. He really is going to have quite a hefty role in the round. Hauserk, though, Snods. He's been the saving grace of this squadron. 2 kills with the AK, switches to the sidearm, and does a lot of damage, leaving it in the hands of the newcomer, Yampy. He wants to prove a point, and he's going to need to be pixel perfect to do so. 1 versus 2. Tons of time to work with, but they've got the bomb. Hauserk's covering it. And this makes the life of a young Yampy much, much harder.
As you said, something to prove. If he wins this round, he's going to be worth his weight in gold. Let's see. 50. No. Hauserk's just 2 crits today. Wipes him out the server. I tried to build it up, Jack, but there's nothing to build up. The only thing to build up here is the multitude of frags found there by Hauserk towards A long. And now it's 2 apiece. And let's see how this half continues on. Very exciting early on.
Yeah. This is a beautiful prospect to witness as well from Hauserk. Over on Nuke, right, we saw a moment of greatness from him, but now we're getting a whole lot more. This is like the director's cut. He is just going off. Early frag towards mid. That's Aerial removed straight away at the opener. Now, his AWP was by far the biggest impact we saw on Dig on Nuke, right? Some of the picks he was going for was completely shutting down anything that could come to fruition from Apeks. If he can do the same thing here on Dust 2, his role is going to be absolutely pivotal. And he's already proven that he's a monster with an M4. Let's see if he's going to have the AWP hand with the AWP.
Nice one. 3 players here from ENCE. Excuse me, it seems like all 4 players are here. Should be easy working here for Get Right. Although it seems they may have spoken too soon. Finds 1 kill, whips out the USB. Can be taken down by the Glock of Sunny, and maybe the plant as well. Oh, so close to get that additional injection of cash into the bank balance of the players from ENCE. But unfortunately for them, it's not going to happen. As, slow-mo.
The super slow-mo.
That's a bit too slow.
That was a little bit too slow.
The director's like, cut.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut it down. Just too confident. They're like, yeah, the stream's working. It's all good. Let's just get really into it. But yeah, that shot there at the start to kick things off from Hauserk was amazing. And look at the confidence on him to just ask his teammates to boost me here, flash me there. As now he gets aggressive towards short. But look who's here towards long. Sorry, excuse me, lower tunnel. It's Yampy.
Now, this play can work so well, right? And it's good because it's quite early on. They've utilized it, and it puts so much fear into the T side because they're a lot more paranoid about taking early mid control if you're going to go for these deep short plays. Hauserk pushed up with a scope. It's a little bit of an off angle, and it does favor the peeker, and he is going to be able to get the early damage off. That's also much worse if you then get beheaded by Yampy, who yumps up, and he'll be jumping for joy after that one. Gets the frag onto Freiburg. Forest is going to hit the deck. Exist has crumbled. And instantly, in a matter of seconds, Nod, this round has been completely blown out of the water. It's just Get Right that remains. Stuck in CT. But he's being pushed from all angles. And even a man like Get White can't withstand that many players coming at him at once. Get Right, mate. Get White.
Get it right, mate.
Get White.
Get it right. Get it right. It's Get Right.
Got quite a wet mouth. My coffee's refreshed the palate a little bit too much.
Well, actually, coffee is something that dehydrates.
It is.
So maybe you're actually dehydrated. You
might need some water.
Yeah,
very true.
That would be a smart decision. But anyway, round 7, 3 versus 3. So 5 versus 5 still. Although in that last game, ENCE were very swift to take out players from GODSENT at the start of the round on their T side, and let's see that. Halzerg again with the aggression, perfectly played there by him, catching Sonny off guard. I imagine he got the best B spawn from the start of the round, went for the peak, saw nothing, and then pushed for the information. And it seems like, that kill onto Sonny is a lot more than he bargained for. And with that, though, this is the ultimate test. Where are they going to be positioning themselves now on the CT side after getting their entry? Yeah, they are going to be in towards CT. They have players towards long. They can play a retake here towards A as long as they can deal with Sergey.
Now, his role in this has so much weight to it. But it depends if he's actually even given an opportunity to strike or if they're going to push into his domain. Alu has forced the rotation, luckily, getting that pick onto Forest. Timing works out for Sergey, so we can backstab onto Freiburg. They've got the site control, and it's now left onto a 3-on-3 retake. The CTs are going to have a hard task against them. However, for Halzerg, this is a fantastic start, but it won't matter. Aerial! My goodness, Snods! The AK spray! Halzerg with a body hurt as well, responding by spamming all the bodies! My goodness!
He's got an ace as well into this round. He is just stunting on them right now.
He is, starting on them.
14 kills! Oh my god, Jack.
What are we on right now? It's like 215 ADR for him, Snods, in the space of 8 rounds, 14 frags, 2 assists, 2 deaths. He has been a mean machine no matter what weapon is in his hands. Just barrels of impact frags tied to him.
Gosh, I was actually watching the bootcamp video for Dignitas, and I remember thinking, how is this Halzerg guy going to be? Because you have to be quite confident in oneself, I'll put it like that, to try and take away positions on the map from people like Get Right, from Forest, from Freiburg. And the first clip of him in this video of the bootcamp from Dig is him sitting in a Gucci hat. That's when I knew they were in safe hands. That's when I knew they were going to be okay. That's when I knew.
You could tell.
Ooh, yeah, you can tell. He's got the swag and he wants to show it off outside the game and in.
Oh, mate, he's definitely been whipping it out on the server.
That's where his first paycheck went straight into that hat.
Oh, yeah. He'll be wearing that at all the lands, and it'll be giving him an additional 15% firepower, because right now he is on fire.
The new off-white and D-squared for all the pro players.
Oh, man. Well,
Jack, into this one. It's going to be 3 AKs, 1 up onto Alu, and then the P250, who's probably going to be cannon fodder for Sunny, as he should be traded by one of the Kalashnikovs. But we shall wait and see as Dignitas are putting stock into holding short, more so than holding long.
Alu gonna smoke the cross. Halzerg playing on Shoxy with support towards short. It got a little bit awkward. The timing wasn't fantastic. The flashbangs blinded them and leave them hung out to dry. Alu as well fires off the warning shot through the smoke. Kills Get Right as he was approaching back towards CT. And now there's only 2 CTs that remain. The terrorists have completely taken this. There's no way Dignitas are going to come back into this round. They will split it 4-4 apiece, and this game is again going to be tied.
Neck and neck. These teams are very evenly matched up. Obviously, we went over the Betway odds. It was 1.5 to a 2.3 in favor of ENCE. And I actually thought that it's a bit obscure almost, because for a team like Dignitas, with the recent performances they've had, I think on paper, Jack, if this was a few months ago, I agree with those odds. I think with the new lease of life that Dig have, in their new home with the new organization, with the rekindling of their old spirit and bravado, with the 4 players rejoining themselves, with the, albeit confident, Halzerg as well, to add additional firepower that maybe Flaren didn't have on the roster beforehand in the new meta of Counter-Strike, where individual skill is paramount. Seems like they are performing very well indeed. And remember as well, Jack, this is CT side does too. So it's their T side we really should be looking out for.
I mean, the same can be said as well, right? Once we have ENCE flipped over to their CT half, because that's where they struggled in their game versus GODSENT. So a lot of interesting things going to come out of this game. Definitely going to be a tale of 2 halves rather than a one-sided affair. I think that is a guaranteed thing to say. So we're actually seeing a Dignitas boost as well. This is the old classic boost where you go up on the door so they can try and watch the angle on short. You used to be able to do it so you could smoke as well to really catch them off guard. Don't think you can do the smoke as effectively anymore, obviously after the one-ways got changed. Now, ENCE, walking up close towards the double doors, are they going to expect this totem pole?
This is risky. They're not going to flash it, Jack. They're going to walk straight through.
Oh, no.
It's a default headshot collapse from Get Right, and EEST as well chimes in. So much information has just came onto my screen, and I had to process all of it. Suddenly, there was one. There was 5 players for ENCE. In the blink of an eye, I hear a Get Right Deagle shot. I hear a spray from EEST. And now it's all down to Sunny in a 1 versus 5. But he has 50 seconds to work with. It's the location of the bomb, Jack, that doesn't favor him.
The sensory overload play. That's essentially what ENCE have just suffered. They walk out through doors. They see the totem pole. At that point, they lose 2 players in an instant. They drop down, continue on to net them a 3rd. A play like that is normally so easy to counter, right? As you said, you flash in, you clear it, you probably be fine. If not, one of them's maybe able to play anti-flash. The other one might be blind, you get a trade. Not they kill everyone. That's crazy they've been able to play it so effectively.
Don't kill everyone.
Leave some for the rest of the boys.
Right, let's see then what's going to be left after this A-long push coming out from ENCE. So far, 1 for 1. Ooh, make it 2 for 1. It's an offer that ENCE are going to be taken up. Halzuk, though, he's here to chime in. Gets 1. Oh, it looked like it was picture perfect there for him. He goes down. 3 versus 2 now, and they may actually save as both the remaining players here from Dig are towards B. And this actually gives me some time to speak about something I wanted to touch upon, which is, if you're ENCE, you've just played, what, 27 rounds, I believe it was, or 26 rounds versus a different team. A team that's playing very different pace, a very different style. And what I'm expecting is maybe GODSENT weren't playing. I mean, we saw Michael earlier, right? He was playing very passive towards CT, or he's playing very passive towards the B round outside the B double doors. He was never playing close mid. And then if you're ENCE, well, you're used to that tempo. You're used to where the CTs are playing. And then suddenly you're thrown into another T side versus a completely different roster with different set of players who are going to play differently. So I think that play there is a test to that. But the bomb has gone down, Jack. It's a 2v2.
There's potential if Dignitas want to go for this one. They are going to have cash no matter what. They do have AKs, they've got utility, and more importantly, 2 kits. There's the first flash from Forest to clear the close angles. They can try and push up. Sergey's holding it with the AWP. Meanwhile, Aerial plays towards long, Kalashnikov in hand. You might have expected it to be the other way around, but this really shouldn't matter, as Sergey is a mean machine with the sniper, and he is damn sick when it comes to hitting those shots. 2 easy kills.
How many AWPs have they got?
I think everyone can, mate.
Round 11, 5-5. Cash is dire as well for the side of Dignitas, as they are going to opt for the eco here. The 11th, only holding for the angle, and that's a tag, although it isn't really going to be changing the outcome too much of this round, as obviously ENCE are heavily favourites. Oh, the second tag as well, they're just testing him.
Okay, straight out. Little love tap to Freiburg. That will send him on his merry way. At this point, Dignitas are basically down and out already. Across the board, look how low their HP is, Snods. They've been left in an awful, awful position. And ENCE can make some money out of this as well. I mean, you've got Sunny with a Mac-10. If you want to send him in, he could really go for an easy E builder in this one. Get a bit of extra cash flow coming in, Snods.
Indeed. He is the first line of contact for the side of ENCE towards A long, but it seems like Dig are going to go for the full stack towards the B site, as they are lacking information across the map. They have no presence towards the B tunnels, towards mid, or even towards A, so they're going to be going for the fully blind gamble stack towards B, and it's not going to pay off.
They sprint their way across. Site has been taken. There is no CTs anywhere around, as they'll quickly discover, meaning they can set up for post plants. And also for Sunny, this has worked out perfectly, right? He's up on short. He can really start to go full John Rambo now and expand out, look in every cranny, every crevice, see if he can find these Swedes that are going for a save. If he can make a lot of money here with this little Mac-10 Snods.
It's little. What can he do with it? As he's coming in towards the tunnel, he's going to be hearing the fleeting footsteps of Dignitas. He's going to catch them from the rear as well. Damage from afar with the SMG. Oof. Pinpoint accuracy as well. Lands the double dink there with the Mac-10. And just like that, 6-5. And look at the cash as well. For ENCE, they've got about $5,000 or $4,000-ish on aggregate per player. So they can buy for remaining, what, 2 rounds, depending on how they go. So for Dig, they need to get some consistency going now on their CT side. They need to fall away from the individual play of Halzuk and more into the team play of the star-studded roster of veterans that they have.
Man, it is crazy as well how when you look at Sunny with his approach to how he aims, very similar to Rops in how it's so snappy. It's like that robotic level of aim where he just hits heads and it just works. It's magnificent when he's on point to witness and can definitely give ENCE a lot more invigoration going forward. He's stuck to his guns with a Mac 10s, quite literally, as he has been tagged down to 58 early on into the round, but it shouldn't matter too much. Still early doors yet, 1 minute and 15 still left on the clock. They're just playing their default. 2 towards B, 3 players towards top mid, holding for any pushes. Again, the early short play that Dignitas went for has put a little bit of paranoia in their mind, so they're not willing to leave short too exposed. They are keeping an eye on it.
Let's see then. They're taking control towards a short. They have Sunny, as you said, lurking towards the B tunnel, which means they may be setting up here for a B split, or they could use Sunny as a fake. The issue is, though, Sunny doesn't have a smoke grenade, so for causing a ruckus and making a fake really can really, what's what I'm looking for, Jack, help me. Convincing, there we go.
It's like,
early doors for me, early doors for me.
That's
a
right,
convincing
mate.
fake wasn't going to work, but instead, a convincing drop does work for the side of ENCE. They are going to be splitting towards B here, it seems. As Forest now, going to be backed up by EEST. Can they manage to hold the line?
Yeah, I think basically what you mean has happened here is they've been absolutely lampooned, Snods, but it won't matter as Forest, with a flick up, shoots them straight into the sky. And now Alu's going to be reaching for the sky, hoping to save himself and stay alive with that AWP, retreats back towards T-spawn and hunkers down, waiting for the next round to come his way. Scoreline tied once again, 6 apiece as we go into round 13. This game is tight, very back and forth at the minute. Both of them fighting tooth for nail here.
Round 13, 6 for 6, all squared up here into the next buy round, and a very important one at that. If you're Dignitas on the CT side, you need to be convincing before going over towards that team pistol. You need to try to get that 9-6 half in your favor as a rock solid half. Although ENCE once again have control of long, but look at the mid push coming out here from Dig. It should be effective, but it's not. Each and every time, ENCE seems to have the firepower to fight back here, and it's going to force just EEST alone.
Alu, he's doing so much work with the sniper right now. Aerial's going to come back through as well. AK in hand, shuts down Freiburg. EEST with a trade, but now they're left into a mere 2-on-2. And EEST, he could do so much more into this round. He tiptoes through the smoke, but he won't even need to make a shutdown play, as Forest has already done his job for him. Aerial, he's on the bomb site, and he gets it planted. Retreats back towards the ramp, clearing towards CT. A little bit scared about the idea of a short push as well, and instead, he's going to make the first move. He won't give the CTs the opportunity. He peeks into EEST, but it isn't going to go the way he wanted it to. Shut down by the AK, falls to his demise. The defuse is going to come out, and that is a 7th round for Dignitas now. Snods, the thing we didn't even mention with this as well is in terms of how this is going to affect the group, it has so much weight to it. These are the only 2 teams currently that haven't had a loss. Exactly, yeah. Right? So one of them goes 2-0, one of them's going to go 1-1.
We also get to see what happens between GODSENT. Imagine the rematch between GODSENT and ENCE. If GODSENT are able to take down Apeks, find out later today, as we are going to be watching Group A today and then Group B tomorrow. Dignitas only sending 2 players now towards A long. They're playing far more passive towards the A long position. They're probably finding that holding on towards A short is just so much more important in terms of information you have against the terrorist side, but also how much easier it is to retake A from short if you have a solid basis to work off of. Besides that though, Jack, slow, methodical T side coming out from the side of ENCE, just clearing out their angles, flashing everything, making sure they don't get caught out by this AWP from Zerk.
Now Zerk, he peeks out on mid. Unfortunately for him, though, it seems like the CZ is better than the AWP when it comes to just swinging wildly towards middle. Definitely can cause quite a disruption in towards the round. Forest looks to try and punish back, though, and will be able to connect a headshot straight onto Yampi. Now, the 4 musketeers that are alive on the side of ENCE have pushed their way up towards short. One of them actually rotating off. That's going to be Alu that will come around with a backstab towards long. He's going to have to try and win his firefight versus Freiburg. Posted up like a gangster, just waiting on the angle. He's called back. He retreats off towards the site. This gives them the opportunity to converge from either angle. If this works out, which it will, they've now got complete site control, and they can get the weapons to put them into an even better position in this round. But it seems like Dignitas, they're just going to save it, Snods. They've thrown in the towel. They've realized it's already way too gone.
Just like that, they're going to be taking over the A bomb site. Hauser conceding that first frag essentially opens up the map in half, and then at that point it's a 2 versus 5. You've got 2 players situated in B, you've got 2 players anchored at A, and I mentioned before they're not both towards long, they're both towards short, so they're going to be even easier close range versus those pistols. And yeah, 2 versus 5, we saw exactly what happened. So it's going to go 7-7, Jack. Who's going to win the half in your mind?
I think ENCE are going to pick it up at this point. It seems like the momentum started to fall into their favor. They've
cash as well.
Yeah, that's the additional thing, right? Is they've actually got the money bonus to play with now. Whereas for Dig, it is going to be a little bit of a scrappy buy. They'll still get one out, but there's a couple of weaknesses in there. You've got Famous on Get Right MP9 on Freiburg. Slightly limited utility across the board. They've still got smokes, though. That is obviously going to be the pivotal one, because you can burn down some of that time still, at least.
Let's see. They are out towards long. This is ENCE I'm talking about. Freiburg priming a smoke and flashbang. They're going for the retake here towards A long. Is it going to be effective though? Early tags coming out versus the side of ENCE and Dig. So far they do make it work. How's that with the first? As he comes creeping forward with the AWP, trying to finish off the area where the Molotov may do it. The smoke comes out to extinguish the flames. He is still alive, but look at this! Yampy from afar can't quite land the spray. Thankfully, though, Sergey can. And now into the 3 versus 3. It all comes down to Aerial versus Zerg. Oh, and who does it?
Wait. In quick succession, they start to fall down, but it won't matter, Snods. The bigger picture is where the bomb has been dropped. It's left on its lonesome. Looking like a lost child in a supermarket. It's just in the middle of nowhere. And that means Forrest has got control of it. He can lurk behind the smoke. And he's playing so boldly here. He's holding up close and personal. He's going to wait for it to fade, but they're both going to peek him at the same time. He gets one, looks for the follow-up on the second, but he couldn't muster it up. Sergey will be able to win the clutch with a hat trick into the round. Oh, that was way too close for comfort, though. And it's lucky he's been able to do it. 8-7 at the half. It goes as close as it can possibly be.
Well, well, well. 8-7. ENCE did win the pistol, as you saw, and then they won as well that conversion round, starting 2-0, and then we saw 3 in a row for Dignitas. Well, I should say Hauser got his lonesome, and he got 15 kills first 7 or so rounds into the match. But now, P250 here for him, as he is trying to land the headshot onto the players pushing in towards mid. They are still situated here towards T-spawn, that is Dignitas. Oh, pixel headshot there from Hauser onto Alu. Now the man advantage here for Dig. For how long?
Dignitas. They have got out and at least been able to get themselves somewhat more map control over by long. Forrest will be rotating back to join them as well, and they can wolf pack up for this one. Smokes go down, so the cross is going to be clear. Line of sight's been blocked, and Sunny just lies in wait. Listening for the audio cues, spamming out when he hears the pitter-patter in their footsteps as they make their move towards the bomb site. Aerial strikes first, and strikes relatively hard as well, with the opening killing blow, meaning that it's back into a 4-on-4. A very easy retake if they play their cards right. They've got 2 flashes to get them in towards the site, and they do have a kit on Sunny. The time is a little bit less of a panic than it would be otherwise. Exist, listening out, Forest will start to fall back. They do swarm towards the site, and the T's are just causing a massacre, Snods. All of them are going to fall. It's just down on Sergey. Normally, if he can find a head, he'll knock it off your shoulders, but they're just spamming him down. He's been left on 2 HP. It's a matter of time before he falls, and the game is tied once again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that retake there from ENCE, sending 3 players from short, 1 player towards CT lower as well. It's a tough call, because obviously with the Glocks, are you anticipating the Glocks to stay hunkered in towards the site, or are you expecting them to play further towards long, towards pit, towards that car position? I think having the P250s and the USPs that are picked up really does aid them in that situation. But either way, it's going to be an 8-8. scoreline as we head into round 17. It's going to be the full eco as well for ENCE, as they will potentially concede this conversion round. And we could be seeing the lead now going in favor finally for Dig.
Minute and 25 on the clock. They've got out of Long already. Long has definitely an easy access point for Forest and the boys. Talking of which, he will be able to claim one frag before he goes down, but blink and you'd miss this round, Snods. Pretty much everyone's dead. It's only Ariel, and he's not alive for long. He's overthrown by the scout. Now a 9-8 split. Dignitas. They have definitely started to find the weak points of ENCE's CT side. Now, if we cast back to obviously what happened on ENCE versus GODSENT, their CT side is where there was a lot of openings and a lot of entry points for GODSENT to build up the majority of the rounds they won. They figured out that their A site was relatively weak. They were taking long and short control for most of the rounds as their default, and it worked time in, time out. Oh, Forest. You can't be burning the trees like that, Snods.
Yeah, it's not good to burn the trees. Ali, though. Frags, finds one. Sunny makes it two as well, thanks to the... Oh, it's actually Sergey chimes in with the info. The double peek in towards mid. Very smart there from ENCE to go for the double face. Oh, but get right, of course. Known for his awareness and known for his positioning, but does get punished for it. Goes down to the hands of Alu, but look at this. Forest, even on 16 HP, makes the right play. Expects the push from Yampi. And now we're into 4 versus... Ooh, actually, let's reverse that. A 2 versus 3. Let's put it in favor of Dig. Let's try to help them up here, Jack. There's no one towards this A site. It's doable here for them.
Thing is, when Forest starts having these sort of rounds, you never really want to count him out, because for some reason, he just switches it on and absolutely dominates. Into this, he's already had 2 lovely little headshots, one of them on the lurk, one of them with a wide swing to gain long control. Now he's posted up, waiting by pit. He should be able to deny this push. Then we're left into a 2-on-2 potentially if he can make it work. Sunny is on 15 HP as well. He's going up against Hauzerk when he flashes out. At least he's going to have support on this push though. Hauzerk has been a mean machine all day, but when it comes down to the crunch, he just can't do it. Forest as well with the timing. Flicks off. Molotov's going to go in. That should basically secure the round, as there's no way he can peek through it. He's got to just hold his own and wait for them to push him. Defuse will come out and he will be slain.
Yeah, well played there from Sergey. Doesn't run the risk of taking that duel versus Forest. Just Molotovs him off the angle and seals the deal for the 9th round there from ENCE. Got scary for a second there in that 2 versus 3, but they bring it back. 9-9 as we head into the 19th round. It's going to be the eco now coming out from Dig. Just going to be lowering themselves down to $2,000 per player. Besides that, Scout coming out for Hauzerk, because he can actually buy an AWP into the next round. Let's see if that makes a difference here for their T side.
Forest trying to go for a play in towards lower early on, hoping he could catch someone off guard that would overextend their luck on short. But that nade is going to leave a bit of a sour taste in his mouth and slow down any plans he did have into this one. It's not a minute and 20 in. Not too much map control has been established by Dig. They're just playing a very slow default set up with the 2 players in lower, the rest of them towards top mid again, just watching for any shenanigans that could come out towards short. Alu, however, is willing to go for these peaks, facing straight down into suicide. He rips one to pieces. He did want another, but it's not meant to be just yet, leaving them in a 5 versus 4 advantage.
Let's see. They are on their eco. With the scouts and a few deagles, they still want to get a few kills to dent the economy of ENCE, which is extremely fragile right now. If you glance at it, you can see $150 there for Sergey, $150 as well for Sunny. So each kill that Dig gets is actually going to make a difference in the next round versus their buy. Let's see. Smoke comes out towards short. Ali falling back towards long here at car. It is the right play, but can he land the shots?
They've swarmed out on towards the site. The Tech 9 train, the conductor being get right. He will lead the charge. They'll be running straight into that frag grenade though, taking a lot of damage from the HE. Looks like they should be able to at least get the bomb planted here. The nades are rolling up. Most of the damage they've taken is purely just from utility damage until Sunny's the first to actually strike with his rifle. And as they do, they all converge All of the bodies from Dignitas start to fall down to the ground. EEST will be the last to keel over as Aerial will unload into him with that M4. He'll also go on to defuse the bomb. ENCE getting another round. Looking a bit better now on their CT side of Dust 2, but of course that was up against a very weakened Dignitas. Now they've got money again, and they've got Halzerk on the AWP. That is the scary factor.
20 kills for him. He's only had 5 so far in the past 10 rounds, so almost 50% of what he was in the initial part. Ali with the tag, Aerial finishes him off. Aerial was close to the flashbang, comes in, goes to the face, can be taken down there quickly. Ooh, so is Sunny by Get Right. 4 versus 3, Jack. And it seems like Ali wants to keep hold of this position here at long.
They're swarming out. Alu, he couldn't get the follow-up shot off Snods. That's going to be the big impact factor that could actually leave them. A creek without a paddle. Alu, he's gambling so heavily here, just out in the open with a thin veil of smokes between him and them. They start to spam through as they get his number, and they do find the frag. They set him up on a date with the coroner, and Jampy has to retreat. Deviates back towards the site. There's a rotation coming from Sergey, but it's going to be a while. He's not going to be there in time, and right now he's still a little bit paranoid about where they're actually playing towards. They haven't pushed up from long fully. They've only got a little bit of info to go on here. He chucks out a Molotov. Jampy pushes up. He's going for an aggro swing, a risky play, and he doesn't net himself any favors with that one. No kills found.
Let's see there. 1 versus 3. Sergey making the move now through the smoke. Doesn't land the spray. Get Right with a fantastic 4K that round. Makes it 10 apiece. And we spoke about the fragile economy. And here it is in full effect. Ali can afford an AWP and Kevlar, but no utility. Sunny could have afforded an AWP. Sorry, excuse me, an M4 and Kevlar, but no utility. And as we know, CT side does too. If you have no utility to fend off the T's from short and long, you're not going to be having a fun day.
No, it's not going to be fun at all. Quite possibly one of the most unthings you'd have to go through. 10-10 though. It's still close, and the claws are out. They realize how much this game is worth for both of them. Obviously hoping that they can try and go 2-0 and not have to take the mantle of a 1-1 in the group early on. Dignitas start to push up slowly towards long. Smoke grenade in the hand of Halzerk, ready to smoke the cross for Forest & Co to swing wide. They will clear it, and suddenly it becomes clear that no one else is there from the CT side. They're all playing deep towards short and middle. And those firearms, albeit small, are only really going to pack a punch if you get up in their face.
Yeah, bomb down. Remaining CT players here situated at mid. Get Right. Should be able to add a few kills here to the tally. Easy spray down of him. Dispatches of Alu. He's going to be swarmed, though. Like a vulture to corpses. They take down Get Right. They are going to salvage this AK for the next round as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you just save those 2 guns at the very least, this really hasn't been the worst outcome that could have potentially happened in this round. Like, it could have been much, much worse. So, count your blessings, take those 2 AKs, put them to good use into the next round. You've got like 4.6 across the board as well, so you can buy up around that, have a little bit more money to play with. Means they can actually get a good amount of utility out. And the AWP on Alu, which is going to be such a pivotal piece. It's quite akin to how we've seen Dignitas needing that AWP on Halzerk to have that extra oomph over the edge. Alu's AWP seems to be a very big part of this team working right now. Jampy hasn't really AWP'd as much this time around on Dust 2 as what we initially saw when they faced off versus GODSENT. He's been all about the rifles, and Alu, you can see why he likes using that weapon. Nice early frag from A site, shuts down the mid to be push. Now it just depends if the backstab will work out from Sunny. The timing, Snods, is absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, though, Get Right gets the lucky shot off with the AK as he retreats to put another man to bed, and it all falls onto Forest. He's turned it into a 1v1. An aerial as he swings, shuts him down. 11-11. This game is consistently getting tied up.
My. It's going to be a Dignitas timeout. This is very, very close here. Thankfully, They have some cash to work with, Dignitas, and makes sense that they've gone for the pause now for Flower and going to be injecting his opinion on the situation. 2 AKs and an AWP for Halzerk. And a 4th AK bought as well. EEST may just be down to a P250 and flashbang. They could use him, as I mentioned before, as cannon fodder to be traded eventually. Maybe towards long or short, maybe to have him jump out down towards CT if they do an execution towards A. Halzerk goes for the tag, doesn't land it though. And here it comes, play towards A long.
EEST playing close around the smoke. Aerial just walks straight past him, starts spamming towards his teammate. Luckily enough, Sunny was smart enough to clear that smoke and does remove the shrouded invisible man. Stop him from being able to throw a spanner into the works nods. 3 players now remain on Dignitas. Halzerk, Forest, and Freiburg. But what mischief can they create into the last moments of this round? As ENCE have played very confidently early on. After getting those 2 picks, they can now just play the trade game, slow it down a lot.
There's no reason to get aggressive, as you said. Although, as I say that, Alu peeking out for some information. Managed to give info over instead, and the kill to Dig. Now into a 3 versus 4 in favor of ENCE. Although, can Dig play their cards right here and attack the right side? As you can see on the minimap right now, Jack, that mid portion of the map is completely open for the T's if they wanted it. And if they were to go for a mid to B split, they could actually artificially create a 2 versus 3 if they were to isolate the ENCE players in that bomb site. Although instead, maybe they could try to do the exact same here towards A. All comes down to this though. MP9 from Aerial. He needs to land his first kill.
Aerial bouncing back and forth, eventually pushes out, gets the kill onto Forest, playing around the smoke as well. Halzerk has a HORP in hand, but before he's even spotted, the spam comes out from Aerial. It shuts down the entire thing. We have the drop down from Sunny as he'll strike against Freiburg. And now it's 12-11, back in favor of ENCE on the CT side. A round that was won out of sheer individual brilliance there, Snots.
Indeed, the early aggression paying dividends later on into that round for ENCE. And then a perfect time push, as you said, from Aerial towards long doors, silenced any hope that Dig had into the matter. And now onto the full Glock train. Question is, do they go towards long? Seems unlikely as they're starting to make their move now towards short, exactly where Sunny wants them.
Sunny playing from Shoxy. Here's the audio, drops off, gets the Molotov out, but it's a little bit too slow. It won't have that much impact, rather than denying them from pushing back for the post plants. Alu with the AWP, however, is still having so much fun with the weapon as he starts crashing through them, Snots. It's just Forest that remains, and he will be cut down very swiftly.
Whew, that was easy for them. 13-11 now, Jack. ENCE have now had, what, 23, 24 rounds of CT half of Dust 2, and it seems like finally they're starting to find their footing as a 5-man unit on this map. Round 25, and for me, this might be do or die here for Dignitas, because if they lose the next one, it's 11-14. ENCE have the momentum, they're close to match point, but also they have the economic advantage as well, because Dig would be forced onto a quasi-buy scouts and maybe the odd AK and pistols. And then again, you have to favor the Finns in that situation. So this could be one of the final 4 buys we see from Dig if they do let it slip.
I mean, the interesting thing is obviously, right, like, the benefit they do have is now you've taken a timeout. This gives them the opportunity to discuss amongst them. I know, obviously, the Flaren's in the server as well, so if they have that opportunity to just discuss amongst the unit, potentially have that fresh set of eyes, from a different perspective, you can figure out what's going wrong, adjust things on their T side now, and come back into it, as this is one of your last chances really to patch up any of those holes. This scoreline is getting quite bloated in favor of ENCE now. And ENCE, they're going for a very similar play as well, Snod. Straight out of the pause, they want that deep long control. They're going to play it quite heavily in the early round, get a player in pit. You'd imagine Sunny will just take that pit control, but right now playing close on the barrel, and instead Jumpy. He makes his play towards short. He can get a lot of info, and potentially a head to mount above his mantelpiece if he plays his cards right.
Molotov will deter Yampy's aggression for now. Yes, he is going to stay towards the close short Shoxy position, which he kind of made so famous all those years ago. But with 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining on the clock, and with all the T players starting to position themselves here towards short, Seems like it may be a short split towards the A site, although Forest is slowly making his way in towards the B halls. They could try some fake here.
They could do. It depends if they overstep the boundary. If they do peek on short, Yampy would have had an opportunity to punish them. Instead, though, he fires off a warning shot and immediately drops off. Isn't going to run the risk of getting caught if they flash and clear it together. Sunny advances, playing on top of towards Gandalf. He's going to play anti-flash and wait for them to push in. But it seems like it might be a bit of a ruse. They're smoking over, but are they going to fully commit to this? They're biding their time and waiting for a golden opportunity. Now they do. Sunny's position, playing anti-flash could have had so much work, but Hauser clears it, wall bangs them. Yampy, he gets the tag off with the AWP as he peeks on both. Forest blind, wildfiring, having no idea what is going on as the chaos ensues around him. Alu with a no-scope in mid-air. And then the follow-up shots into the chest to gun down, get right. ENCE, 14 rounds secured, 1 away from putting it at the very least match point and guaranteeing an overtime situation.
Yeah, this double op setup towards the A site and towards mid is very difficult for Dignitas to deal with. You need to be very coordinated on your T side to deal with a double op setup on Dust 2. The reason being is there's so many flashbangs, there's so many smokes, there's so many trade kills that you need to land in order for that to work. But it's going to be the timeout here from Dig.
You need to use them, right? Like, it doesn't really matter at this point. You've got those pauses, get them out. Oh, that's so rough as well, because it seemed like when Hauser could discover Sunny's location, like he'd save the round, right? Yampy then gets the collateral off. I don't know how on earth he wasn't able to actually kill both of them as well. So unlucky. I think it might have clipped through the box as well, slowing down the damage a little bit, but he definitely tagged them both. So many different storylines could have come out of that round, Snods, with just a few tweaks here and there. Instead, though, this is the position we're in. We're back in the game. Round 26, 14 for ENCE, 11 for Dignitas. Alu, you cheeky, cheeky man. This is some vintage Alu on display, holding towards lower. The flashbang's going to blind him, but he's a little bit like Daredevil. Daring, and also fights through the blindness. Takes down Freiburg.
With ease, as this is going to be a quasi-buy for Dig, they're actually going to be trying their best here to get it to a 15-15 scoreline and save for that full weaponry in the next round. They believe that gives them the best chance to win. And in reality, it does. When we think in reality, to win 4 rounds back-to-back versus ENCE with 2 AWPs on match point, it just doesn't seem likely.
Oh, mate. Not when you've got Aerial just mowing everyone down. So easy from there with the M4. Picked them all to pieces. Didn't even know where he was being shot from with that silencer on a bad boy. And they do take the round, Snods. 15-11. If ENCE can pick this up, that's them going 2-0 in Group A.
That would be the start they were definitely looking for with the debut of Yampy on the roster. Did look shaky at first. Much more confident now, it seems, in his new team. Bomb making its way in towards B. They have one player get right there towards short, which could be a B split. Oh, this is the smoke for window, I believe, at B. They may just go for full execute towards the B bomb site, Jack. I haven't seen this in a long time.
They very well could do. The openings in the skylight don't really work for flashes on the fly, but there's a couple of opportunities with set up flashes and smokes that you can do. Let's see if they will actually make use of that. There's the smoke and flash through the skylight. They do swarm in, but nothing's bloomed. It doesn't really work out whatsoever. Sergey's been able to punish all of them. The flashes went out, but they didn't blind anyone. And now you're left into a 2 versus 3. Luckily, get right. If you don't know where he is, check behind you. The classic mantra of a madman with the AK. He punishes them. Looking like assassin, Snods. He single-handedly clawed this round back into a 2 versus 2. They've got 50 seconds to work with. EEST has picked up the bomb, and they start to push out towards the site. The only one that's there is Yampy. He peeks, and he guns them down. 16-11. Yampy will save the day. The newcomer. He came, he saw, he conquered.
Easy work there for Yampy at the end. 16-11, Jack. And that does mean ENCE go 2-0, as you said. Dignitas now 1 for 1. I believe they play the winner of GODSENT versus Apeks, but I could be wrong. We'll check that out shortly for you guys and get a confirmation on the next games coming later today. But yeah, with that, strong performance from ENCE. Going to be confident here in Group B to make it through the best of 3s throughout the weekend.
Yeah, a lot of highlight moments in this game as well. We thought we got, you know, spoiled a little bit with the GODSENT ENCE game. There was quite a few nice clutches sprinkled into that. However, with this one, I think we got just the same amount, if not more, Snods. Some big impact plays, some nice clutches came through, a lot of display of just individual brilliance on the server. And I think that's quite a big takeaway for both of these teams. They do have those players that can just pop off. Once you get them firing from all cylinders, there's just no beating them.
No beating them at all, and it's a shame for Halzo because he had such a strong opening, 15 kills I believe it was in the initial 7, 8 or 9 rounds, and then following that it just seemed to slowly cool down after switching sides onto that terrorist side, and they couldn't really get the momentum going in their favor. Albeit though 16-11, it's a respectable scoreline. They have a very good demo now to go over for their Dust 2 going forward. So yeah, I mean, obviously exciting matches so far today. Nothing to complain about. No,
I think that's the bigger picture, right? Especially if you just look at it as benchmarks to look at later. So much that you could find from that demo that could help you as a squad and definitely start to patch up a couple of those holes. Obviously, that was our 1-1 game as well. So if we head back over and have a look at the schedule, we can see how things are shaping up. Coming out of this, we're going to go into GODSENT versus Apeks. Obviously, GODSENT and Apeks both lost their opening games into the group, so they're currently down 0-1 Snods. So the winner of that will get their first win under their belt. After that, a little bit later on tonight, we're going to have GODSENT versus Dignitas. Interesting predicament with that one. Obviously, for GODSENT, can they get a bit more reinvigorated? Ideally, if you base it off rankings, they should probably be taking their win over Apeks. Then that will be a bit of a tighter game. And then finishing off tonight will be ENCE versus Apeks. So ENCE might be looking to try and go undefeated, 3-0 in the group, and securing quite a high seed at the end of the group stage for Group A.
Exactly, that's what you want. The easier best of 3 coming into the playoffs on Saturday. So they're going to be very happy for themselves. Not sure. How do you think the Finns will celebrate?
I don't know.
If they were to qualify,
probably have a very calm, very respected, well played, boys, and that'd be it. You know,
yeah,
they'd
no
be
excitement,
happy.
no
They'd be
elation,
happy.
just good game, guys. That's it. What more can you ask for?
No, nothing's not. Nothing. You can only ask for the best games of CS that we are getting. And that's what we're receiving here currently on the Elisa Invitational. We're getting some damn good matchups, and I hope you viewers at home have been enjoying yourselves as well. Still more to come tonight, as you can see up on screen with the schedule. The next 3 days really are going to be big games, big action, and hopefully some big fun from me and Snods. Now, Snods, before we get into that, then we will be going to a bit of a break. We'll be heading back in to carry on with our 4th matchup of the night, as we said earlier. That is going to be GODSENT versus Apeks. GODSENT, they're already down a map. Apeks have followed suit as well. Both of them losing out earlier on today. Who can redeem themselves in that game in Group A? We'll find out when we return later on. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are back to continue on. As you can see, the next game on the stream here tonight will be the one up on screen now. That's GODSENT versus Apeks. Snods. It
versus
should.
Dig.
Sorry?
No, it is versus Apeks. Excuse me. It's the game afterwards.
You threw me off there. I was like,
I know. You threw me off for a second as well because my eyes were drawn to the Dignitas, owl just staring at me. But yeah, you are right. I'm wrong. It's GODSENT versus Apeks, and on a very familiar map, Jack.
Yes. Obviously, coming straight back into this one for some context of where these teams currently are. Both of them have lost their opening games in the group snods. Apeks, they lost earlier today on Nuke to start us off. That was versus Dig. And GODSENT, of course, lost on Dust 2. And a bit of a tighter affair versus ENCE. Apex's game, what was that on Nuke? That was like a 16-5, right? Or was it 16-8?
16-8, yeah.
That was quite one-sided to start the evening.
It was the first game of the event so far. It was the first time that I had seen and I'd casted Dig's new roster as well, so I was excited to see how that was going to look.
Yeah.
And they looked good. They looked sharp. But it was versus, a different roster than what they fought versus ENCE. We saw them actually win versus Apeks when I'm playing in this next matchup, and then we did see them to go on to actually lose, as you said, versus ENCE 16 to 11, I believe it was, on Dust 2 just moments ago. So we've seen Dig plow through Apeks and then Dig lose to ENCE. We've just seen GODSENT nearly beat ENCE. So the question is, will they now lose to Apeks as well? I don't think so. I think seeing the level that GODSENT had individually on Madden and Sticky as well in that Dust 2 matchup, you can see that they're just a higher class of players overall across the roster against Apeks. The obvious added caveat here, Jack, is the grudge match. Dennis is now playing versus GODSENT, who were his former teammates not too long ago.
Yes, that is actually quite a nice one to potentially get into. I think that could provide some exciting moments into this match. Obviously, a little bit more fight behind it. But Apeks and GODSENT, both of them currently falling into the position of going 0-1. Both need this win an awful lot. You go 0-2, obviously, there's not many games left. It's round robin. We're halfway through the group, essentially, in today's day of play. So now's basically your last chance, Nods. So let's see if they can make it count, as we are ready for the game, it seems.
Seems like we are. Game 4 then. GODSENT versus Apeks on Nuke. So far, we've seen 2 Dust 2s and now 2 Nukes. Show some individual moments of prowess and skill, something to get us excited for about the future, if it's to be.
Maybe, but we'll have to find out. As of right now, they are in the bomb site, and Stico is getting that plant down immediately into this one. No dilly-dallying, no shenanigans, Snods. They want to start this round off prim and proper. They do fall into their post-plant positions. Meanwhile, Apeks, they start to set up for the retake. Apeks has the kit. They are going to swarm in towards the site. It's a little bit of a back and forth. Zen finds 2. Crystal comes in with a bit of a punishing play onto Marcelius, and it all comes down to one man. Truth, left in a 1-on-2. He's down on the ground. His feet are pitter-pattering, and they've got the read of where he is. They swing wide from main, and Crystal beheads him to open up the game.
Like there was a big lack of resistance from Apeks on that CT site towards A. GODSENT allowed just to waltz in, get that bomb down, and then play that after plant near perfectly. Playing and planting for a main and playing around a main was sort of very effective for them as they do play the pistol. Now it is going to be the force by they're coming out from Apeks on the CT site. Sometimes you see teams go for that save and allow themselves to have more ability in that third round bye. But let's see, Russ opens things up. Sticker. Very good scout to take early on, as he was the star player on that Dust 2 matchup just moments ago.
Was indeed, Snods. He did an awful lot on the server. Let's see if he can try and do a little bit more here now. With the Betway odds up on screen as well. GODSENT favourites going into this one. You'd expect that as well. 1.3 to the 3-0 of Apeks. Obviously, most likely going to be the favoured side here. Definitely higher up in the HLTV rankings and have already opened up the game. A nice pistol round. But what more can they get? What's next on the agenda? Right now, they storm in towards the B bomb site. Crystal making a dive over towards ramp. And he was looking to just try and run absolutely rampant there and mow them all down. But he plays calm and collective, Snods. Backs up as they've already lost the first player. Stico's gone down.
It's a big retake here. 4 versus 5, Jack. And Marcellus with the scout leading the charge here. Madden towards the double. shot from Dennis, as it all leaves Michael Ailey with the job to do 1 versus 3. He sees the bomb as well through the gap of the door. Someone's run out of bullets. He's won it to 1 versus 2. Suddenly a 1 versus 1. He's done it. Jack, he's done it. There's no time left on the defuse. Dennis running out of bullets there with the Deagle. Couldn't land the right shots. With that, GODSENT take the round again. 2-0. Oh, heartbreaking start here for Apeks.
Yeah, that is certainly one way to start the game. These 2 rounds on their T side have been dominant early on into this, Nods. It's still very early doors. We have a whole series ahead of us between these two, so excited to see how it continues. Dennis is the only one that has a weapon being brought forward into this round. Of course, just the UMP in play with his armor. He tries to make a solo play, might be able to have some semblance of impact into the round. Gus has been overthrown almost immediately by Stiko, who is on the hunt. Seems like he's looking to take some names.
Looking like he shall. It's a 4 versus 5 now. As expected. This is the eco here for the CT side. Truth as well. Towards Garage. Now there should be easy pickings here for the 5 rifles, 4 AKs, and a single Galil hit for GODSENT. Relative to the USB. Does land a headshot there. That's about all as Crystal taken down by Echoes with the P250. And it's off one of the players. Is spotted out by Marcelo. Spot Dennis from the rear. They managed to make it work. 3 versus 1 now, Jack, and some economic damage here done and dealt from this UMP. Obviously, each kill is $600 a piece. James strains his bank balance, so he's been very happy going into the next round. But as expected, 3-0 start for GODSENT as the buy rounds start.
It's gone well so far. 3 very clean and clinical rounds being picked up by GODSENT. Let's see where else we can go from here then as we fall back into the action. Now, there is an AWP that's coming out on Marcelius. Is he going to be able to punish with that weapon? Apeks has a key point into this round as well. Waits until the time is right. Strikes on the first. Paranoid that someone was behind him on top of main roof. He does flick around. Oh, how on earth has he got that frag stance? He's still been able to clean up. Takes down Stiko. Nearly gets the follow-up frag onto Crystal as well. That is absolute lunacy.
4 versus 3 now. Crystal is onto low HP. Oh, doesn't even matter though, as I said. Charging in. Jumps out. Does the waterfall off of A main. Catches Marcellus off guard with the AWP. Now a 3 versus 3. Bomb making its way outside. Could potentially try lurk towards heaven. Or they could go under heaven through ramp. But there is Dennis here with an AWP waiting for him.
Dennis. The timing is absolutely perfect. This man must have a lovely watch with a swing like that. Right on time. Finds 2. Guns them down. Snods. Zen will reply back onto Truth, but he's the only one remaining in this round for the T side. Is he going to be able to clutch it out for them? Picks up the bomb. He's still got the AK. He's got a flashbang to work with as well, but the paranoia. Will he believe and fall for this as there is a man waiting right round the corner? He turns. Actually pulled out his knife on the peak as well. And he pays the price. Goes down. Dennis will clean up that with the AUG. But it was all about this magnificent play. Apeks to start it off as he just slayed 2 players. The quick flick. Ridiculous.
Wow. Round 5. Saw the replay of Apeks' maneuvers towards outside. He's going to go aggressive again. This time, even more aggressive, Jack. Maybe a lot more confident after seeing what he can do versus GODSENT with this M4. If he gets the information there's no one outside, he's going to give that call over to his teammates. They're going to be anticipating a hot explosion. But timing seems to favor him. Smoke fades, spots out one player. Crystal's dealt with. He does get away scot-free.
Losing Crystal early. They'll come back to haunt them a little bit. But they've still got firepower. AKs are in play. Madden down to the Deagle. Obviously, he was a real showstopper. Did so much on Dust 2. What can he do here now? Is there any more fight left in him coming into this game? Already they do have a nice early lead established. Just setting up back towards hut early on. Are they going to make their move towards ramp? That does seem to be the call. M4 in hand. Waiting for the push. It will be a two-man spray down to try and slow this one down enough for a rotation for Apeks to be able to pick up this round on a retake on the B site. Madden goes down. He's got the bomb to work with, supported by Zen. They should be able to at least get it planted before the retake comes through.
Bomb is down. 2 versus 3. 2 M4s and an MP9. 2 defuse kits as well here for the CT side to work with. Let's see. So, up close, spots out 2 players. That's the first one dispatched off. Marcellus is down, and as well, it's Madden. Finds Truth in his crosshair. 2 versus 1 now, and it's going to be an easy spread down there for Madden as well. Gruss goes down, 4-1. And that is the economic reset now. Although they did lose 4 in a row, so their loss bonus is still going to be at 3 as it's been reset back once. So they are still going to have, what, 2.4k to work with. But still, it's not enough here, Jack, is it? They're around, what, $2,000 a piece per player. So they are going to be saving here in round 6 to allow for that full buy into the 7th. And with that, Mac 10's now coming out from GODSENT, as they know there's some easy frags here waiting for them on A.
Oh, this is prime time to just farm that money, right? Get yourself a bit more bang for your buck. Invest into those Mac 10s, absolutely slaughter them, and come home with a lot of money in the bank. Russ, though, instead, wielding his deagle, will be able to claim the head of Madden to start this one off. A good position to get into. They've got a slight advantage in the round, but obviously are vastly outgunned. The smokes go down to secure outside, so if they want to slip through secret, they do have a bit more of an opportunity to do so.
Yeah, down secret they are going to be in close proximity to the pistols, although no HP from Apeks, it doesn't matter. One shot to the dome takes down Crystal. Zen as well with his own kill onto Apeks. The trade's there, but Truth with 1 traded out eventually. This is down to just Zen. 1 versus 3. 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Molotov goes out towards the vent. Doesn't quite go deep enough, Jack. Can't force out Marcellus with the AK. He knows what one player is. Does he? That's the question. Spots out the first. Marcellus is down, but that's an easy trade, Jack. It's going to go 2-4. Very, very important round there for Apeks to win on their eco as well.
Yeah, that is a nasty round to pick up. Has a lot of impact on the way this game is going to go. Nice to see it being quite close as well in these early rounds. You know, by no means is it just a whitewash. Apeks, they had some moments of brilliance when we saw them earlier today on Nuke, but they were so few and far between. Here against GODSENT, it seems like maybe they're actually a little bit more invigorated. Obviously, again, they've started off on the CT side. Let's see how it goes, though. Minute and 30 into the round. He's always switching it up. His positional play has actually been really on point. He's kept them guessing so many times.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's not going to be guessing anymore, though, Snots. His brain has been blown clean out. That is a ridiculously beautiful deagle shot from Michaelele.
What can they do with it, though? Will that shot be in vain? 3 versus 2 now in favor of Apeks. Dennis gets that kill. Madden, 15 HP, 1 shot from the AK or the M4 would take him down, but actually it's overkill. It's the AWP that's going to finish him off. And now Stiko from heaven. Bomb is dropped towards outside under Silo. Pretty much leaving this one in a sealed situation. There we go. Gruss is going to finish him off. It's going to go 3-4 as we find some consistency here from Apeks on their city side.
Yeah, the game falling into a little bit more balance. Obviously, the replay of that disgusting deagle shot as well. Look at the snap on that, man. Oh, that's a wrist breaker and a half, Snods.
Heartbreaking shot to then lose the round afterwards, but shouldn't be too demoralized here as it's going to be the eco now coming out for GODSENT. Deagle brought up again by Michaelele, so let's see if he goes for the same jumping shot this time around.
Doesn't seem like he's going to have the opportunity to do so, though. Crystal's been taken down. Only 3 players left alive on that T side now. Apeks, he's been such a nuisance maker towards outside. He's not really given them much breathing room to play with whatsoever. Zen did find an opportunity to get onto the A-bomb site, but by the time he got there, it was already too late. They had rotated back on. Pete comes out from heaven. Will fall down to the ground.
4-4, Jack. 9th round. This is going to be the pause now coming out from Apeks. Let's have a think as to why that is. They've just had a string of rounds go in their favor. They know that GODSENT were eco for the past 2 rounds. They're going to be expecting an AWP onto Michael. And the question now, can they predict what GODSENT are going to do? It's the first real full buy round we've seen as well that's of significance. So we should be seeing the outside smokes come out from GODSENT if they want to play more of a default round. Although, during this pause, they can have a think as well what they want to bring out, bring to the table. Could be a fast hut rush, could be a execution towards the A side, could even be the boost as we saw earlier towards Heaven from T-Spawn. But smoke towards outside from Marcellus, flash as well, just trying to delay. As the smokes are coming towards outside, it is just going to be a default from GODSENT to get down towards Secret Stairs.
Crystal's already been able to push up straight towards Secret as well. So this time they finally had clean outside control to make a play in towards the B bomb site. Now this is where Truth comes in. He likes to leave his opponents feeling a little bit vexed, Nod. So let's see if that's going to go down for him into this one. As he lurks in the vents. He's actually made his move back towards the A site, which has just been an elaborate ruse. In reality, B is the site they want to hit. And they're primed to go for this. It's going to be Dennis that has to deny the push. He could be caught with his pants around his ankles, though. Timing is everything. And luckily, he's been able to get his rifle back out in hand. He's still holding them back. That one smoke has wasted so much time. He sets up on a better angle as well. 55 seconds left.
It now. Oh, that's so frustrating for GODSENT. Now's the perfect time for them to push. Now they have to re-clear so many angles. And Marcellus is waiting for it. Nice peek there from him between the angles of Under Heaven. Good. Pushed up. Marcellus not expecting that one. 4 versus 4 now as they're going to be splitting towards A.
Russ waiting for the Heaven push. M4 in hand. They are going to storm their way through. That's coming out with the AK. It's up to Madden now to try and clutch this one in a 1-on-2. Headshot will come around from Truth, though, as he'll be able to overthrow him very cleanly. And another round will go the way of Apeks.
How many is that now in a row? 3. Oh, it's 4, actually. There's a graphic there just below the scoreline. How helpful that is. 4 on the trot now for Apeks on their CT side. GODSENT back down to just the pistols here. 3 Deagles. 250 for Michael and then take down as well for Zen. GODSENT, we need to start bringing out some more strategies here as these rounds do go on, as they're starting to fall behind here, Jack. They won the pistol, they've got that additional conversion round, and they had the economic advantage versus Apeks when they were versus the Scouts, the MP9s and the few M4s. But now with this solid setup that Apeks had, they're really struggling to deal with Akez and Marcellus outside. Stiko, able to lurk here towards ramp. It's hard to tell from the radar, but I believe there is at least 1 or 2 players here.
This is just sheer madness, Nods. 3-on-4. A retake that at this point is really going to be quite a rough ride. If you can just play to do a bit more damage, that might be the ideal scenario. They do have kits, however, and they're forcing these players out into position. They do swing. Marcellus will come through with a nice frag. They need to jump on it now. Everything has fallen into place for them. With quite a slim amount of time left, they dare to go for it, and they will win it.
Just run at them, spray to the chest, and as soon as they spray to the chest, the aim punch does the rest for you. But now, 5 rounds in a row here for Apeks. This is, for me, the big round for GODSENT. This is where they're really going to be tested, because this is such a must-win for them. They can't allow Apeks just to run away with the half, because we could be seeing a 10-5, maybe 11-4 half. It does keep going in this way. Dennis once again with the AUG, scoped in. Whoo! Flick, headshot. While scoped. all that practice with the Krieg has been paying off. Truth as well finds one into Zen. Suddenly, Jack, this doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't at all. Getting a bit worrying. Truth will reply back, though, with the AK onto Madden. Be able to head him early on into this one. Apeks comes back through onto Crystal, and it's just left on Michaelele. He will take a dainty peek round the corner, be greeted by Truth, and crumble away to nothing. So a 7-4 split here, Snods. Apeks absolutely starting to...
They've added Dennis, Edmund. Joe, Miller. Jackie Peters.
The classic.
The classic. The absolute classic. Here we go then. It's going to be the Force coming out from GODSENT with that round loss bonus. And the bomb going down. 4 AKs for them and the Glill as well for Michaelele. Ooh, brilliant entry as soon as I say his name as well onto Marcellus as he goes down. And now they have access towards B as well with Crystal for another kill onto Apeks. It's going to be even more in favor now of GODSENT. 5 versus 3. Maybe the safe call here from Apeks, but they have got a lot of cash. Remember, though, Jack, it is going to be round 13 after this, so there's still another 3 rounds to be played out, and those AWPs are expensive. So they may actually just save these final 2 weapons.
They might, Snods. They might just opt to go for a bit of a save play. Ooh. That is if they're even given the opportunity to do so, though, as they're being hunted. Stiko with the AK will be able to find Truth. Luckily, Gross will get the save off. He's the only one that's going to be able to carry a weapon through into the next round. Everyone else has fallen to pieces. 7-5 now as we go into round 13. As ideally, this has been the dream half for Apeks. We've seen some huge plays coming out from them individually. Apeks did a lot of damage in the early game. Truth really starting to shine now as well. Going well for them, Snods.
It really, really is. But GODSENT won the last one. And they're going to try and make it 2 for 2. Because if not, well, we're in for a really poor time if you're a GODSENT fan. The exchange is going out towards Squeaky Door. There's 2 players outside Squeaky, 2 players outside Hut as well. And they're going to come flooding into the crosshair of Truth and of Apeks as well, as it's going to be 3 in favor of the CT side. Make it 4, 5 as well. Dennis finishes the job. 8-5, Jack. Apeks, they've reset the money, and oh my goodness, it's going to be, what, 2-3 AKs at best. Khalil's as well. And it's the penultimate round. This could be a 10-5 potentially if Apeks keep this up.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that's the way this is developing, right? I think this is potentially the way the game's going to go. GODSENT are really struggling here in their T half.
And especially, you saw this discombobulated buy from GODSENT where Michaelele buys instantly, someone else buys instantly, and then a few other players, you know, they wait 5-10 seconds, and then they buy as they're running, as if it's like, whoa, wait a minute, we're buying? Why aren't we saving? So maybe some miscommunication there on that one, or maybe they were trying to talk through what the best possible situation was. But either way, they've got 3 rifles to work with, and the important factor is, Jack, Madden's got 1 of them. Not for long. Trades come through. 4 versus 4 now as Truth gets aggressive in towards Hup. Oh, he's actually slipped past all of the T's, so he could become a backstab if he does decide to push back through Squeaky and coming behind them. But I feel like he may be given the call that there's no one lobby. They may be expecting a play towards B, and that's exactly where the bomb is.
Then Molotov goes out. Dennis lurking behind the silo. Every time there's a peek from the T's, they're just getting torn to shreds, Snods, and there's just no opportunity for trades whatsoever. All of them just getting picked off one by one. Bristol, the only terrorist that has an AK left, hoping to at least get something more out of this round. Michaelele spamming with a deagle, trying to mask some of the noise, potentially distract them. No opportunity for that. When they do peek, it's already too late, and he will go down again. Apeks get another round and push their total to 9.
Yeah, GODSENT have got the maximum round loss bonus though. I don't know if 3.4k is enough for them to have a real chance into this one, because if you're buying that Galil armor, yeah, they're going to be lacking Molotovs as well if they are to go for a faster execution, or even on the afterplants as well. Those Molotovs are so important for keeping the CTs off of your site once the bomb is down. Zen gets aggressive now. Oh, so does Apeks. Head completely snapped off the back there of Crystal.
Ooh. Clean shots coming through. And it now falls into this already. Stiko in a 1-on-3. He's able to fall back and get the bomb. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. They bring the ruckus into the round. Makes his move back towards ramp. Will peek out, Snot. Spots out the head of one. So that's far off the warning shots, but gets a little bit scared as the seeds of doubt are going to be planted in his mind. Seems like the call has been made to rotate back towards the A site instead. See if he can get anything going there. No, seems to be the answer to that one, as Truth comes through with a clean shot off the M4, and that does end the half 10-5 in favor of Apeks.
Gosh, 21 kills there for Apeks, 17 for Truth, and these are impactful kills as well, Jack. These aren't just eco frags. It's Apeks getting aggressive towards outside and winning those early confident duels, which is so important for a CT silo nuke. If you know that there's no T players towards silo, you understand it's going to be ramp, it's going to be hard, it's going to be squeaky, and you can position more players there, you can be ready for it. But enough of the past and into the present. 10-5 here, as Apeks now on their T side with the confidence they got of the last half, charging towards ramp.
Oh, that nade has done so much damage. That HE is absolutely pivotal to this pistol round. They're all so weak, but it's still headshots that Michaelele's finding. Only the one, though. This gives Stiko the opportunity to try and go for an elaborate backstab play from the rear. Meanwhile, Truth takes a full frontal assault. A different approach, but one that does work out well. But it's only good for one frag. It's all left on Gruss. Let's see what he can get done here. Picks up the bomb. Starts to make the play back towards ramp. Suspect of where that CT's gone. He dinks Stiko down to 4 HP. He knows it won't take much to be able to finish him here. He did get a smooth shot off. Zen goes for the peek. Whiffs it, Snods! Oh, no. That could have been the frag, but it's all crumbled away. He baits him in as well with a bomb sound. Luckily, Zen composed himself on the re-peek, or that could have been really, really rough.
Does get it in the end. Gruss was low HP. 10-6. No bomb plant for Apeks, so they may actually decide to save this round and then buy into the next one. Yeah, seems like they will be doing just that. Should be a very good economic round here for GODSENT. Just charge in with those MP9s and those SMGs and start to farm up your economy going into the latter stages of this game. Outside control, easily dealt with here versus the Glocks. And now, just the remaining players towards Squeaky, easily dealt with as well. 10-7, GODSENT finds some footing here, 2 rounds in a row at least for them. And now it's the buy coming out from Apeks. Can they do what GODSENT couldn't and put those AKs to work?
They're going to need to. Will they be able to? Slipping back in then. Round 18. Madden early on. Molotov to try and deny the push through Squeaky. You're also going to see Hut get ignited. So if there was to be a fast play from Apeks, it would immediately be slowed. Instead, they're more set up towards outside. They've already got the smokes going across as well, so they're going to be blocking off the lines of sight and restricting the angles that can be in play here for GODSENT. You've got a bit of a dynamic duo walking up. Does look like they had a little bit of lag on the server there, but seems to be okay for now. Madden with the spam out through main as well, hoping to get the shots off, but doesn't wildfire into anyone. The person that does strike is Zen, waiting for the secret push nods, and claims his first frag of the game here, as they do try and get down towards secret. First frag of the round, rather.
Of the game, in my head I was like...
It'd be a rough game.
Yeah, I know. Zen. Secret stairs. Here's his teammate Michael fall to Apeks. Dennis as well finds Stiko. 2 players in towards the A site and then 1 towards Garage. Leaves this B bomb site very easy for the T's to work with if they wanted to, but it seems instead they're going to go lobby in towards the A site. Easy trade there. Well, no trade at all, really. Crystal goes down without any resistance. Now 3 versus 2. Zen, good positioning here to be on the default A site. Has his teammate as well. believe towards lower. But molly towards heaven. It's a good Molotov, but it's bad timing. The plant will go down. It's now a 1 versus 3. Madden towards the B site. We'll go through then, but I don't think he's got much chance here.
Madden. Slowly making his move up. Going to need to be absolutely perfect for him here, though. Time's ticking away. He's still got a nice amount to play with, and he has that kit. Here's the audio cue. The door opening. Spams. But doesn't get the shot off. And that might be the opportunity to throw in the towel. If you're not going to win that one, back off. Hold on to the M4. Come back in for another round. This will actually give Apeks their 11th on the board now, though. So things starting off on the right foot on their T side, Snods.
It is indeed. Strong round from them. Easy entries for Apeks towards the outside portion of the map, but it was the bonus round, remember, for GODSENT. So they should be able to still buy. Though as I say that, I don't say it with much confidence. $3,500 for Crystal means he should be on an SMG. Yes, it's going to be MP9. For him, Stiko, has he been dropped? No, he hasn't. So 2 MP9s, an AUG for Michael Ailey, probably going to be playing towards Ramp or Heaven. And then 2 M4s for Zen and Madden. Whew. I mean, I actually really like this Apeks have called the timeout here. And the reason being for it, Jack, is if Apeks win this round, they've probably won the game.
Mm-hmm.
And you've got to say, well, why is that? It goes 12-7. They're versus the Eco of GODSENT. If they win that, it's 13-7. You have to expect that if GODSENT are on pistols, that at least 3 or so players survive for Apeks. They've got a lot of cash to work with following that. And they have the driving seat of the game. It's 13-7 at that point. But this is all hypothetical. This is if they win this round. And GODSENT, well, for their chances going forward into the Blast Showdown, they're going to have to show us what they're made of.
Exactly. This matchup means an awful lot for Group A. And this round could be quite a pivotal one. See how the pendulum is going to swing going forward. Zen trying to switch up the way he's been playing towards outside, previously playing deep in towards secret. Now Molotovs it. He's just going to try and watch on the cross. 3 players start to step through. So much damage done from Michael Ailey's AUG. He's whipped out the weapon a couple of times today. Definitely packed a punch into the early bit of this round. He'll slow them down and stagger them. And this might mean that Madden can finish them off, although he peeks into 3 of them at once, Nods. Stiko falls as well. And this is where it starts to turn into a rough ride.
Rough indeed for GODSENT. Whew. This is too easy for Apeks. The entries coming to them thick and fast. Apeks now at 12. GODSENT at 7. They are going to be surviving with 2 players, so they are going to be getting that extra round loss bonus. How many rounds have they lost in a row now? I believe it's 2 or 3, so they could potentially drop over the M4s, but they're going to get 2.9k, which means they're going to be $50 off for Zen to drop over another M4. Oh, they could go for a double FAMAS drop, and maybe have a scout as well for outside or heaven. Even so, Jack, this is me, like, hypothetically clutching at straws.
Oh, yeah. Like, it's a
I'm just
really...
trying to...
It's like, the position they've fallen into right now, especially with that CT side economy, it's such a struggle. They're going to be riding the struggle bus the whole way through.
It was 2.2. It wasn't even... Sorry, it was 2.4. It wasn't even 2.9. So, yeah, it's even dire situation. But the FAMASs will be dropped to Stiko. Crystal going to be warding the Desert Eagle. Besides that, and the saved guns, it's going to be an MP9 onto Madden. 12-7, Jack. I said, I think that's it. But what have GODSENT got left?
Ideally, they've got an opening frag on the board. Zen. He gets the headshot off, kills Gruss. Looks like he really wanted to go for a wide swing out there, but instead plays his cards a little bit closer to his chest. Probably the safer play. Let someone like Stiko go for the backstab just as the smoke fades. Their positions are revealed. And he will strike a big 2k. This should be around for GODSENT now, unless they throw it away. They have the firepower. They've got the man advantage, but everyone's relatively low. Michaelele's on 14, Zen on 30, Stiko on 31. They're looking a bit green around the gills. And Truth and Dennis have just got B-site control.
Here we go then. This could be a marvelous 2 versus 4. Or make it 2 versus 3 as Dennis. Very wise. As he expects the push coming in from Rap, spots the head, and down goes Michael Ailey. He makes this game just look so easy. Oh dear, Stiko's low HP as well, Jack. This doesn't look good for GODSENT. I've said that so many times.
Truth. Playing towards dark.
Oh.
Might not need to do anything, actually, is Dennis. He's the one doing everything into the round. He's had a 4K so far. He could net himself an ace, but he's not going to be given the opportunity. That's a bailout from GODSENT. Give it up. It's not going to happen. That's a 13th round, Snods, for Apeks.
That was a 2 versus 5. We saw the first kill from Dennis when the player pushed hut. That's fine. I'm completely fine with that. Obviously, you need CT information. It's a 4 versus 2. You give the call they're running ramp with the bomb. It's fairly obvious what they have to do in that situation. The big problem for me is that Zen death here, dying like that before the remaining players on your team have even got into good positions. Michaelele as well, getting caught off guard on his lonesome. He is flanking, so that's understandable. But yeah, maybe Zen a little bit too aggressive in that retake. He gives space for a player like Dennis to shine. And, well, 13-7.
A horrendous scoreline to have to come back from. At least they're on CT side, but it's not really giving them any benefits yet. Stiko playing quite aggressively towards ramp as well. Peeks off the nade that he chucked in. Did a fair bit of damage. And he is a headhunter at the best of times. This is definitely one of them, Snods. The repositioning, it was working out so well until he fell on his third opponent. Now we're wrapped up in a 3-on-3 here. 1 minute and 14 still on the clock. As Gus seems to be scouting out potential for a backstab on A. His teammates have got ramp control.
Ramp is in favor of GODSENT, as you mentioned, and what can they do with it? Not much. As GODSENT are just going to walk through it. Bomb is going to be planted very shortly as Apeks is trying to work out what to do. Truth finds out what to do versus Zen. He easily makes his mark towards B. 2 versus 3 now. Even though they're low HP, they have no armor, no kits, besides the armor onto Madden, and then just pistols. So it's going to go 40% for Jack.
Michaelele goes down. Madden with a P250, not even a consolation frag to be picked up. Easy kill from Apeks, as you'd expect, obviously. A round that was destined to go the way of Apeks Nods. 1 round away from a match point position. Now we have a double AWP. Michaelele and Stiko both picking up one of these snipers.
Is that enough? Is that enough? I'm not sure. Although, the way that Apeks is playing, very aggressive, taking those Angels and just winning them flat out with the instant headshots. Potentially an AWP could be effective versus that style of play. But what happens when it isn't? What happens when it goes 14-10 and then Apeks go, okay, well now we'll just do our executes on you. So it may solve the issue for now. As Madden finds Grass, 5 versus 4.
Then, staying on top of the hut. Needs to be ready for what could very well be a burst onto the A-bomb site here. He's going to start to reposition, supported by Crystal. The push comes through. He will get the first frag. Crystal crumbles. Michaelele strikes against Marcelius. And Zen, with a follow-up frag, nets himself 3 in a row. And will keep GODSENT in the game. Keeps them breathing for now. They hold on to both of the double AWPs as well, which is pivotal, because their cash is not in a good position at all.
Pause. By Apeks. Not sure if that's bugged, if it's actually GODSENT's pause, but if Apeks have called a timeout, makes sense as well. They were 14-7 up. They lose their first round. They don't want GODSENT to get any momentum, so they've called for the pause and denied any chance of that. And now it gives them time to think, okay, well, what have we just seen? Madden plays aggressive. We've seen 2 AWPs. What do? We hold, and then we execute. We use utility to counter the double AWPs, and then we make the double AWPs useless in a retake. Question is though, Jack, which side do they go for the execution on?
Well, let's find out. Right now, early on, Marcelius has the bomb. He's gone up towards T-Roof. Oh, they're going for this play once again, Snods. The skylight peak with Marcelius up on top with the AWP. He's going to be looking in towards the A site. You can see they're getting the boost off now. I don't think they're going to see any of the CTs. There didn't appear to be anyone actually peeking from heaven. I can't quite tell right now.
No, Crystal jumped off.
That's unfortunate. We saw them go for that a couple of times earlier today, obviously, versus Dignitas. They weren't able to make it work for them. That seems to fall into their early T default to see if they can get the pick and then build from that. He's still up there.
He is. Patiently waiting. Nothing's going to come about from it just yet. We saw Dignitas try this exact same boost and Deja Vu, it too came to no effect. Smoke towards outside to cover the cross towards the red container. And this is where actually, if you're Apeks, you could fake outside control towards stairs. And then go back towards ramp, try to get in towards the B site. You've seen ramp's been very easy. You can even just go for a high explosion towards the A site. Then he realizes it's a fake. It's just enough information for them to win the round.
Dennis goes for the peek. Zen playing around the smoke so perfectly. The timing is amazing. And he might have a much bigger role in the round unless Stiko's the one to do the damage. Zen, he busts through the door, waving the 4-4. Marcelius, he's not going to be breathing anymore, Snods. And it's all down to Apeks. The impact he had on the CT side was huge. But when he's trapped in a corner, there's not much impact he can have. Gunned down by Stiko. GODSENT still trying to claw themselves back into this game.
They are doing a good job of it so far. They got 2 on the trot. 5 more, though, to even be level with Apeks. And at that point, Apeks will have a full round loss bonus in their favor. So if they do lose more rounds, they have that 3 round loss bonus to fall back on to help them even more if they need it. But GODSENT looking much better now. You can see the aggression coming out from them, albeit slightly too late. It seems like now that it's 14 rounds for Apeks, all the players of GODSENT have suddenly woken up, and now they're starting to get aggressive. Zen pushes towards outside, finds 2 kills. Albeit versus pistols. Need to see some of that versus the rifles as well. But 14-10 it seems, as it's a 5 versus 2.
Can't fault them. Obviously, they need each round they can get. This has been working out quite nicely for them. Because that's the ideal mantra, right? You just take it 1 round at a time. Try not to overthink it. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves and just keep popping heads. And that's exactly what they're doing. Stiko coming back through with 2 there. Also finds himself a little treat of a Tech 9.
Round 25. Buy comes in for Apeks. No AWPs here this time for Marcellus. Just going to be the 5 rifle setup, which may mean smokes towards outside or heavy presence towards A or ramp. Seems like the latter. Towards A. Smokes are thrown outside. This is where we have to see how GODSENT react. They're expecting players who could flood in through main. They could be split. They have Stiko outside towards garage as well, although he could be secret stairs. It's hard to read the map. And though he is, you can see him through the overlay there. He is towards outside. So now they've cleared outside. They know what's going on, Jack. They know it has to be A.
They've swarmed into the site. And the aggression has most likely been the key to their victory, Snods. Stiko trying to line himself up. Oh, if he would have shot, there was potential we could have denied the bomb plant instead. It means it's all on one man's shoulders. And it's not doable. Michaelele has to save that AWP. He's got to fall back. 1 round has changed the outcome of this game drastically. Apeks now. This will be their 15th, Snods. They're on match point, and Truth has just seen his head. Won't matter. That's the last thing he'll ever see.
Yeah, no reason to hunt the AWP here. Look at the cash that Apeks have. Ooh, you can see Gruss and Marcellus are currently working out, should we go for it? Should we not go for it? But they're just going to be staying put here towards garage. Marcellus able to save the AWP for another day. 15-10. 5 match points now for Apeks to work with. And with how strong their defaults have been, how strong individually they've been, should be able to close this one out with these.
How strong Apeks has been. Well, 27-18, 114 ADR, Snods. He has been really one of the big impact fraggers on the server. He's done a lot, especially on the CT side, now transitions to the T side as well, still having moments of explosivity. Back into a 5-on-5 though. No frags found for either team just yet. Michaelele did save that AWP. Dennis. Wow, okay. He's knocked to 1 HP as he took his firefight towards ramp. Guardian Angel watching over him, Snots.
1 HP. Woof. Flash out towards ramp. Oh, it's going to blind them, but they managed to get away. But can they get away from the HE?
Oh.
No, they cannot. About, what, 200 damage nearly on aggregate with that high explosive grenade. Michaelele swings round. Woof! Second kill for him as well. 3rd coming in for the CT side. Stiko peeks out at the perfect time. And now all down to Dennis and Apeks.
Oh, man, they played it so perfectly. Only Apeks finding that frag. Barely by the end there. Crystal as well peeking into Dennis. He had 1 HP. If he could have got a headshot off, maybe he could have caused a bit of mischief, but it was not meant to be. The mischief has been managed.
I was waiting for that.
And now we're back in. It's the 1-on-4 Snods. Apeks got his Marauders map out. But where's it going to take him?
Oh, how is he there? He's been dead for years. Oh dear. Harry Potter references, of course, from the British casters. 15-11. Well, they managed to survive for another round, and they're going to be forcing out pistols onto Apeks, which means if they win it, 15-12, it's only 3 rounds on your CT side nuke. That is doable. They're starting to fill me with a bit of hope here, although hope can be dangerous. Apeks, Deagle in hand, peeking out here towards outside, sees nothing towards heaven. This is going to allow for easy marching down towards secret stairs, but Mike Lely's holding with the AWP.
Madden opens up this round with his AK. That's Truth being beheaded. 4 players still standing for Apeks. 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. Marcelius, the only one that went for a Tech 9. Everyone else favoring the Deagle. Let's see if his rapid trigger finger will be able to cause any chaos into this round. He could potentially get this backstab off Stiko. I thought it might have been a black bar scenario, Snods, but it won't matter. Anyway, as Marcelius, he takes it hard and fast straight towards him, taps him down with a Tech 9. And now we're into a 3-on-3 retake, but Dennis with the Deagle!
Oh my god.
That is absolutely disgusting. He dispatches 2 of them.
How are we left in this situation? Just as I said, hope is dangerous. You can see why. 1 versus 3. Defuse skip for Madden. You can see the bomb's not planted for the T's, but it doesn't matter. It's 3-1 Deags for Dennis in that round. Easy as pie. 16-11 as Apeks make it, what, 1 for 1 now, and GODSENT goes 0 for 2 in the group. Not a good start for them. Oh my god.
Incredible moments there from Apeks, actually. I think just as a sole player to really highlight, some of the damage he did throughout that first half was phenomenal. Obviously moving on to his T half as well. A few openers sprinkled in there. It was big. That was a huge game.
That was really fun. Really, really good matchup. Felt like at the start GODSENT looked strong, and then as the rounds slowly started to unfold, we could see which team was more individually skilled, and that was definitely Apeks. And they claim it. Fair play. 16-11. It's the eco round as well that takes it for Apeks, as now they're a team to look out for, Jack.
They are. They are indeed. That is quite worrying. Obviously, when you think about the actual position that GODSENT were in coming into this, for them to be the first team in the tournament to actually go down 0-2 in this invitational, that's scary. They were the highest rated HLTV team coming in. They had bricked up a lot of wins in the weeks prior to this, but when it's come down to crunch time, they've keeled over, Snods, and they have fallen there, going 0-2.
Yeah, and now it's GODSENT versus Dignitas, and it's a must-win. It is a must-win for both of these teams.
It is. It is.
Let me see. Just looking at the former matches there for Dig. Let's take a look.
We can have a look at the schedule here as well.
Just real quick. So Dig obviously lost versus ENCE, but they won versus Apeks. And now Dignitas versus GODSENT. It seems like the loser of that is nearly guaranteed no spot in the showdown.
Yeah. Pretty much obviously set in stone when we get to that point. GODSENT versus Dig.
Great matchup.
That actually should be interesting. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of GODSENT now needing to essentially make the internal decisions nods of, do they have any fight left in them, right? You lose those first 2 games, you've essentially left the placement in the group in the hands of the other teams.
And as well, you know, if we look at Group B, North, Heroic, you know, if you're coming out of that Group A with a poor seeding in those best of 3s, you are going to be torn apart. So, yeah. Lots to play for that next match, Jack.
And that will be our next match. That's when we're going to be back. We'll be carrying on with the Elisa qualifier here and seeing which 2 teams are going to make it to the Blast Showdown. Bit of a longer break on this one before we come back, around 40 minutes. So take some time to get hydrated, potentially get some food in you so you can really concentrate and enjoy what is going to be a bit of a big game. GODSENT versus Dignitas. Both of them need to make a choice into that one. So obviously it's going to be very important for their progression, or especially for Dignitas, if they're actually even able to get anything else out of this qualifier snod. So that will be up when we return after the break, and we'll come back in around 40 minutes. Hello, ladies and gents. We are back, ready to get underway with a bit more action here, Snods, as we rage on to see who is making it through the Invitational tonight. We now get into a bit of an interesting game just in terms of standing. It's obviously GODSENT. They haven't been able to get a win under their belt yet, and they've started to fall into a bit of a slump. Whereas Dignitas, they're still trying to fight for survival after going 1-1. These two teams will be clashing against each other.
That's right, Jack. We've seen Dignitas a few times earlier today. We saw them on Nuke earlier, 16-8 win versus Apeks. And then, as you mentioned before, the loss versus ENCE, 16-11 on Dust 2. However, Jack, we finally have a new map, Inferno, joining the fray here for our matchup right now, GODSENT versus Dignitas.
Yeah, it's been, what, 2 games of Nuke tonight and 2 games of Dust 2. Now, finally, something a little bit different thrown in. And what better of a map to be given than Inferno normally provides for some of the best games.
Yeah, and it's a map which both these teams are going to be very solid on, so hopefully we see some more great Counter-Strike and basically carry on the form that we've seen so far today, which has been teams fighting tooth and nail to try qualify for the Blast Showdown. And you can see why, with the way that Counter-Strike's going for some of these lesser teams, the Tier 2 teams, this is the perfect chance to showcase how good they really are.
And we've seen a lot of that. There has been a lot of talent that's been on display. Moments of absolute greatness, obviously with Apeks, how they were able to come in and just look dominant on the server over on Nuke. Definitely a big turnaround considering they played the same map twice. It was a complete flip of what they initially had when they first off versus Dignitas at the start of the day. Dignitas, they've looked pretty warm the entire day, obviously falling short on Dust 2 with quite a tight game that they had versus ENCE, but by no means was it one-sided. It took a lot out of both teams.
Yeah, it was like a GODSENT, really strong start, and then we saw them tapering off towards the end of their T half. We saw a lot of individual plays from Madden, Stiko with the clutches as well, and it felt like as soon as that individualistic play style was gone and they were forced on the CT side, ENCE just ran over them. Sunny just, running a mockery around them, and Yampy as well, definitely a lot more comfortable on that terrorist side, it seemed, rather than when they were on CT. So yeah, for Dig, coming into this one, I think they... Are they the favourites in this matchup? That's the question, Jack. What are you thinking? I think... God, you answer this first. I need time to process
I think, honestly, after everything we've seen tonight alone, not basing it off previous results, which, in that case, I probably would have said, I think it's in favour of GODSENT. For right now,
though,
I think it's Dig. I think it has to be Dig, yeah.
I agree. Just as I started to really think about it in silence, you look at the two names, looking at the rosters, looking at the games and the quality of CS that we've seen so far today. Yes, we did see Dig lose versus ENCE, but ENCE at the moment have been the best team so far that we've seen in Group A, so it makes sense. GODSENT, besides the individual plays, they look quite lackluster as a team. Do they have a deep tactical playbook to fall back on if things don't work out in their favor, if they don't land the headshots? I'm not sure, but we are live now, Jack, with the pistol.
Oh my goodness. Forest is not messing about, Snod. Seconds into the game, he's got the Glock out, he's gone over towards second mid, and he has picked up a disgusting headshot. That is absolutely ridiculous, and definitely going to be sending a message attached to that Glock bullet. The Dignitas are not messing around in this game.
Fortunately, I missed it tabbing into the stream from the webcam, but... I'm sure the replays will be with us shortly. Will they be able to convert the Glock 1 tap into a round win? 5 players here from Dignitas towards B, and it seems likely, Jack, as Freiburg takes the head off Madden.
They're getting ready to storm their way into B as well. Smokes do go down to at least Shroud. And they wait. Actually, it's all been an elaborate ruse, Snod. They've already done so much into the round, but they don't fancy risking it. They're going for the full rotation, back round towards A, as it's Tour de Inferno at the minute. Deco with the USP will be able to fire back, takes down Get Right. We fall into a 3 versus 4. A retake for the CTs. They do have a kit. They've got a decoy that won't exactly be the most useful bit of utility they've got in their pockets, but let's see if they're going to get much to line those pockets with some more cash, or if this is going to be Dignitas picking up a lovely little opening round. Dinks coming through early on, all the Glocks doing damage. It seems like you can secure this one going the way of Dignitas, Nuts.
Yeah, brilliant round there from Dig. Break it down shortly. Let's see if Stiko can get any consolation frags. No, just the one. Looking back on that round, hopefully now with the recap, actually, you might see the headshot, but They get the first initial headshot, as you said, towards second mid. They get the entry in towards A. They group up outside B. They know that there's going to be at least 2 towards A after losing that first player, and 2 towards B, so it's a 5 versus 2. As soon as Freiburg gets that first kill onto Madden, they're anticipating the players from A to rotate B. They spot that second player B at Coffins. That's their sign that they've over-rotated. That's their sign to go back. And with that, the A site completely clear. Stika playing towards Library, not really a position that you can hold on to a site with. Not really strong enough to try and fend off 5 people, but Madden into this round with the Deagle has the headshot through some sort of box. Not sure which one it was, maybe towards top of Banana. And with that, a 4 versus 5, and actually no HP as well for Hals.
Now, 4 and 5, as you said, in favor of GODSENT. A good way to at least try and get some reign of control back in the side. With the weapons they've got to work with. A little bit of a deco. 2 of them in play. 157 for Zen. Crystal just rocking the CZ. And Stiko with a scout. The weapons that are actually going to be tested are that of Stiko and Zen. Though, it's not actually going to be an A play. They're backing off, making their move over towards B. Get Right has the utility. Exist and Hauzerk also have smokes. They can go for a full take on this B site if they want to, Snots.
I feel like Get Right should have the Glil here. Hauzerk potentially should be giving that one over. Either way, maybe they have a strategy in mind to use that Mac-10. Maybe smoke out towards CT, try pushing towards Ruin behind him if they can jump through. But the CZs up close, Jack. We know how prevalent they are. Although, Forest through the smoke finds Crystal. And Madden, let's see what he can do. He's found a headshot already, but can't quite get any more. It's going to be a 4 versus 3 now in favor of the Swedes.
The swing from Stiko. He's spanning through the smoke with the unzoomed scout, but it's not connecting. Not giving him the extra oomph he needs into the round. This is definitely possible if they can play it right. They don't have any utility. They've only got pistols as well. So getting to an angle where they can actually do damage is going to be rough. Exist can trade with his teammate there in Forest. It's set up so easily for the T's to win this round. Get Right. If he wants to, he could make a mockery and make some money as well. Swings out towards CT. He's got them trapped. He will fall to Stiko, but it won't matter too much, because they can still exit the site.
Easy as that. Forest. Whew. Looking very much in form after a long day of Counter-Strike being played out. Down at Dignitas to win the round. Hello? What's happened there?
He's just walked back into CT, Snods. He's a bold man.
Does not care, does he?
Doesn't give a damn.
Well, 2-0. Going to be the Eco now coming out from GODSENT. And with that, Dignitas have yet another round to... Well, I say another round, actually. The money isn't looking too good. So this is the round which is economic for them. They have to have at least 3 to 4 staying alive here. Get the kills on the Mac-10. Get the money in the bank to give yourself a buffer to work with, because you don't want to be reset after losing a first round in the T side. That is dire situations. Oof, Stiko for a minute, I believe. Get Right. Easy as that. Takes it down. Man advantage now. 4 Dig, just playing slow and steady and anticipating the aggression from GODSENT. Spanning the works, could be towards B though. If they do group, GODSENT stack it, but Freiburg with the entries towards Banana, making it so...
2 players left alive on the CT side. Michaelele's one of them, and he was just waiting by dark spot to see if maybe he could get anything. I don't think he wanted that. The jumping Freiburg flies round the corner. He's been training his aerobics in the off-season, Snoz. This man is a gymnast.
Do you know what? One of the things that's impressed me so far about the Dig lineup has actually been Freiburg. It seems like he's found more... How do I explain it? He was always known for his sprays, and spraying was very good 4 or 5 years ago before the iteration of all these young stars, these young aimers who just take your head off instantly. While spraying is very consistent, it's very important, arguably the most important factor of learning how to rifle is to spray, because then it allows you to headshot better. But it felt like over time he kind of lost his presence in the server as he was just getting headshots so much. After watching some of the demos recently of Dignitas, it felt like his aim has improved massively. It could be because now with this new team, he knows it's do or die for his career. He's putting in those extra hours to get his aim up. But flash it towards B. 3 players here at 4 make it now as the bomb is going to be dropped towards bottom of Banana. Hauzerk with an entry once again. Oh, Madden's trying to trade it, but he can't. Freiburg does it again.
Then going to be pushing out straight in. Looking like he's going out swinging, Snods. He's able to take down one man before he's traded back upon. Get Right also follows suit, though, as he will crumble away. EEST locked onto the angle and snaps onto the head of Mikelele. Stiko is the only one that remains alive for the meantime. Whilst his heart is still beating, he's going to use it to try and run away. Secure himself at least an AK, so he's got a bit of a better prize to take through into the next round, but Dignitas will be taking the round. That's now a 4-0 split on the scoreline.
And that's more money in the bank. 3 players surviving, the bomb's planted. So they're going to be having $5,000 each after the next round. They're going to be in a very strong position going forward on their T side of Inferno. Stiko going to be saving onto that AK. Oof. And now, for GODSENT, do you force around 3 rifles? Stiko can drop an M4, Zen can buy an M4, but even then you're stuck with 2 SMGs and a lack of utility. We know how important CT side utility is on Inferno. And it seems like they will just be going for the quasi buy. Oh, it's actually a good quasi. Look at the utility they have. The grenades, the smokes, the delay. Maybe they can try and delay Dignitas on a B take and try and get rotations from A into B. But again, Jack, I'm clutching at straws here to find ways for GODSENT to win these rounds.
GODSENT need rounds. Well, for sure they've been getting close in a couple of instances, but it's your CT side. You know, you don't want to let this one get too far out of hand before the game's even really begun, Fear. Stiko, him having the only save weapon really could be quite a saving grace for him, though. His level of lethality at times can be so far up there, and there you have it. He swings out, he takes down Get Right, so he's now opened up the round. There's potential they could get another weapon as well, Snods. If Mikelele's bold enough, and talking of being bold, it's Madden that's doing the damage, playing right in front of the smoke towards B. He's held this push back for a few seconds.
Ooh, Stiko through the smoke finds 2. Tries to get more at the tag as well onto Halzerk. 21 HP for him, 1 versus 4. And this should be the first round here for GODSENT on the quasi buy. And it's 3 kills from the saved Kalashnikov here. As Halzerk slowly walks in, but look where Stiko is. He has the off angle. He's easily going to take his head out if he sticks his head out as well. He's in. We have it. Stiko actually going down there. Zen with the 5-7 kills. So first round on the board for GODSENT, and it was the quasi. And one of the big things about winning a quasi buy is, well, you've already got $2,000 left in the bank account. Additionally, $3,500 for winning, but the money's in a much better position than it was just 2 minutes ago. And you can see already $4,000 in the bank for Mikelele, $3,000 for Crystal, $4,000 for Zen. Even if they lose this round, they can still buy next.
No, it's a naughty round to win. That's really huge in the grand scheme.
The morale is huge, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's what I said. As soon as you could see the AK was on Stiko, if there was going to be someone that would just somehow bring this round into their control, it had to be him. And it was. Now, moving into round 6, we fall into a little bit more slumber from the T side. Just playing a default, not playing too aggressive. Been a couple of times where they've had players that have been a little bit caught off guard, so grouping up with a slow default, getting out of control, most likely going to be a late round burst in towards the A site. It is. You've got the 3-player setup. They've got deep brackets control. And they do actually peek to clear mid. Oh, Snods. They've got the read that it's clear. They're rotating Madden off. This is going to be abysmal.
There's still 3 players here, though, Jack. Molotov goes in. Mikelele playing towards Arch. Can get a quick fire in towards short as well if he needs it. This really comes down to Zen here playing close and short. He is massively impactful.
He's got so much to do. And not a lot of time to do it in. Yeah, and he's been starved
doesn't get a kill,
out.
But he gets the information. That's all that matters. Here come the rotation. They know exactly where Dig are going.
Mikelele, quick on his feet, back round towards B. The backstab from Zen's already there. They've not heard it. Freiburg wasn't ready for it, and he will fall. They're in the B site, though, but it won't matter. The 2 that have made it onto dry land have been gunned down, and it is just Forest that remains. Trapped on an island of his own now. 20 HP, AWP in hand, clutching at straws to get anything else out of this round. If he doesn't go down after time, that would be the best case scenario, but naturally, they want to make sure he has no money to play with.
Well, well, well. How the tables have turned. How they're going to be forced onto their own eco. Forest next round, if they do buy maybe a Deagle or Tech 9 to work with, and that really changes your strategy as well if you do lack that extra AK. They have been going heavily towards B, and it has been effective. But remember, Jack, they won the pistol, which is important because winning that pistol round does give you the additional round afterwards when they eco'd. So really, in terms of buy rounds, you're looking at a 2-2 scoreline. So GODSENT making this much more convincing than it may seem. Now their money's starting to swell also. But 4 players here from GODSENT. Once again, a good read, as they're going to be expecting the eco to come A.
Easy pickings for the boys on GODSENT so far. A very clean round, no one dropping, which is perfect if you want to try and build up that cash a little bit more. So very nice for the economy, Snots. They're going to be happy with the additional funds that are being wired to their bank account. 3 of them still rocking the AKs as well. Only Zen, who is on the M4. Michaelele, of course, on the AWP. In reality, the person you need to keep your eyes on right now is Stiko. He's 10-4, 148 ADR, and we're 8 rounds into the action.
Same affair as we saw in Dust 2. Individual plays carrying GODSENT forward. That is my fear for them as a team. So, banana control being fought back and forth. Flash coming in, the wide swing from Crystal. That's the backup of more teammates, but they're just going to be falling one by one. Oh, Freiburg with 2. There you have it. 2 versus 4, and the B site barren from CT players. They're going to have to save here, Jack.
Hey, the king of banana. It works both ways for that madman.
Both ways.
If he's on
CT
side or T. You know what I mean? He's applicable wherever you need him.
Yeah, gosh. It's just the angles, mate. It's just straight angles. You can't peek it.
That's the funny thing as well, right? Is obviously I remember back when we were in Poland about 2 years ago now, when Freiburg obviously took his initial departure from NIP.
Oh, when he was the analyst and we were casting.
And he was talking to us about it and basically saying how, like, it wasn't him stepping away from the team, obviously, to end his career. It was him stepping away to try and see what more he could do. And that he realized he had to sort of reinvigorate himself and find the right team again. So it is quite poetic how obviously that right team now that he's fallen back into is around all of those players that he was surrounded by for years. And obviously he's back being able to rip heads off again.
And the heroic stint never really worked for him, did it?
Yeah.
He never really reached the heights that I think maybe they were told they were on their trajectory to go to. But either way, this is a very new Dig roster. And the honeymoon phases are real with teams. The real test for Dig is in 2 months' time when they've had solid practice under the belt, what level the team will be showing. And for my money, Dig isn't going to be a team that's going to progress heavily over the next 9 months to a year. I think we start seeing the real level of the new Dignitas team within at least 3 to 4 months.
They're one of your solid, like, top 20, top 15 teams that will always stay within that region, right? Like, you never expect them to drop lower than that. But it's the matter of can they push for more. And right now, can they push for B site control? As early on, they do make their move up towards B. Just teetering, getting ready to burst in. Hauzerk, he's an absolute lunatic at times. And again, he's the first in, gets the entry frag. Crystal has been shattered into a million pieces. Michaelele with a rapid flick. Forest responds as well. Now we're left into a 3-on-4. Everyone on Dignitas is low, though. And they are going to be hoping that there is no more chaos. But Michaelele, he thrives on the stuff. And he is causing carnage. Mass atrocities coming out from this superstar right now as he strikes down against them, Snods. 2 wonderful kills with the AWP, setting them up in a potential to now be able to retake the round. But the elevated angle from Hauzerk will work out for not only height above them, but for the higher skill ceiling, finding that shot. Zen's the last one alive. He's got to commit to a save. And Dignitas, they win a round. It was not clean, but it's definitely theirs.
There you have it. Very, very well put there. Poetic, Jack. It's not clean, but it's theirs. That's the best way to describe the NIP magic. And that's one of the reasons why they were so captivating as a fan was NIP could always win. You know, they weren't the best team in the world, but they always could win on their given day. I mean, Cluj-Napoca 2016, their best of 3 win against Astralis. If you remember that one, where they woke up and started tweeting them, got on their heads, and then won that matchup.
Yep.
Nowadays here, with this new Dig roster, taking down Fnatic, the #1 ranked team in the world on HOTV just a few days ago. Is that Nip Magic still there? I hope so. Let's see then. King of Banana. Well, live by the sword, die by the sword. As Freiburg is taken down from the from Banana of Michaelele. 5 versus 4. Dig now. Most likely going to be poisoning himself towards A.
Freiburg taken down early. There's a little bit of a thorn in their side. That much damage done to Halzerk as well is really going to slow down the momentum. He's had the AWP on the T side. His AWPing throughout today has been pretty fantastic. I think we'd both agree on that, right? A lot of impact. Been really solid, so...
Clearly, yeah.
Keep that up. Well, Halzerk, mate.
Oh, Halzerk, I see. Very impactful indeed. I think if we're comparing the two AWPers, they're actually quite similar.
They are, actually. That is very
explosive, true. Entry frag... explosive... Yeah.
Not there, though.
Not there. I was going to say explosive entry fragging kind of AWPer, but as I say that, I saw he was about to scope into Michaelele, so I didn't want to say it, but either way, exists now. Trying his hardest in a clutch. 1 versus 3. Now, there's one more player here, though. It's Michaelele, just like that. Easily going to be taken down, so 4 to 6 as we go into round number 11. 2-run advantage now still for Dig, but in terms of cash, what can they do? Forrest can drop off an AK to Freiburg. Halzerk can actually buy an AWP himself. And that means, yeah, Mac 10 going to be in the hands of EEST. This is actually a solid buy. And AWPing T-Side Inferno is tricky. It is tricky. It is hard to be effective with it. But what isn't hard is just rushing and holding down W Jackers. It may actually work in their favor.
It very well could do EEST. Trying to play with a fast tempo and just burst his way in towards there. Fortunately for him, he does go down. There was a nice amount of damage done. Some panic was ensued. But the response from the HEs towards mid are the real things that are getting some bang for their buck on the side of GODSENT. They blow Freiburg out of the server. Forrest has to reply with the AK snods, and now we're left into a 4 versus 3. However, Stiko up on this elevated angle by balcony, teetering over the edge, just listening for the audio cues to see if they're going to push up and get more deep brackets control. If they do, he will be such a big amount of impact on the side for GODSENT.
Stiko takes out Get Right. Now leaves us into a 4 versus 2. Really strong positioning here from GODSENT. They have Michaelele with the AWP at B as the safe haven to guard the site. You've got Madden holding the off angle here towards Arch in case there was a wraparound. Oh no, Stiko going down. That's really big. This opens up the site if they can get this final kill in towards the cubby. Let's see. Oh, Crystal goes down as well, Jack. It's now a 2 versus 2. The bomb is going to be planted. They've got an open pit. This is actually favoring Dignitas now.
Halzerk scoped him. Looking towards Library. Just as the smoke fades, he bobs up. He gets the first. You know what? He'll take the second as well. As he show-stopping right now with the AWP. Lights out. Puts them to bed there. Tucks them in. Brings them a little bedtime story. And that's it, Snods. He shut them both down. 7 to 4 now. The T side of Dignitas is looking like just a ridiculous animal. They have been able to do so much damage here. And this half isn't over yet.
It's not over yet. So much left in this half. And look at the money for GODSENT. They lose this. They're down 8-4 and they're forced onto an eco. And with that, Michaelele goes down again. Halzerk with another entry for Dig. For this team, he has to prove himself. That's one of the reasons I imagine he's putting every single ounce of blood, sweat, and tears into his time here on Dignitas. And he's really showing why these 4 veterans chose him as their 5th. Another kill there at Banana from him. 4 to 7, 2 versus 5. You have to save these weapons here if you're GODSENT. Only real chance you have in the half itself, because if you can save onto an AWP, try and get a quasi-buy win like they did last time, they can bring it back, but gosh.
Madam with an MP9. If he was able to do a lot of damage here, it would be absolutely ridiculous. He strikes on the first, and EEST will be overthrown. The positional play from Stiko as well could do so much. They're going to have to work their way up through brackets control and look to try and get on the A site. Madden rotated, but he was a little bit too heavy on his old feet. Was spotted out by Freiburg. Taken down. Stiko, he is backing off. He's heard the bomb plant, so guarantee he knows this is a full commit on the A site. No shenanigans afoot, so he'll just be making his move over towards B, where he can hopefully get away with a save. If you can clutch onto that AWP, that's the dream scenario. Obviously pass that back over to Michaelele. If not, they're going to be in for a very rough 13th round.
Brilliant rotation there from Dig from B to A. Get Right, as always it seems, finds his perfect timing to lurk out of apps. Gets the A site for free. Makes the call that he hasn't cleared mid. There's probably someone there who will jump in towards apartments. Freiburg gets the kill on the player pushing B. And just like clockwork, it goes to 8-4. Jack.
Yes, mate.
Oh, the Betway odds! Wow, look at the Betway odds! Not sure if you saw what was on screen then, did you?
I did not. I was quickly trying to tweak something.
It was something that was PG-13.
Oh, right.
In a corner.
My goodness.
But we'll leave it there. Yeah, we'll leave it there. So, GODSENT have called a tactical timeout. 4-8 down. You got an AWP for Michael, but what spawn has Michael got? Number 3 is the Thunderball. He's got a decent spawn for mid. Could try a peek in mid, get that entry, but even then, because you get that kill with the AWP, you can't retrieve the weapon for your teammate because it's so far away. So they are going to go for the quasi buy and allow for Dig to potentially get a 9th here. Unless some magic happens from GODSENT in this one.
Well done. We carry on. Michael Lele. Molotov goes down early as he'll make his move over towards Banana. Up in hand. Looking at the other AWP that's in the server, Hauserk. He's slowly going for a contact play early on up towards the middle. Looking to see if he can punish. A lot of damage done to the CTs. Michael Lele and both Madden are quite low, just off utility usage. Spamming alone. A 5-7 should not be doing much damage though. He's been able to find 3 kills, Snods. This is horrible.
What is that?
Oh
no, they're coming in again. What are they doing?
He nearly overthrew 4 of them just with a 5-7 alone. Hauserk luckily has the AWP. If he hits this flick, he can still salvage the round, but right now it's all about the pistol prowess until Freiburg comes through with 2 of his own frags. Left in a 1 versus 1, AK in hand, palms sweating, but it won't matter. He keeps his composure, and he cuts through Madden to clutch the round.
Jack, that was the perfect moment to shout out. Freiburg on the spray.
It really was. Literally rolling back the ears, mate. Yeah, vintage Freiburg on display.
Where's Lauren? Where's Pansy? Just to let it out. Let it scream.
Goodness.
Oh, vintage plays. That was lovely. 14 is the round. 9 for Dignitas and 4 for GODSENT. Now then, in terms of cash, because that was the quasi-buy, we can still buy the FAMAS. No AWP for Michael Ellie. We know that the AWP for Michael Ellie is pivotal on the CT side of Inferno so far. Really important for getting picks and for holding Banana. Oh no, this is really bad positioning here from Madden. Oh, you cannot be getting caught there from the Molotov. And Crystal just has a FAMAS to hold. This just isn't working here for GODSENT.
Smoke is down. Flashbang from Crystal so we can try and play around it and peek back into the smoke. Instead, gets stuck, spams through, slays Freiburg. They could still potentially pick up this round. The bomb isn't down yet. We do have the lurk from Get Right, though. He's up to his old tricks. This means he can backstab on Stiko. So it is up to the main CTs that are coming in over from Speedway to really do a brunt of the work.
Where's he going?
But actually,
they're saving.
Stiko, he's just going for the save.
They have no kit. They do have a kit. Why are they saving?
Surely
they must be saving for the last round.
I guess, yeah. They're saving to try and at least get an extra round at the half and end it at 10-5.
It's really tough in that situation to call for the save or to go for it, because obviously, yes, they have a really strong level of round loss bonus, so they could go for a FAMAS buy next round, but then again, what has a higher chance of winning? Saving, dropping over 2 more M4s, having 5 M4s and trying to play for a 10-5, or if they go for the retake, they lose it, but then on FAMASs, they lose that round again. You know, you're looking at 11-4, that's, well, in terms of morale, losing a half 10-5 and losing a half 11-4 are very different things. You know, when you lose 10-5, you feel like, oh, come on, guys, win the pistol. We're back in this. 11-4 is demoralizing.
Last round of the first half, Snods. This is what it all comes down to for GODSENT. They can get a little bit more to try and help them on their T side. Early on, utility usage again being so key. Dignitas, they've been winning the Battle of Banana when it comes down to their nades 9 times out of 10. They've left the opening of these rounds consistently with the B players looking low on health. Freiburg going for the jump shot as well. There was almost a moment of madness there, but luckily it returns to a little bit more normality, as it seems the player is going to be able to burst up into the A site. Zen playing right in front of the smoke, gets one. Crystal comes through with a frag of his own as well, and this whole round has fallen into chaos. It's GODSENT that win it as they take it 5-10, pushing us into the second half now.
Ooh, have Dig done enough here already? 10 rounds on their T side. If they claim the pistol, they're going to be feeling very confident for the latter portion of Inferno. And for GODSENT, it's do or die now for this pistol. They have to claim it to get their T side rolling. Otherwise, you're looking at a 5-12 scoreline. Your T side Inferno, you're just up against it, aren't you? Let's see then, Jack. It's 2 players coming towards Banana, but there's going to be some force back here from Dig.
They're playing quite aggressive towards Banana. It's a contact play. Get Right's just walked down. He's ripped one head off. He was hoping to get some more, but it wasn't meant to be. Obviously, they've gone for the classic B pistol as well. Send 3 CTs over, so luckily there's still 2 men on site. 2-2 split now. Left into a 4 versus 4. Hauzerk playing close underneath quad. Here's the footsteps. Expects the mid-peak, but wasn't prepared for the Boiler Man to come out. Not only has he fixed the pipes nods, he's also fixed it so GODSENT have a higher chance of winning the round. Forest will crumble, and it's left on Freiburg and EEST to try and mount somewhat of a retake in a 2 versus 4.
EEST spots the players coming out of balcony. I believe that's a dink. Yeah, I can hear it. Onto Freiburg. Should be the round sealed in their favor. Although, Adam, 22 HP, finds one. Pushing in now. EEST makes the rotation in towards mid. All the players from the T side are going to be situated on towards the default site. For me, though, Madden in towards pit should be the defining factor here. And there it is, with the headshot from himself, truly. 10-6, GODSENT win the muster in pistol. And now, Dig are going to force it. Eagles, HE grenades. I like to see smoke grenades as well on CT side Inferno. There's lots of choke points, mid, apartments, Banana that are very, very strong. And being blocked off by smokes. And it's a good way to quarantine the T side to allow for rotations, to slow them down, to let your teammates come into the site and help you.
It's also interesting to just see him go for the classic, mate. The CSX misters, you get the free nades for mid, 2 nades for Banana, launch them down. Normally, obviously, you'll see the push go on with it, but as you said, they invest into those smokes, so they're still trying to play the late round, and we're just hoping to get a lot of tags off early. But no one really took damage from it. It was only Crystal. A little bit unlucky. A majority of the players were waiting far enough back, so if there was any shenanigans, they wouldn't be affected. Now we fall into this position. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Eagles across the board for Dignitas. You do love seeing a bit of a deco. But can they hit the shots? Nods. Hauzerk. He's going to be a bit worried now. Goes for the peak, doesn't get too much. However, on the reface, that was his opportunity to start to really take names. They are whiffing Stods.
Oh no. 2 now remaining. Get Right and Freiburg will be falling back, allowing for the bomb to eventually expire and make it 7 for GODSENT. That was their force buy, so now they're going to be onto an eco. They are going to be saving 2 deagles and a smoke and flashbang. Maybe use that flashbang in towards second mid, in towards a late mid peak, in towards Banana. There's lots of ways which that can be utilized. So let's see. There you go. 7-10. Then an eco round. Again with these Mac 10s and SMGs for GODSENT, we should be seeing 8-10 scoreline and money in their favor. This first full buy round, Jack, is going to be so important for both these teams. It's important for Dignitas to get back hold of the momentum on this map. It's also important for GODSENT to tell themselves, actually, we're back in this, we can win it. If they do make it 9-10 and then eventually 10-10.
Oh, the way this game's shaping up now, it seems way more competitive than it did just mere moments ago, right? The rounds are actually looking a lot tighter. It's shaping up to be a nice game to round us out before we go into our final game of the night after this. And there's still a lot of weight on this. Obviously, if Dignitas win this, they've guaranteed a spot in the semi-finals to move on in the weekend. So that's what they're playing for. For GODSENT, it's a fight for survival. Freiburg, He's going quite aggressive with the deagle. This man was hoping for the 3K. It was one of those, you know, where you can feel it coming. It's
my heart skipped.
Mate.
Yeah. Skipped a beat there on that one. And it's going to call for the full rotation now from Dig to come all the way towards the A site. Bomb still in towards mid. Smoke out towards long. Ooh, spots the toe of Zen. Sharks out the flash. Catches him off guard. Fully blind. And the trader's there from EEST. The AK now in his hands. Forest on towards the default site versus the back 10. Lands the first dink, but not quite enough. 2. Oh, make it 1 versus 3 now for EEST.
Ooh, spams through the smoke. Did a bit of a tag, brought it down onto Crystal, leaving him on 3 HP. He will commit to the save. Doesn't want to gamble on it. A few of them were tagged, but obviously the risk of winning a 1 versus 3 in this scenario isn't worth it. It's at a 10-7. Give them the round. It gets a little bit closer. Keep onto that AK, because your economy is the bigger picture, Snods, and they definitely do not have a lot of money right now.
And we saw from Stiko only in the last half what damage a saved AK can do when he had that 3K at B. Now EEST will be saving his. 8 to 10 as expected. Easy rounds being won here for GODSENT. Now we head into the first buy round. And with that, this could mean that EEST drops over an AWP to Halzerk to allow him to buy more utility. I'd like to see that. Or he could just drop over another M4. Instead, though, just buys his own utility. Doesn't care. And Halzerk has none. So, let's see where he's going to be situated. We see Halzerk play very dynamic on the CT side on most maps, especially on Dust 2. He was everywhere, Jack.
He was all over him like a rash. Is he going to be able to replicate that here, though? Because his AWPing prowess was up there. He was doing a lot of damage in the early game, being able to find quite a few entry frags to at least open up the rounds. He was good defensive AWPing as well, so let's see if that will come out. Freiburg right now, normally the king of banana. It seems like his potassium power is still reigning supreme, as he will behead Madden. Halzerk will come through. You mention his name, you invoke his power, and he will strike, eliminating Zen. And it's just left onto the 3 musketeers of GODSENT now, Snods. These troublesome terrorists, what can they get up to? Ooh, they can beat Get Right with a Galil, it seems.
Can indeed. Nice shot there from Crystal. Onto the low HP now with the Galil. Ooh, fantastic shot as well there from Stiko. Now EEST coming in towards Graveyard. And ironically, shall be where he lays. 2 versus 3. Dig now forced to save from what was a 5 versus 3. Dignitas going to be... I'd like to see a pause come out from Dig. You can see there's a major momentum shift that's happened in this game. It's tangible now. Call a pause, have a breather, and reset.
Oh yeah, I definitely think it's needed at this point, right? Like, you can see there is visible cracks that are slowing them down on the CT side. It looked way better. Now we've fallen into a bit where it starts to look quite stagnant. Like, a round like this is such a key telltale if, like, something is going wrong. You lose a 5 versus 3. Sure, at the best of times, it's like, okay, fair enough. Maybe there was a play that really was the catalyst for it all. Whereas here, it was just more GODSENT just taking individual firefights and being able to win that one off their own back. So, take a pause, as you said. It's starting to get close again now. At least you'd have 1 round of a buffer between both sides. Then see where you want to go from there. I think the water went down the wrong hole there. Trying to stay hydrated during the cast, Nods. Apparently, I'm not well equipped to be able to drink water and cast at the same time. It tried to kill me, dude. It's like Freiburg coming up banana.
Yeah, gosh. It's the problem when you're casting from home, you know. If you actually have to get up and get something, you can't just message someone in a WhatsApp group to go and run and get it for you.
The perils of trying to drink water and cast.
I know.
Nightmare.
So, speaking of nightmares, what's Dignitas got now? After losing that last one, they still have some good economy thanks to the round loss bonus, and also thanks to 2 players surviving, which means 2 players can drop. Therefore, they have 4 rifles, and then that 1 player that wasn't dropped was Freiburg. As I say it, tags down Madden to 12 HP.
Okay, Freiburg. As per usual, obviously he's been doing a lot of work towards banana. Again, he's playing deep, though. I wonder if they're actually going to be ready for it this time around. Literally just playing on the close angle. Did go for the anti-flash based off the timing of his teammate flashing him in. So much damage done. And that is the 101 of how to establish banana control with just one single man named Adam. My goodness.
So, where are the holes now for Dig? That arch is wide open. And you can see Halzerk starting to check towards CT spawn in case one of the T's have lurk there. Instead, they are going to be opting to go through apartments, which is exactly where Dignitas want them. The double pit play should be Exodia against whatever GODSENT have coming. So, 25 seconds nearly. Molotov goes out. That should seal the deal here as they're holding towards apartments.
Boris drops the smoke, he sees them, tries to shroud himself and stay alive. They were so heavily focused on him and his smoke shenanigans, they didn't realise there was a man in the back line. Guns down one, Forrest is able to swing and take out the other two. And now it's left on a very patient man, quite zen. Let's see what he can do from this point forwards, Nods. A 1-on-3, with no time left to work with. That is it. It will be taken away from him. That's the thing about times, Nods. If you ain't got much, doesn't help, does it? Doesn't help.
No, not at all. He's just going to save it, isn't he? 5 AKs for GODSENT versus, again, 4 rifles now. Freiburg going to be upgrading from a FAMAS to an AK, which means presence towards Banana is going to be much more difficult to obtain if you are GODSENT. As the confidence you have with an AK in your hand versus a FAMAS is day and night. Halzerk, once again with that entry, takes that Michael as well. Wow. That's going to be rubbing salt into the wounds, considering that Michael was a former NIP AWPer. And when they did make the reignition of the former NIP team, he wasn't the one asked. Well, so we know. As it's Halzerk who's been performing lights out so far for Dig.
Snuds, how many times do you think they're going to go into this play towards Banana and not expect Adam to be playing on the close angle? Freiburg's done this a numerous amount of times now since the pause. Obviously playing with that one-man aggression for him to just establish deep Banana control. And no one else even has to step foot off the site. Get Right just flashes him in. It's perfect every time, and they're just not prepared for it. Again, another one-for-one trade.
I like the change of tempo. You mentioned Freiburg plays aggressive towards Banana, and you can see how scared GODSENT are, how passive they were at clearing each and every meticulous angle. And Freiburg's now just camping towards dark at the back of the site. They're not going to expect this.
He's terrified them. He's squished their confidence, but can he now squish them when it comes to them stepping on his turf? He's pasted up, lying in wait at the back of the site. The Molotov's going to go down, but he won't be bothered. He's hot at the best of times as he peeks out, guns down too, and he looks to try and make it a hat trick, but he's hit by the nade. Blown clean out of the server. Stiko given an opportunity to punish, but he couldn't do it. He was outnumbered and vastly outgunned. Falls to Halzerk's AWP, and that is now a 12-9 scoreline. Dignitas, since that pause, Snods, they have been on an upwards draft.
12-9 then. Dignitas with 2 in a row now. Freiburg catching 2 of those players off guard from Pool, just hiding the back of dark. The Molotov slightly too late. Again, another entry frag for Halzerk onto Michael.
You know, Snods, what's interesting is that Lightning hits Earth over 100 times every minute, but Halzerk, I think his average is even higher. He's been popping off. Get Right doing some of his own damage into this round, though. 2 heads found as he claims Crystal and Madden. This now leaves them in a much more dire position. This could be the 13th round for Dig.
Yeah, it's going to be. You've got Stiko with armor, Zen, no armor, P250, 36 HP. No real chance into this one. There you have it. Halzerk with another one. 2 for him so far into this round, as you said. Most likely, well, concrete now. We're going to be seeing a 13-9 scoreline. But the cash is there for GODSENT to buy into round number 23. Let's just see if Stiko can do any damage back. Maybe economic or in terms of morale against Dignitas, see if he can land some headshots.
Eco with a deagle. I mean, he peeks into them all, but he still gets away with 1 kill. The trio was just set up by CT. Does eventually go down at least, so it's not going to be the most outrageous thing in the world.
That spray control is incredible.
I mean, he was always the king at it, right? Like, you think about two of the players that was just outrageous at spray control. Freiburg and Get Right popped to mind every time. I remember like a clip from years and years ago.
The Dust 2 one?
Yeah, Get Right, Dust 2.
Yeah, from A-Long. I know
Oh,
exactly which clip. Oh, I know exactly which clip. He's jumping across
That
A.
is sickening.
Have you seen the clip where someone's actually gone back and like put a template of the M4 spray over it?
I imagine it's probably like pixel perfect.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
I might send that to you later, actually.
That's incredible. Yeah, man.
If someone can find that,
a banger.
Tweet me. Right. Here we go, round number 23. That was a pause coming out, I imagine, from GODSENT. I didn't see it. I was too worried about an amazing vintage spray from Get Right. So you're going to guess it was from GODSENT. Because it's the exact same that we spoke about on the other maps we see with GODSENT. It gets to around this 9:13 mark. Oh. I wasn't expecting that, Jack. Suddenly, 3 versus 4. Crystal with a double entry. 1 player remaining towards B. What can Zen do?
Well, he can find a head, and he can remove it. Nox exists as block straight off his shoulders, and now leaves it into a 2-on-4. Questionable aggression from Dignitas. Playing that aggressively, just charging both players straight down. It was working with the setup they had gone for, obviously trying to not become stagnant and too easily read into the following rounds of the game. They just charge down. When you're up against Crystal, who's just waiting, windmilling at the bottom of Banana Snods, it's not going to be a good position to push into.
Forced now to save from what was quite unfortunate scene of events. Crystal just going through that banana smoke inside the Molotov, spraying down 2 players. And at that point, it's pretty much GG. EEST is the only player left there. He's in a 1 versus 4 on that B bomb site. Good queer from Dig to save early. I like it. Well played from GODSENT as well to capitalize. Oh, here it is. So the grenades come in. It's a Molotov he pushes through. Not a smoke.
Full on, just fought through the fire and the flames, just held his own, was willing to burn and sacrifice himself for the greater good of getting both of those entries. And it pretty much won him the round. Obviously, instantly getting
for the greater
control.
good.
The greater good, Snods.
For the greater good. Hot Fuzz reference for the UK guys out there.
Ooh, look at this. Talking of aggression, the Hot Fuzz are definitely pushing down, playing close towards the flames as they lurk towards bottom mid. Flashbang to clear it, knocking the AWPer back so they have a little bit of time to establish deep mid control. Smoke goes down. Is Forrest going to be ready for the push? Of course he will. The experience reigns through. Shuts down Zen. Makalele with the shot
such a
through the
Makalele
smoke.
shot.
That's a classic. He likes the hard ones.
He loves them. Oh dear. It's been a long day. 4 versus 4. Minute 10 seconds left on the clock as Crystal trying to find out any sound cues he can hear. Maybe a misstep towards the back of the site, maybe a misclick of a grenade towards first or second oranges, any sort of information which could give them some insight if they were to execute onto the site to position their Molotovs. But instead he hears nothing, which means they are going to be going in towards this B site completely blind. And with 2 players here and a very good setup for it, GODSENT. Quite a lot to do here.
I do wonder if they're going to be somewhat prepared for this as well. Most of the times we've actually seen them having to burst out into a late round B take. The Dignitas players have been doing this 2-man setup. 1 man on boost, 1 playing underneath towards deep CT, 1 of them playing anti-flash, the other just watching it. Oh, Halzoke with the timing, sees 1 go to the smoke. Meanwhile, over at B, chaos has ensued. And 2 of the players have been gunned down. You're now left into a 4 versus 2, so they do outnumber them. They do know that Stiko is coming as well. Get right through the smoke. That's the frag onto Madden. At this point, you've pretty much secured the round. The only way anything could happen is if Stiko finds some exit frags. That's about it.
It's the best they can ask for. As the round does end. And if you dig, there's no reason to hunt. You've got the game in your hands right now. 14-10. How much cash have GODSENT got left to utilize in round 25? 4 AKs on the MAC-10 is good. It's definitely feasible. But this B bomb site they've been going at again and again and again. They've done it once with the 2K from Crystal, but besides that, they haven't found any success here.
Oh my. Forrest, the M4. Rips his way through Madden early on. Stiko towards second mid. Surely you have to find that frag. Somehow he's been overpowered by EEST. The AK just reigns supreme, Snots.
Down to just 3 now from GODSENT. So many angles they have to clear. And there's an AWP as well here from Halzerk. It should be GG written all over it. Although they have a flashbang smoke as well. Zen could throw out the smoke towards Library and Flash. Here it is. Smoke comes out. This usually is for the arch split, but he peeks before it blooms. So he's dead. Doesn't matter, Jack.
No idea.
He had it was working.
Like, the theory was there. Just didn't work in the execution. But these things happen. Now you just left with 2 players. One. Yeah, I mean, like, I can see the thought process. But can you just explain your working out, please?
Yeah, please. You haven't done your homework. I can see you've listened during class.
Give that one a solid C+. Michaelele, though, he's trying to go for an A-star play. I mean, it's only one man in front of him towards the B site, and now he's dead. Freiburg.
He just kills people through smoke.
Mate, he doesn't give a damn. He's got thermal vision. He's now also got the bomb plant and a B site. It's his home to play with. Looks like he might just be playing from new box. Smoke dissipates. Oh, he gets the tag off, but it's not the kill. If that would have been one frag, would have been a 1v1 to play for. Instead, it's still a 1-on-2. He's blinding them. He's been allowed to reposition as well. I don't know how this round has delved into the position we're now in, but Michaelele wants to make a mess out of these men, and he gets into an angle to do so. Finds the first. Falls on the second. One more bullet would have done it, but Halzerk, before defusing, shows a little bit of disrespect with some body hurt straight into his chest. Will get the round, and that's match point for Dig.
There you have it. 15 now for Dignitas. Michaelele, my God, making that one nearly winnable. All the shots through the smoke. Seemingly making it look like it was destiny for him to clutch that one. But Halzerk, he's got the Gucci cap on. He knows about all those flashy plays. Makes quick work. Michaelele makes it 15-10 now for Dig. And with that, MAC-10, 2 Galils and 2 AKs is the best that GODSENT can muster up here in what may seem like the final round.
Crystal, he dives through the Molotov. They're blocking each other as well, right in front of him, so there would have been an opportunity to do so much damage. But unfortunately, he went down. Forest gets a pick, Zen will trade it back upon him. And now the T side are actually starting to take over Snods. They've been able to find a leak in towards the A site, round through quad. They are just barreling out, looking like they're just playing with raw confidence alone into this round.
They have the site in their favor. 4 versus 2 now, thanks to the crisp headshot from Michaelele. And it's going to be the conservative call to fall back, save. And they have given away that they are going to be saving. So now, GODSENT can hunt. Although, if I'm the in-game leader of GODSENT, I'd say not to. Look at the cash they have left after this round. It does conclude. They need to save onto as many weapons as possible. But more importantly, if they lose a player, they may not be able to drop over 3 weapons. So it's really important to keep 3 alive because 2 players can then drop that final 2 players. So, no risk taken. 11-5. 4 rounds in a row is required for GODSENT to send us into OT. Jack, what do you think? Is it going to happen?
The issue is it's such a hard thing to call, right? T-side Inferno, normally that's already odd stacked against you. The fact that Dignitas have had so much individual brilliance when it comes to that B site, that's also worrying. There's only been a few rounds where there's really been a leak, and that's been when they've switched up their playstyle more from the norm. Curious to see what they do here. I definitely think it's possible, Snods, but the likelihood is quite slim. GODSENT would need to play an absolute belter of a game from this point forward, and they're already down to 4 players. They do at least trade it back, though, as Get Right is gunned down by Crystal.
He did not expect the timing there from Crystal. He didn't know that Crystal had worked his magic and weaved through the Molotovs. Ooh, but he gets too audacious. Don't know how I feel about that one, Jack. He's trying to take the 1 versus 1 against Freiburg because he knows that Halzerk had to rotate and tried to catch him before Halzerk had made the full rotation, but a little bit too preemptive. Yeah. And because of that, they're just going to be falling down 1 by 1. They've lost direction into the rounds. They've lost their commanding voice. And you can see it's Michaelele now.
Michaelele looking to make the best of a bad situation. He does make it a little bit better. But he's still got to win a 1v1 to even have some control over this bomb site. And Forest, he's debating in his mind where he wants to play it. A little bit of paranoia of playing on the close box, so instead he opts to deviate further back, play an elevated angle. He thinks he's coming from quad, but he is actually just going to bounce out. Nice little bunny hop to get him into position. The movement was sick, but is the aim going to be good enough to back it up? Molotov down on towards the site. expunged by the smoke snods. You can see he's a little bit timid on his approach here as well. Realizes that there's now 2 of them in close proximity. His paranoia might come back to save him though, as he takes down Halzerk. There's still so more left to do. He's taking the raw firefights. He's basically playing KZ. Jumps on top of the box, but he was caught. He was overthrown. It was one of those rounds that looked like the way he had played it, you just thought you might have to give it to him. Unfortunate in the end, but I think that essentially secures, obviously, GODSENT. They're not going to be going on forward. Winning this, though, does mean Dignitas nods. They're through to the semi-finals. They're going to be moving on to those playoff days coming up on the weekend.
It just feels like GODSENT is lacking that just 5 or 10% of firepower or oomph into the round. You know, they're getting these double-digit scorelines, these 11-16s. 10-16 earlier on Dust 2 as well, I believe. They're getting close, but they're just... I don't know how to explain it. You can almost see it in the server, Jack, if you know what I mean. They're missing a little bit of magic that these other top teams seem to have. I'm not sure if that's roster change. I'm not sure if that's time on the server. I'm not sure if that's experience together. I don't even know the full inner workings of the team itself as of right now. But yeah, either way, exciting team to watch going forward. And Dignitas, nail-biters every time they seem to play, because even versus teams that should be stomping, they always make it so close and so fun and entertaining to watch.
Oh yeah, like I think this Dig roster's actually been very fun in terms of like how enjoyable they've been to watch throughout the day. It's been great. There's been a lot of moments of just, you know, just pure vintage plays from a lot of these players. It's also obviously because, you know, you think about how long we've seen a lot of them around for. It's just enjoyable to still witness their games. And on a team like this, where you basically put the team back together, it's like watching old episodes of the A-Team, mate. You can't help but smile whilst you're watching kill people. It's fantastic.
Oh, like the in-betweeners if you're from the UK. It's just El Clasico.
It is.
El Clasico.
It is. It's a squad that you wouldn't want to mess with, and Halzerk is the perfect addition to it. I think he fits in really well. We've seen, obviously, his approach to the game being a little bit different, being from that newer generation. It works. It fits in really nicely.
Yeah, it does. He's confident, too. He doesn't look like he's lost in a team full of veterans, where this is what happens sometimes. If you're a star player, if you're very well known, and you play your parks, you play in lesser teams, you always have your positions on the map. You always have everyone at your beck and call.
Yeah.
However, when you join a team like Dignitas or the former NIP roster, suddenly you're with 4 veterans who aren't going to give you that space. They're not going to give you those drops. They're not going to give you those positions on the CT side. You need to find your own space in that team, and it feels like Halzerk has done that. And I think with the experience that the old NIP roster had with bringing in Arlu and bringing in Michaelele, I think they realized that as well. And I think with Halzerk on this team, it feels like they gave a little bit more room to him with how dynamic his AWP was, how much he was moving. It looked good. It looked good.
It did. It did. Some good games. Still one more to go, though. We are not done. I mean, yeah, they were double good, mate. They were really good. Let's have a look at the schedule for this. As we said, still a little bit more to go on tonight. We'll be coming back in with ENCE versus Apeks. Now, obviously, for ENCE, they haven't dropped a map yet, right? They're 2-0 at this point.
2-0, yep.
So that's going to be their final game to round that one out. For Apeks, they're 1-1. So I think we're going to really get a clear picture of which teams are moving out of the group, obviously, as soon as this is done. Right now, we've got a pretty good rough idea, but this is the final nail in the coffin for for Apeks, really.
Well, I mean, it's the do or die situation for a lot of these teams because it's the end of the day. Let's take a look, actually, if we can see the whole group or the matches that have happened so far. ENCE at the top with the best round difference, plus 11. Dignitas is second right now, but they've also played an extra map as well, remember? So they're going to be at 9 points. So it's Dig right now, number 1. But if ENCE win, they go to number 1 of the group and they have better round difference, so they would become number 1 seed going into the playoffs. And for Dignitas and, well, for GODSENT, is that it? They have no more games to, do they? They're out.
Yeah, GODSENT are out at this point. That's it for them. That's their run over. Which is unfortunate, because obviously they did show moments of greatness coming into it, especially based off their previous HLT results. Like, especially even in recent weeks, they looked like a squad that should have been able to contend and go quite far here. Highest rated team coming into the event. Unfortunately for them, though, that's it. They've been knocked out.
So sad to see. Well, either way, I'm happy to see more Dignitas. I'm happy to see more ENCE. Very fun teams to watch. Yep. So looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, and that will be our next game, of course. So we're back in with that ENCE versus Apeks. That is going to be coming up in, let's find out just how long we have before that
25
next
minutes,
game.
Jack.
Roughly 25 minutes.
I got you.
That's not too bad. That'll be a nice position to take us from. So we'll leave you for now. We'll join you when we come back. We'll see you in a bit. Get some water, refresh, and we'll see you with the next game. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the broadcast. We're going to be carrying on with a final game that we have up in tonight's Playday. Snods, this is going to be ENCE versus Apeks. And obviously for ENCE, they've currently gone undefeated, which is going to be a big mantle for them to see if they can uphold.
Yeah, well, undefeated is a big way to describe going 2-0, Jack. I mean, if you win a best of 3, technically you're undefeated.
Technically true, though, and that's all that matters, right? It's just about the technicalities in life.
That is true. You win or you lose in life, Jack.
Exactly.
And ENCE, they've been winning a lot recently. Apeks, well, I mean, slow start, strong finish, it seems. They had a poor beginning versus Dignitas losing 16-8 on Nuke, and then following that, they had a very strong showing on Nuke versus, I believe it was GODSENT. Trying to remember the scoreline. Was it 16-12, 16-11?
Something around that region,
16-11, yeah. 16-11 in favor of Apeks on Nuke. And now, coming into this next matchup on Mirage, it's all to play for.
It is. As you just touched on there, Mirage being the map for this one. And again, we're not going to waste any time. It seems like we are actually ready to get underway with this straight off the bat. We can delve instantly into it. ENCE versus Apeks over on Mirage, Snods. As we move into the game, we are live and ready to get underway. ENCE going to be on your CT side for this one. Apeks starting off on the T side. So let's see if they can raise some hell with those AKs once they get their hands on them.
Well, yeah, once they get their hands on them, let's see how quickly they are going to be able to do that. Is it next round or is it maybe 2 rounds later? Ooh, Grass gets very aggressive. It jumps into the window, forcing Alu back in towards CT. Spots 2 players jumping in towards jungle. That's 3 now as well. They know what's up.
They do indeed. Sergey, playing from underneath under, you'd expect him to be able to be the Undertaker, but he's not going to be in this one, Snods. It's pistol kills all over the place as they've traded 1 by 1 back and forth. Now you're left with a newcomer in Yampy. Let's see if he can do some damage. He will, but he takes a load himself as well. Yampy knocked down to 9 HP. He has a USP. Can he clutch this one out? No, he can't for us. Oh, that is disgusting.
Yeah, I really like that strategy coming out from Apeks, sending 3 players in towards window, pushing in towards jungle, making it look like it's going to be a palace jungle split towards A. But no, they've got 2 players lurking towards underpass, 2 players lurking towards short, and they're waiting for the CTs to rotate, and they're going to capitalize off that. And that is exactly what happened with those CT players coming in towards the site. But now, force play coming out for the side of ENCE. Alu and Yampy going to be on the scouts. Eagle for Sergey, Sunny with the UMP, and then that just leaves Ariel with the CZ smoke and flash for that B-bomb side. And against them, a fully armed Apeks with PP Bison. Let's see if it actually comes to fruition. Jack, you can cast this bit.
I mean, he's got a lot of bullets, so you never know. I love seeing the Bison come out, and he's got a frag with it. Yampy goes down. That's a 2K with the Bison. My goodness, the Bison burst nods. Oh, you love to see it.
It has been buffed. I saw a few teams trying to use it for the extra armor damage it has now.
That's actually the interesting bit, right? Is like in reality, this weapon is now more effective against armor than it is for eco bashing. So this is actually like the prime time to use it, even though it's a pretty awful weapon. Oh, surely he doesn't get the Bison ace. The Bison breakdown. This madman is looking for more. No, all right. Normality is restored, Snods. You know.
Order has been restored to the force.
Mate,
Counter-Strike is still okay.
That's mental.
Don't worry, the Krieg's been nerfed. Don't worry, boys. We're all good. But
have you heard the name of the Bison? Have you thought about getting involved with Bisons?
Did you ever hear the story of the Bison? The legend of the CZ pre-nerf.
Did I ever tell you the
Stories
tragedy
of the walking Kenny S. Orb?
Darth Krieg the wise.
Still have nightmares, the jumping eagle.
Oh, mate. All right. An interesting round. That's definitely one to get us perked up.
He's got it again, Jack. I want to see it again.
Oh, not again. Marcellius. You marvelous man.
I feel like there should be like some Roman emperor be like, Marcellus, no!
Not the Bison boy!
Oh dear. Well, they're going to be stacking B, anticipating for a push towards the B site, as it is going to be an eco round, which Apeks do know, but they have Mac 10s, they have low economy weapons, just to find out. It doesn't matter if a Mac 10 from Dennis is given over, although Dennis seems to be the important part of the next sentence.
Oh, mate.
As he goes down to Yampy.
Oh, Snods, what a shocker.
Yeah, electrifying plays, you used to say.
Yeah, that's the other classic. Oh, no, mate, this is an electrifying play.
Oh, they've gone the other way.
Oh, no, the opportunity for more Bison smackdown would have been absolutely fantastic. Unfortunately, we're going to have to wait to see.
He's going to have it in his paws for the next round.
The bonus round Bison, dude. It's causing carnage.
Bonus round Bison. Oh dear. Oh, this is the dream. Like, you have dreams about this moment if you're a rifle player. Apeks is ready for the greeting of 5 unarmored opponents. That's 1, that's 2, 3. Oh, I couldn't quite get the ace. Yampy with the MAC-10 does find 1 trade, so that's $600 for your secondary AWPer. And that's his 2nd kill after the shocker of a first he had moments ago. And with that, they're just going to be conceding an AK and a MAC-10 for the next round. I don't think Yampy's going to be keeping the MAC-10 though. Although I imagine Ariel may put this AK over to Sunny.
I was expecting that maybe if Marcellus was a bit quicker, if he was on some kind of bike or maybe a space hopper, he could have got there a little bit quicker. And that could have been some more business.
If only he had utility abilities, Jack, he could press.
Imagine, wouldn't that be mental? Anyway, they've gone for the AKs instead, so it's keeping it grounded in reality in the rounds they want to take approach to going forward. Yampy looking up towards top mid, just playing behind the smoke. Did go for the jump across, making it onto short with the AWPs. Obviously, he's going to be quite useful now in the position he's gotten into early on into the round. Although mid control doesn't really seem to be what Apeks want from top mid. If they are going for it, it's going to be achieved from underpass.
This is very interesting for ENCE. Obviously, now having Yampy as your 6th man roster, but the 5th in this server here currently, you now have the opportunity to run a double op setup, and you're going to be thinking of maps like Nuke, Train, Mirage, though. Famously, SK, Cold Zero used to double op here towards short. Simple used to op towards short as well with Guardian, back when Guardian was the primary op of Na'Vi, just half a year ago. But Sunny with 1, Ali with 2. Now, 5 versus 3. Sunny trying to double up here and get a 2nd kill for himself into the round, but Apeks with the trade.
That was a really nice kill as well. Quite clean, confident in his one-tapping potential. The response from Yampy could be the saving grace from those nods. He's actually put this back into a balanced round now, 2-on-2. Still 40 seconds, and he has a prime overwatch over the bomb. Although they've been able to snatch it and steal it, they can get into a better position now, and they can actually get the bomb down as well.
2 AWPs. 2 AWP retake with no utility. Unless they give away the kills. Dennis with 1. Ooh. There's now a smoke, actually. Oh.
Hello, Alu. My goodness.
I did not expect that, Jack. I did not expect that at all.
Wow.
I mean, there's so many ways they could have played that 2 versus 2. Dennis jumping for the peek from the off angle. He's expecting an AWP to be jungle, but he did not expect Alu to hit those flicks. Spots out just the tip, and just the tip is all Alu needs.
He was not ready for that hot finish stud to just come in and give it to 2 men in one sight, Snods. Ridiculous.
No, he wasn't.
Alu, wow, that was actually really quite fantastic. The cinematics on that as well, it just looks so beautiful on the clutch.
I know, it's been rendered really well.
First round on the board for ENCE. What a one to pick up as well. Early into the game actually means this is going to be a little bit closer. Obviously, things can barrel a little bit if you get too many of those early rounds to your T side. Mirage, it's one of those maps that you can try and spiral into. Obviously, now it keeps it a little bit more balanced. Back to normality.
No one towards mid early on from Apeks. Deciding to send 2 towards B apartments. They know that Yampy is going to be AWPing towards short. And then Alu most likely towards connector, CT, or window. I mean, the obvious potential could be smokes towards the A site once you faked towards B, or you've done something towards B, faked it, or it seems like you're going to be faking A, and I like this. The reason being is, if you're the T side, Jack, the most obvious play to do is to smoke A versus 2 AWPs. They've done it, but it's all a ruse, as the bomb is going to be going towards B, but Alu getting that first kill onto Apeks may end the round here.
Yampy missing the shot gives them a moment to try and bombard in towards the B site. Luckily enough, he's able to make up for his misfortune, but he does go down. That clears out both of the players on the site as well, so the T's have started to establish control now. They've taken it as their domain. Bomb is down, time is ticking, rotation comes around. Sunny, over by L block, peering out, looking for someone's head to remove, but in reality it's Sergey that's doing all the damage. He's taken down 2 of them. It's left up to Marcellus. And not tonight. He peeks up from the truck and he's dead, Snods.
He's gone.
Just
good
like
retake there from ENCE. I was worried for a second. Seeing Ariel on the anchor position, not able to get a single kill on the players that were jumping out of B. We saw 1 kill from Yampy, but it was quickly traded. CQB, close quarters with the AWP. But then the retake there, 2 versus 3, too easy there for the players from ENCE. It's going to be an eco now. Well, I say eco. They've got utility, tech 9s, armor. It's going to be the quasi buy jack going in towards B. And I think this could work when you have an AWP on Yampi towards short. But is it short? It's actually going towards B apps.
He has been quite mobile with his AWP. Already we've seen him play a couple of different angles when he's actually had it in his hand. So this should keep Apeks on their toes. That definitely will knock Dennis off his, blown clean off his legs. As Jampy pushes in with the AWP and gets the opening pick. Alu's already on the scene as well to try and help pipe them down. But it's Jampy that's doing all the damage. I thought he actually hit that flick, but it was Alu.
So did I. So did I.
My.
But he didn't.
No, yeah, that was one that was going to get the heartbeat going up.
3 for 3. ENCE looking strong now. Although it is going to be a buy now for Apeks. And the issue for ENCE, if you are running a double up setup each and every round on your CT side, is executions. What can Apeks do to try and counter the secondary AWP towards short from Yampi? So they are going for mid control now. Going fast in towards short. They may actually have a player from top mid flash short to try and get that kill onto Yampi if he is overexposed.
Talking about being exposed, Alu speaking wide out towards mid-window. He's lucky he repositioned when he did. He would have been slain from the assassin that was lurking through underpass. Dastardly Dennis, who's always looking to do some damage. Yampi peeks out towards mid, however. That's Apeks down. Yeah.
Now into the 4 versus 5. Dennis, strong position here to try and catch Yampi if he wants to rotate, although Yampi is ready for it. Let's go back towards the B side. The bomb as well making its way in towards T spawn, positioning itself towards the A site. Ooh. Sergey with the AK on balcony. Jumps off the balcony though, playing underneath it. If he plays this correctly, he should be able to be baited for by Alu, who is playing CT with the AWP.
Hello. Elevated angle. Will he have the elevated skill ceiling to back it up from this position? Perched up on a pedestal. The eagle-eyed man will strike first. Sergey as well comes out to play as he is beheading them. Sonny with the backstab to clean things out as they get mopped up like a spilt drink into that side takes nods.
Yeah, this is really tough now for Apeks. You're playing as a mix with Dennis at the stand-in. You don't have that deep playbook of strategies that they could just pull out. I mean, a fast B split from short with a double smoke could work potentially. I mean, it's really about getting onto a site and having the AWPs retake. We saw before it was a 2 versus 2 and Alu had those 2 amazing kills. But if that round's played out 10 times, Jack, how many times does he land both those shots? You need to get into favorable positions against these 2 AWPs. And it seems like Apeks playing as a mix, they're just walking into scopes. But maybe that's exactly what they need to do if Alu's missing.
Well, right now, this has actually worked out quite nicely for them. The deco players they have remaining still need to hit a couple more heads, though, to win this one. And Sonny's being consistently dripped down little by little. They were weaning off his health bar. Yampi, he was ready for the player towards top mid, but he wasn't able to actually get the shot off with the AWP to slay him. Dennis, a pistol king at the best of times, proving he's still got it. He takes the peek with his golden deagle. The second swing might be a little bit overconfident, but now he's left it on a man that's done an awful lot for Apeks today. Apeks, he's had a ton of impact, but with his only angle of attack completely shrouded when he does push through, it's a simple shot from Jampy, and that is a 5th round for ENCE.
Easy as that. Almost planted, and on the maximum round loss bonus, they are going to have about $4,500 to utilize here into round number 9. AWP for Marcellus. 4 AKs. It's also tough as well. If you're AWPing T side and you're versus 2 AWPs, it's almost like there's double the amount of angles now you have to be worried about to peek in to try and find that entry. One would argue maybe a 5 AK setup could be better for Apeks here versus the double AWP if they're going to play for an execution. Although, let's see what Marcellus can do if they take the site on the retake from the outs. It's all down to Sonny and Ariel and Yampi.
Yampi with the AWP. Previously, if he doesn't find the opening frags, this B site has been overrun, and it still appears to be that weakened knee, but it doesn't matter, as Aerial, again, being able to soar through the skies. He'll be flying high, happy after that one, but he does still go down. Now, just 2 men remain, Snods, on either side. This retake is going to be hard, and that makes it even harder, as Sergey detonated, blown to bits by the AWP of Marcellus. The whiff from Alu! That was the opportunity to try and still get something out of the round, but no. He blunders, and he will give that one away.
I don't want to be too bashing here, Jack, but Aerial gets the 2 kills. You're now into a 2 versus 3. Just relax. Your teammates are still rotating, and you have utility, you have Molotovs, you have flashbangs to flush them out. Yet he jumps through the window smoke. He just concedes the advantage. 2 versus 2. You've got AWPer in bench. It's the best position to have the AWP after the Apps. It's over. And maybe it will be again. As is Sergey alone now towards A, as Apeks have just gone B every single round.
Now, the rough ride is, obviously, if they played their cards right, they should just be able to get control of this site with minimal losses to their side. The smoke's going in will probably cause an early over-rotation from pretty much everyone on the side of ENCE, though, because they really haven't been going for the A site. So seeing this utility will give them the idea it is going to be a full take. Frag a piece on either side. Both of the AWPs create an AWP-based totem pole, so it's got extra height and extra length. Let's see if it can do some more damage. Nades rolling out as they'll attempt to force them out of position back towards Firebox, setting it ablaze. Gruss barely survives as he extinguishes the molly with 5 HP. When they are peeking with the AWPs as well, Snods, they're being overthrown. Luckily for Yampy, though, that flick shot will be remembered. Ekes will be replaying that one in his mind for a while, as it was damn fast and furious. Aerial, he's the up-close player as well, listening out for the audio cues. If he pushes too deep, that's when he could get taken down, but he knew Gruss was still there, gets the kill, has the bomb, and is left in a 1v2.
Oh my goodness, Yampy's gone down to mid. Oh, brilliant shot there from Aerial, taking down Truth. 1 versus 1 now. Marcellus with the AWP, 25 seconds remaining. Can plant for default. He needs to try and get in towards Palace or try run towards Tetris or something, Agent.
What's the call going to be? Dances back and forth around the boxes. Aerial comes up. Aerial's already honed in. You can see he knows exactly how he's opted to play this one. The spam with the M4 will win it. He's also going to recover himself a nice weapon, a trophy to take through into the next round as he picks up that AWP. And that's another round for ENCE. A clutch hat trick coming out from Aerial.
There you have it, as you said. The replay on this shot. Oof. 6-4. ENCE looking strong. But, keep saying it. Max round loss bonus. Bomb planted, which means yet another bye for the team from Norway. Pushing towards mid now. Yampy and Co. Let's see what they can do. Oh, first flash is perfect, but there's one in the smoke, Jack.
They didn't realise. Gruss, he was able to get into the back line, and you'd assume if you can do that, you'd normally be able to overthrow and really dismantle the round, but it doesn't work. Yampy, he's really come online in the later games of the day. He's been ripping heads off, and again, going to win another firefight. Sunny jumps up on top of the ladder, peeks over the smoke, actually works. Normally with the way smoke's been working recently, if they fade and you're in them, you get the advantage. So he just took the fight straight to him instead. Marcellus is the one left in a 1v3, Snods. AWP in hand. Can he clutch it? Oh, what is that?
He can! No.
Oh, mate.
Chance.
If he would have got the follow-up frag, that would have been sick.
Yeah, then I was believing. Then I was believing. First shot was nice, though. Very nice indeed.
Oh, yeah.
7-4, Jack. 3-round advantage now for ENCE going into round number 12. Bomb wasn't planted, so no buy for them, but it's going to be a Tech 9 quadzi buy with utility. Or they might go for a fast short plane split towards Connector and A. I would really like to see that. Let's see. Molotov in towards window. Here they come.
Alu, again, I thought it'd be another potential time where he was going to get a collateral tonight. Instead, he's just taking the fight right to them. One after another, he hits the shot with the AWP. Truth peeking out with a Tech 9, trying to really throw this one into troublesome waters. They're all peeking him one by one. Eventually, they do shut him down, and they'll recover that Tech 9. Seized goods, I believe.
Really strong with the AWP as well, just because of how quick you can pull out a Tech 9 after shooting your AWP. And obviously the mobility while running. It's just the perfect sidearm to have. After, of course, the pre-nerf to CZ. So, round 13. What adjustments we're going to have? I don't really like the double AWP setup from... Okay, they're actually going to change it now, Jack. It's going to be Yampi on a rifle. I prefer this. It felt like Apeks were just constantly trying to abuse the fact that there were 2 AWPs on the side of ENCE. And it was really Alu, Aerial, Sergey just doing so much damage as well to deny any chance for the T's. Flash comes in, it's perfect. Alu can be forced back. Mid control now nearly in favor of the T's, but Sunny is still here, and so is Yampi with the M4.
Dennis. He's got an into window. And Alu is pushing up. Alu doesn't know he's there as well. He's just bouncing the nades out on towards mid. He's actually walked off back to B. So they're going to play a 2-2 setup. Dennis just swings, knowing that Alu had left. Lands one into the back of his head, Snods, and this is where the round really gets tight now. The players stuck towards Sandwich have no protection, no trade potential either, and Sergey goes down. Sunny peeks, almost netted one. At the very least, it would have been a frag onto Truth. He wasn't able to. In the nick of time, his teammate swung out and saved Truth's life. And Aerial now just has the save, holding on to this AWP to try and pass it on to one of his brothers in arms in the next round. That's the best outcome for them, meaning it will go 8-5.
Nice shot there from Aerial. As we said before, every player on ENCE apparently can AWP. There you go, 8-5. Apeks as well, they're going to be happy with this so far. The reason being is they're on their T side as the mix. They won the pistol. So far, they've only had 2 buy rounds. They were just rushing B versus the AWP of Yampi and Aerial and just losing after plant after plant. But Yampi, so far in this game, doing very well in terms of the numbers. 15 kills for him. Only 13 rounds have been played. But they are on eco for this one. And that should mean a 6-8 scoreline, and it's really down to anyone's game going into the latter stages of the next half.
Low round at the minute. Apeks obviously just running their default. In reality, this round is as far in their favor as you would like to give it. Alu's the only one that really has a weapon that can make any overall impact into the round. The rest of them just playing with the pistols. It's going to be more about if they can get into off angles or try and play up close and personal. Sergey has done just that. He is playing from just behind triple. They've walked out towards the site. If they don't fully clear this, he could have had a prime opportunity to strike, but it won't matter. Truth runs in, finds him, leaves him lifeless. The same could be said for Aerial that suffered the same fate. Alu, it was all so heavily reliant on that AWP, Snuds, but he comes off short and comes up short in the round.
Ooh, up close. Yampi with the spray, not able to do it. No armor there, making it a very easy final kill there on Marcelius. 8-6. This final round, there's no AWPs here for ENCE, which they were relying on. Ali with the scalp. Besides that, 4 M4s for the CT side. 4 players now actually for Apeks going straight away towards the B site. It's very interesting. Maybe they're expecting the low economy here towards the B site for this. And they're pushing through B apartments as well, Jack. This is really good coming out from Apeks if they get the timing right.
That's the big question, right? It all depends on the timing. So important on the overall stake of the round. The flashbangs go out. It was a little bit of a struggle from Aerial. Luckily, he had protection from Alu, but he's the only one that's found frags, and he still needs a whole lot more, Snods. His teammates have died all around him as he wades over their bodies. He joins the pile in the end. Sunny comes out, though, being a bit of a reckoning, as he will bring the pain back onto Dennis, and it's all left on one man. Sergey, 1 versus 3 clutch situation, and he's dead, Snods.
There you have it, 8-7. Looking at the kill tally as well. Not surprised, you can see the AWPers at the top. 16 there for Yampi. Alu at 12, Sunny as well at 12. And following that one, Marcelius at 15. Now, this is his turn to be the CT side AWPer versus ENCE. Excited to see what impact he can have. Although, on this pistol, it's going to be Apeks with the double flashbang and kit. And then for the side of ENCE, they're going to be working with the double smoke, flash, and the HE grenades. One would assume a fake towards B and then a rush towards connector to A, or vice versa, actually, towards B.
Either that, or you kill the player that's playing contact in towards Apeks, and then have a whole different opportunity into the round. You force the rotate as well, right? I mean,
it's like DJ Khaled suffering from success right now. They're like, we weren't expecting to get that first kill, guys. What do we do now? So they are going to go for the fake towards A. They gave it about 15 seconds to make it as if they had fallen back, but I don't know if they have sold it, Jack. It's going to be all the players rotating away from the B site. There you have it.
How has Ariel found that shot as well? The smoke must have been a little bit more fading on his screen, but that is absolutely beautiful. Pixel perfect as he landed that headshot. Takes down the player onto stairs. They've already set up aggressively as well with the post plant. And that bait as well, of actually peeking through the window, might trick them into not realizing how close Sergey is playing. You're not normally going to play that close angle. He also has supports if he does go down. They can pretty much trade it by Alu. They're going for a two-man split round through short. And just Dennis that's going to walk in. Dennis has been beheaded over at the short as well. It's been a frag apiece for Alu and Jampi. And that round goes their way. Not, as you said, not exactly the strat they wanted to go for, but they made it work in the end after suffering from their own success to get in the entry.
Huh.
Interesting
there
one.
You have it.
Yeah.
9-7. That's a big kick in the teeth for Apeks. If you think of the morale of that team as a mix, you're thinking, you know, the pistol rounds are ours, the skill rounds are ours. But instead, ENCE bring it back. Very, very well played from them. I like as well the fact that they get the early entry into the B, but they don't panic. They gave it about 15 seconds. So they mimicked as if they could have ran all the way towards T-spawn, in towards A, and then they did the fake A and it worked. But Apeks, they're going for the force. Let's see if their force buy will work. 4 Deagles, and then the single scout on Marcelius. He's playing towards ticket booth. Oh my god, that's one. Can he double it up?
Are they going to give him the opportunity? It seemed like they were just going to hold around mid, and if he did want to swing, he would have had the chance to knock another block off, but instead he plays it smart, waited for the opportunity, and it never came his way. Sunny pushed down through underpass, clears it out with a Mac-10, and now makes his move back onto B. There was a jump spot there. I'm not sure if Truth did catch him, but he definitely knows now and will start to retreat. Dennis, pistol in hand. You normally favor him, and you probably should, as he is really packing a punch with this hand cannon.
Spots the bomb. You can see he did that 180 turn where it's like, oh, the bomb. Let's see what I can do here then. He needs to land the shots, though, to have the impact. With no armor and an AK. Oh, sorry, and a Deagle. Light work there from Sergey.
Ooh,
area goes down, actually. 2 versus 2 here, Jack. 20 seconds remain. The bomb can be retrieved, but they have to be worried about CT. Instead, it's going to be jungle and connector. And now, just connector.
the unfortunate part is the scout only took down one of the low players and now leaves the full player alive, obviously on 100 HP, Sunny. Best equipped to deal with this situation, just on the timing as well. Man, literally a second before he would have turned the corner, he realized what position he could have been coming from, snaps towards the angle and gets the kill. Big round for Sunny to win as well.
He's a herald in that round. This is now 10-7, 3-run advantage for ENCE. Pistols once again for Apeks. And ENCE, they're going to be taking no chances here, leaving no stone left unturned as they're going to be going for the full execute towards the A site. But Apeks, they've read it.
Now, walking themselves up, they're getting ready to go for the burst out towards the site. They do have the weapons. Yampi has the Bison as well. Truthful swing with a CZ. The Bison hasn't been able to get busted out just yet, but they have definitely busted their way on towards the bomb sites, Nods. They've secured it now. I think this round's in the bag as well, is what can Gruss really do with just a measly Deagle in his back pocket? Sunny's got the shakes, as he's so happy they're taking this one.
Gruss going for the pixel headshot. Doesn't land it, and instead, ENCE land themselves an 11th round as we head into the 19th. Well, Apeks, if you're worth your salt, these are the kind of rounds where you have to show it. Marcelius as well has his AWP that we've been waiting to see. Does he get aggressive with it? Does he try and impose his will against ENCE? Does he play passive with it? Is he trying to play for the retakes? I'm not sure. Is he trying to play for the entries? It seems like they are going to be expecting heavy mid-presence from ENCE, but it's the poor core here, Jack. Instead, all 5 players are going to be coming flooding in towards A. It's all down to Dennis.
Dennis with the AUG, going for the scoped shots. It just gives him a clearer view of the bullet that came right towards him, Snods. It's a 3-on-3 now as they're fighting ferociously into this one. Jampy, he's pushed out. He's got CT control, but only barely. Playing close towards the bomb silos as he has to hold. Smoke goes down to block off the vision. Sergey's fallen back as well, and they've been able to get Sunny deep in towards ramp, making his move back towards T-spawn. He can now hold. I was thinking maybe he was going to go for the full rotational round, but no, he's going to play his cards a little bit closer to his chest. Marcellus peeks out with the AWP. Does get one. Sunny trades it. This could have won them the round, Snods. It just depends on Sergey's play. Spamming through the box. They're both left on 1 HP. 1 HP versus 7. He falls to Apeks. He could technically just go for this if he wants to. Just jump on the bomb, but it would have to be a full stick. He finds the frag, but it's too late for the round. He has to retreat. I don't even know if he's going to get away. He won't. Blown straight into the wall. 12-7. ENCE. They lose out every player, but they still win the round.
ENCE playing so relaxed. Must be in their blood. I don't know what they're drinking in Finland. Both players still 1 HP. Sunny doesn't push through the smoke to try and get the kill or the trade onto Sergey. Instead plays the waiting game and just hopes that Sergey can delay that final player from Apeks for as long as possible. And Sergey did just that. Ali stunning the smoke. Expects the push from Marcellus. Smells something's a little bit funny. Although Marcellus still pushing through, might actually catch Ali off guard. He may hear the steps going towards the apartments, but it might be too late. There's only 1 player here. If he finds one, it will be traded out.
He did get 2 tags off, though. So at least they're a little bit more supple, Snods. Like, nicely cooked chicken, a bit easier to get off the bone. Let's see if there can be some damage coming through from the rest of the players on Apeks, then. As they are in a bit of a tricky predicament when it comes to their weaponry. A few pistols here and there. 1 MP9 for truth. Ooh. Especially when Marcellus has his head removed as quick as that. Now it really throws them into disarray. This should be a 13th round. Absolutely confirmed for ENCE from this point forward. The idea of a retake would be incredibly marginal.
Have got armor and some weaponry. But it's not going to be enough. 13-7, Jack. This is all coming ENCE's way. This is the issue where you have a discrepancy in skill, discrepancy in experience, and then you have a mixed team versus the stat. Well, obviously this is Yampy's debut day playing for ENCE. They would obviously had a lot more practice, whereas for Dennis on Apeks, it's just this, purely standing situation throughout the qualifying. After the qualifier, he is departing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can see the discrepancy here on the server. There were some good rounds from Apeks individually on the T side, although CT side, you can see they are being picked apart meticulously here.
And Jappy's actually had a lot more individual impacts into this game as well. 18-12, 76 ADR at the minute, followed closely by Sunny, who's been playing lights out the entire day, 17-14 with 81 ADR.
What's impressive as well, Jack, about that is a lot of the strats that Apeks were running on their T side were to counter the fact that Yampy was the secondary AWP for ENCE. They were heavily attacking B site, B short, and he held his own, so I've got to say fair play.
Oh yeah, he's been doing very well. Ooh, Marcellus.
Simple would have missed that.
Yeah, that's one that you need to be connecting. Now it's a huge disadvantage for Apeks. They've already lost 2 players. Akez and Truth are both down. Marcellus is obviously tagged to 50 HP as well from his initial confrontation towards mid. Dennis has had to rotate back round towards CT. He does have an AWP, and he knows they're on the site. He will risk it once. Peeks out. Kills Yampy. He's now made it a little bit easier for a potential retake for Apeks, but they're being quite slow in the rotate. I'm curious if they will actually fully commit to this. They are rotating around, but it's going to take some time before they get there. But no, they're not going for it. They are going to call it quits. Obviously, allow this 14th round to go over and then play off the back of that. I mean, you are losing 2 AWPs, and 2 AWPs and a retake are never the best at the best of the time, right? So you can see the theory behind it, but it's going to be rough, Snods.
Yeah, this is the theory I was speaking about when the halves were reversed, where Yampy and Ali on the double up setup, it's so difficult to retake with those weapons, and you can see that Apeks are feeling that pain right now. They're going to be calling in for a save immediately. But also take into account the low HP as well from Marcellus. As it's round 22, 14-7. Money massively in favor of ENCE. Rounds, momentum, everything going in their favor. It's looking like a fast final game of the day here. So, there's still the 2 ops in play. One towards B short. And one towards the A site. Pushing towards A ramp. Sergey could find a few kills here, Jack, if Truth decides to push.
Okay. He's just holding. No one's getting overly aggressive from the CT side yet, which is going to be a blessing they don't even realize yet. Spam coming out from the players that are grouped up towards B. Early Molotov could be going out from Gruss. It's a little bit of a waste of utility as well if he does prematurely pop it. So he is going for the jump spot, making sure it's used at an optimal time. Because that can burn quite a lot of important time off the clock before they gain site control. Apeks has rotated around as well, Snod, join the boys, potentially believing that this will be a late round play on B.
Still a 5 versus 5. 50 seconds in. Typically, the rounds were usually decided by this point. Makes you realize how much is at stake here for Apeks, as they really slow the pace of this round down, but that's exactly what ENCE were looking for, because look how much ground they've given them in towards mid. They can do an amazing split towards A now. All they have to do is smoke off towards jungle and flash towards CT. Oh! What?
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 Marcellus? Marcellus the Marvelous? What on earth?
They're gone, Jack.
He's just deleted them from existence, Snods. Ali will come through to try and bring a little bit more normality back to things, but what on earth was that? Now we're left in this situation where all of a sudden it's just Sergey, and he's been slapped in the side of the head by Gruss. Apeks. What a round.
Saved by the bell, just as I'm there saying, well played from ENCE, they've got an amazing split coming on, they can smoke off jungle, they've got 4 players there, they just have to flash GT, and the round's theirs. Well, some things, gents, you cannot predict, such as a jumping or collateral mirage, but also clap from B short as well. Not quite what ENCE were expecting. And now they're waiting patiently for an aggressive push, towards top mid. Which actually makes sense. Whenever you have a confident round like that, when you win it so easily, that's the kind of round where people get fired up, they get their mid spawns, and they say, flash me mid, let's push. That's what ENCE were expecting, trying to tap into the emotion of Apeks as well. Instead, though, they play it calm, cool, collected. There's no mid push. Cool. We're going to fall back, execute A. Because there's been no push towards mid, ENCE also realized that Apeks don't know this. So this also means there's maximum 2 players towards A. So ENCE have played this very well.
They're still going to play it slow. They don't want to let this one get too volatile. Marcellus, the timing! He's been one-bombed by Sunny out with the AK. Dennis comes back through with 2 of his own. Truth in the sandwich has been snapped up and diced by Yampy. And now we're left in this scenario, Snods, a 2 versus 3 retake. 2 players on ENCE are full HP. One of them, being Yampy, is down to 12. Russ coming in from window potentially, no. Favors his chances better if he goes up connector. Apeks, he was making his move on short, but again, they're going to save Snods.
Saving.
They're playing for the OT.
Yeah. Don't know how I feel about that. 14-8 down. It's going to be 15-8 now. You need to win 7 in a row. They've won 1 round on their CT side so far. It's obviously not going to happen. I'd have liked to see the courage to go for the retake, but either way, 15-8. Yampy with 2 kills. He's going to be yumping for Yoin, as he is on 20 kills so far on aggregate. Currently topping the scoreboard in terms of frags. And then round 24. Full buy coming out from Apeks, 4 M4s, and the AWP as well from Marcellus. But they have 7 rounds to win now in a row.
And they do it. Will the streak go undefeated? They push their way up mid. Marcellus with 1 will get the AWP pick onto Yampy. Aerial strikes back with 2 of his own though, and already this round is really starting to get the odds weighed against Apeks. It's not a good position to be in. Truth, Gruss, and Marcellus, the only 3 that remain. 2 of them grouped up close towards connector. over on B of Grass, just waiting, peeking out towards short, it seems. Alu and co start to get mid-control, Snods. 1 minute and 15 left on the clock here in what could very well be the last round of the game. Aerial realizes there was a man lurking in the shadows towards Connector. Alu, you can't be missing that shot. Goes down to truth, Snods. This is where the round has somehow been brought back from the depths of defeat. Sergey on the bomb site. It could be a clutch to salvage it. It's the only potential now for ENCE to win the game in round 24. A one-on-one. Gruss coming up from behind, slowly slithering his way there like a sneaky snake. And he will win it. Strikes first and strikes hardest against Sergey. That's 15-9, Snods. They're still in the game.
Right, that's 6 more now. As they claim their first in a very intense 1 versus 1. It seemed like ENCE thought the game was won. They start pushing very aggressively, and then suddenly 2 players are taken out. And we're into a 2 versus 2. Then the 1 versus 1. Very well played there by Gruss, landing a very nice headshot, followed up by the body shot there with the M4 towards CT. Oh, Marcelia spots out a, one would presume, free kill towards top mid, but no, Aerial lands the 1D. Sunny as well kills Truth. Jack, what's happening?
I don't know. They're making it work. They're winning with their pistol prowess, and apparently it's just head and shoulders above the competition. Talking of heads, they're being knocked off their shoulders. Jampy, you need to hit those. He was hitting all of the hard ones, but he just couldn't land the easy ones as they pushed towards him.
Oh,
it's up to Sergey to clutch it with the Glock. It would be a glorious play if it's possible. He drops back onto the site, arms himself with an MP9. They peek up. Gruss, he gave him the opportunity to win it. But with an MP9, he spams wildly. It misses. Gruss secures it. And they go on for another round.
Gruss with the 3K in a 2 versus 4 versus the Eco. Well, that was the Eco. Now it's the buy from ENCE. But now that's 2 out of 7. They got 5 more rounds to go if they want to make this one go to OT. And I'd love to see overtime in this matchup. It's been great so far. Smoke in towards window. Flashes in towards mid, just trying to mimic mid control. Really heavy mid presence. And then you've got Sunny towards B, who's thrown his grenades already. They're expecting a B split here. But it seems like Apeks sense that something's not quite right about that Sunny push towards B. It's Marcellus with the first, with the second as well. That's a fantastic close range AWP.
Mate, wielding it like a shotgun. He did damage with the XM10 earlier today, and he's showing that he knows how to use the AWP just like one. Dennis sneaks up from behind. Basically garrots Yampy there. Sunny is the only one that's left for the T side, and he needs to be really troublesome. Has to kick up a right fuss if he wants to win the round. The spray is too much. He couldn't keep his composure, and now he won't have a pulse. 15-11, Snods. Round 27. Can they maintain this and go with an undefeated streak? That's their only potential chance.
We saw this though, didn't we? Earlier on, where they were down. I believe it was on Nuke. Yes, it was versus Dignitas. If you remember when Dignitas got to 14, suddenly Apeks just came alive again. Almost when there's nothing to lose anymore, players start taking risks. Marcelo starts pushing Palace with the AWP. Players start getting aggressive and getting comfortable as if it was just a regular match where they play relaxed. And I think that comes down to experience, Jack. I think with experience and time, a lot of these players on teams such as Apeks, Akez, who's shown amazing skill, Marcelius with the AWP, as these players play in more qualifiers, they get more relaxed inside the game, they're going to be doing more of their own plays and they're going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. But 4 rounds is what separates them and ENCE to overtime.
At least this time, they're being able to keep the ENCE players at arm's length. I say that, but now all of a sudden they've been able to step up with the Deagles massively into the round. Yampy gets himself 2, Sergey gets 1. They've actually got control of the round. They might be outgunned, but they're certainly not outnumbered. And they have picked up an M4 for Alu as well. He's playing close towards CT, so he'll have that first fight versus Akez with the AK. But when he picks up the AK, Snods, he slays from far away. Alu will hit the DECK, but can they carry on to still win this one?
Ooh, first headshot lands. 2 versus 1. And now all down to Grass to try and bring this one back. Let's see. Jumps down onto the site. Gets aggressive here. Tries to catch them off guard. Ooh, Yampy missing the first headshot. Tries to get back for a second. And there you have it. Sergey is going to finish it off. 2 players take it. Versus the full buy of Apeks. 16-11. Ooh. Big spender. Firestar for the sharpshooter. Which one would you get, Jack?
Mate. I'd get blown away by some of the frags we had coming out with the AWPs in that game. I think this was the AWPers Paradise game, right? Like, this was the one that
literally was an AWPers playground.
Oh, mate. Every single frag was just splendid. Even the replay package is essentially just, like, AWP after AWP.
You know, you see those YouTube videos where it's like, best AWP clips of 2020. It's just going to be this packaged on, like, 20 different YouTube channels.
It is madness, though, how good some of the plays we actually saw with those AWPs.
Oh, this third shot, too. Watch this. Oh, that is a lot harder than it looks. As an AWPer myself, that is difficult.
Absolutely disgusting. Some magnificent things into that matchup, but in the end, that does come to a close. 16-11. Obviously, that's the final game of the night as well, Snod. So the way that's actually shaken things up is quite interesting. That means that ENCE, as we said, they do go undefeated, the technical term for it, Snods. 3-0 in the group. They're happy to be walking away with that, you'd imagine. Unfortunate for Apeks. What's that, 1-2 split for them now after losing that game?
Yes, but I believe they still go through. We can obviously work out what the official stuff is for tomorrow. And obviously there's going to be updates on Twitter as well, from the Blast Twitter and the Elisa Twitter as well, as to which teams have made it through. So check there for the concrete numbers, the stats, because there's round difference involved, and that's where things might get a little bit dicey out of our hands, Jack.
Yes, there is a lot of potential factors that do come into it. So we'll make
you've got 3 teams
accurate.
with let me see. So you've got ENCE now at 9 points, Dignitas at 6, Apeks at 3. Oh, so that's it really.
Yeah.
And GODSENT are out with 0 because they didn't win any, so that's pretty much sorted.
So now you can probably work out from that as well, and we'll have that up on screen tomorrow, who is going to be playing who, because we can work out some of the actual semi-finals off the back of that now Group A is done. So it means we get a little bit more interesting information. But all in all, that does mean that ENCE have won their group, being the only undefeated team that went through, absolutely smashing it and coming out with first seed in Group A, Snods.
Yes, indeed. But who are they going to be playing tomorrow? There's Heroic, Kova, Nordavind, North as well in the group of B. I would say Group A is harder. Dignitas.
Let's have a look at that. We bring that schedule up.
What's the one from the Joe Rogan podcast where he's like, sorry, bring it up.
Get it up there.
You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? For those of you who got that, it's a funny joke, but no one got it.
It's fine.
I would say North versus Heroic. Although Heroic have just added Hunden as their coach, so that's going to be very interesting to see. Obviously, they had the recent... Well, it's quite public now what happened between, organizations there with Cadian losing out, etc. Now they have Hunden in the team. I think that's going to be fixing that moral dilemma they had with Esitag on Astralis and stuff. I'm going to be excited to see how Heroic perform tomorrow. And then North, for me, is a big question mark. Big question mark, but I am a big fan of MSL, so I'm really looking forward to see how they play CS. So all in all, can't complain, Jack. Life's good.
No, yeah, I think we got some good games. There are some nice games that are coming up tomorrow. This is the schedule that's up on screen now as well, so you can take a look at this. Remember, of course, as I said, follow Blast on Twitter. That way you'll get the most accurate updates when we are going live with games. If you just want to pop in for a series that you've got your eye on, there's a couple of good ones. I think actually looking through that list, as you said, I'd agree.
North Heroic.
I think Group A was a little bit more stacked in terms of the actual talent that was in there. So obviously going into Group B, some of these games I think are going to be really spicy, and there's some of them I think could potentially be a bit of a whitewash. Although I'm looking to be impressed, if you know what I mean, with that group.
Yeah, definitely. Heroic versus North at 12:30. That's BST, so that's 1:30 CEST. That's the one to really look out for tomorrow.
Yeah, the North Heroic game. That should be a very nice affair. But I think in terms of what we've had on the stream today, Snods, I guess a quick recap before we are done for this evening, as that is all of the best of ones that we did have to cover. Obviously, we opened up the day with Dignitas Apeks. Just in terms of Dig alone as a squad, I've been really impressed with them tonight. I think they've played individually fantastically, as a team as well. They've had a lot of good moments. We had some vintage Freiburg coming out. That Dignitas squad's looking good.
Yeah, they were. I'm just actually going to look through the results just to go through it in my head. What games really were fun to watch? Oh, the Dignitas versus GODSENT one in Inferno was brilliant.
Yeah, the Inferno
really
game
enjoyed.
was good.
To be fair, a lot of the GODSENT games were fun because GODSENT do really well in the first half, and then things just seem to go south for them.
Yeah.
What else was good? I mean, to be fair, the Apeks win on Nuke versus GODSENT was a great game, but for me, the game of the day was definitely Dignitas versus GODSENT on Inferno. Just so many vintage plays and miraculous stuff that you just don't see too often.
Yeah, no, I would be inclined to agree to you. That was actually a really damn good game. But that is it in terms of the games we have in store for you tonight. Obviously, we are going to be back tomorrow on Friday. We'll be coming in at the same time we started today and carrying on with those. That's 12 CEST. Should be a nice start to the day. Seeing Nordavind versus Kovar. Ease us in, Snods, before we carry on with, again, another 6 best of ones. If you've enjoyed it, let us know over on Twitter, of course, where you can tweet at us and tell us your thoughts. I believe you can also use hashtag Elisa Invitational to tweet at the event and suggest any thoughts you have in mind of things that you enjoyed from tonight's broadcast. We want to hear about it. But from me and Snods, we are done for the day. Snods, any final thoughts?
Great day, really fun games, exciting games, and I'm really looking forward to the playoffs on the weekend. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be good. The weekend, mark that on your calendar. It's going to be a banger when we get into those semi-final best of threes. But for now, we do bid you adieu. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, here covering the Elisa Invitational, of course, to see who is going to make it to last showdown. You won't want to miss it. But for now, we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.